This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. You are listening to a section of the LibriVox NaNoWriMo project, in which a number of LibriVox volunteers write and record a whole novel together in a serial form during November 2006. The project is based on the idea started by the National Novel Writing Month. Chapter 1. Written by Juho Freud. Recorded by Juho Freud. It rained. It always seems to rain at funerals, as if nature feared that people might not feel sad enough without it. The rattle of raindrops against my umbrella felt almost soothing as I watched the coffin disappear into the grave. I knew most of the people gathered around the grave, but some were unfamiliar. Very distant relatives, probably. The ceremony was quickly over, and so my uncle was laid to rest under 6 feet of dirt. I guess I should have been sad, but it was hard to feel sorry for a man that I never much knew. Sure, I'd seen him in family reunions and such, but other than that, he was a total stranger. The only memory of him that I had was from childhood. I was playing hide and seek with my sister when suddenly his car pulled up to our house. We watched in awe as this long-coated gentleman emerged from his black BMW and made his way towards us. For a moment, he just stood there, watching us. Then he knelt down before me and asked, "And who might you be, my young lad?" "Trevor," I answered, proud of the fact that I was able to answer this obviously exciting man. "Ah, a fine name you got there," he spoke in a warm tone. "I was named after my grandfather," I continued, still very proud and excited. "Indeed you were, and I bet you will be just like him when you grow up, traveling around the world, visiting all the exciting places this globe has to offer." He then gave me a last pat on the shoulder and continued his way inside our house. His vision of me had sounded very exciting at the time, but as I grew older, I realized that I would never become like that. I would never see all those exciting places because of one simple reason. I hated traveling. I was always the one asking, "Are we there yet?" on family trips, and the first to run back to the safety and comfort of our house upon returning from one of these trips. I was awakened from my thoughts by a man approaching me with swift, firm steps. The man wore a black business suit, polished leather shoes, and the kind of hat that you would have expected from a 1940s detective. His face didn't ring any bells, but I figured he was just another friend of a relative wanting to express his condolences. As he reached me, I put out my hand and he shook it firmly. "Might you be Trevor Ames?" he inquired in a very businesslike manner. "That is my name, yes," I answered, likewise serious. "And what of it?" "I am the executive manager at WorldCon Airlines, and If this is a sales pitch, you have selected the most inappropriate place for it," I quickly cut in. No, nothing like that, Mr. Ames," he said hastily. "I was asked by Mr. Jeffrey Ames, your uncle, I believe, to relate you the following message." He then reached into his pocket and drew out an envelope. He opened the envelope briskly, took out the letter that was inside, and started to read it in a dry voice. "Dear Trevor, as you might already know, I am dead. It is customary for the person that has died to make certain arrangement prior to death concerning his wealth and property. As I am a slave to custom, I have made these arrangements. I once recall saying to you that you would become like your grandfather, and that you would travel to many exciting places. To my great disappointment, no such thing has happened. Therefore, I have to take certain steps to make that happen. The person standing before you is Gerhard Grayson, with whom I have made the following agreement. In return for all my years as a customer of their airline and my generous donation to their company, he has agreed to grant you a lifetime of free flight with their airline. I sincerely hope that you will take full advantage of this arrangement and become the man that I once expected you to become. Best regards, your uncle, Jeffrey Ames. He then folded the paper, placed it back into the envelope, and handed it to me. For a moment, I just stood there, staring at the man, until I realized that he probably expected an answer of some kind. Thanks, I finally was able to utter. You are welcome, Mr. Ames. We look forward to your first flight. You're gonna have to wait for a long time, I uttered under my breath. What was that, Mr. Ames? He asked coolly. Nothing at all. Very well, Mr. Ames. I must be off. Goodbye, Mr. Ames. He turned around and walked away as swiftly as he had approached me, got into his car and drove away. As I stood there, alone in the rain, all I could think of was, why? Why had he given me this inheritance? Sure, he had said that he wished me to become a traveler like my grandfather, but he must have known I hated traveling, especially flying. Well, it was a bit too late to argue now, him being dead and all. So all I could do was to forget about it and go home. I turned to face the still open grave one last time, tipped my hat, and walked away. I drove through my quiet neighborhood, the rain patching the roof of my car. By the time I had pulled into my driveway, I had all but forgotten about Reinhard and his free flights. I had better things to occupy my thoughts. Once inside, I carelessly threw my jacket on the sofa, kicked my shoes from my feet, and rushed to the computer. I had left it on, so it didn't take me long to find my way to the wonderful world of LibriVox. I quickly logged in and was once again ready to give my contribution to public domain audiobooks. I worked my way through the forums, checking every new post to see what interesting things had happened while I was away. New projects had emerged, both solos and collaborations. The heartwarming discussions were still going strong, and I even managed to find new tips on recording. After replying to the most interesting discussions, I proceeded to check the new projects. Most of them were works unknown to me, but one of them really got my attention. I didn't know that one either, but something in the title tickled my imagination. It read, The Mystery. The title itself wasn't very informative, but that was just the thing that got me interested. I loved mystery stories, and this title left me wondering what the mystery was about. You would have expected it to be The Mystery of the Lake or The Mystery at the Vicarage, but no, this was just The Mystery. The project didn't seem to have any recordings as of yet, only the introduction and a link to a Gutenberg text. I decided not to read the Gutenberg text yet, since it would be much more fun to listen to it being read by the soloist. I made a mental note to check back on this project later on, and after replying to the project thread about my great anticipation, I proceeded to check the status of the project I was involved in. As I did this, I completely lost track of time. The hours just seemed to fly away, and before I even knew it, it was dark outside. I probably would have just sat there till morning if my stomach hadn't made its presence known by loud rumbling. As I stood up, I noticed that my cell phone was flashing. I had turned it silent during my LibriVoxing, so it wouldn't make unnecessary background noise to my recordings. I picked it up and answered. "Oh, hi, Trevor," came the sound of my sister from the speaker. "I've been trying to call you all night. How was the funeral?" "Hi, sis." "Well, the funeral was what you would expect from a funeral. Grim, dull, and of course it was raining. Though one strange thing happened." "Ooh, tell me more," she said in exaggerated excitement. "Well, I was approached by this airline executive who informed me that Jeffrey's last wish had been that I could fly with them for free," I explained. She was silent for a moment, and then she burst out laughing. "What's so funny?" I asked, almost annoyed. "Well, don't you appreciate the irony, since you aren't exactly the traveling man, are you?" "Well, I most certainly am not, you got that right, but I still can't see the funny side of this." "Don't be so serious, Trevor. At least he left you something. I didn't get as much as a postcard." "I would have been happy with just that, a postcard. By the way, how are the kids?" My subject-changing plan worked perfectly, as she started to fill me in on all the things kids at that age normally do. I listened and answered with the required when appropriate, and finally, as we hung up, I had again forgotten about my encounter with the airline executive. The rumbling of my stomach had reached such proportions that it might cause miniature earthquakes soon. I walked to the kitchen and made some bread, my mind back at LibriVox again. Somehow I just couldn't get the mystery out of my mind. I kept thinking what it would be about, and then it hit me that I hadn't checked the name of the reader for the project. If it were someone I knew, I could maybe ask for a hint about the nature of this mystery. I decided to check it first thing in the morning. Now, however, I would go to bed. Some other night I might have even checked it right away, but the funeral had left me tired. I made my way to my bedroom, turned off the lights, and fell into the warmth of my bed. End of Chapter 1. Recorded on 2nd of November 2006.
How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. You are listening to a section of the LibriVox NaNoWriMo project, in which a number of LibriVox volunteers write and record a whole novel together, in serial form, during November 2006. The project is based on the idea started by the National Novel Writing Month. Chapter 2. Written and read by Anita Roy Dobbs. Boston, November 3, 2006. It poured. Rivulets tugged at funeral ribbons until the bows were undone. I remember wondering whether the grave would overflow when the casket was lowered. Surely it was too heavy to float. I might suggest reeds at the corners to channel the water out. It fit, didn't it? Hadn't Uncle Geoffrey written an academic paper on papyrus? About papyrus? Papyrus isn't hollow, is it? But papyrus grows in water, and reeds grow in water. The rivulets ran to ponds. Reeds sprouted up among the mourners. Those would do. I looked into the faces, the dearly beloved... No. What do they say at funerals? Suddenly my wedding veil slipped, streaming into my eyes. I couldn't see through the black lace, but the wreath, was so heavy with water that if I let go with one hand to push the veil back, I shifted it to my left hip, freeing my right hand almost in time to lift the veil before Natalie pulled the whole thing off, releasing every pin in my hair. The waterlogged bouquet wreath was now Natalie's sopping wet diaper. Stephen saw her slipping and reached for her. I glimpsed him tucking her into the new crib we were going to order. Bedtime. I turned back, just as Trevor handed me his umbrella so that he could take the suitcase someone was holding out to him, the pilot, who asked, "Where's your up?" Was he asking me or Trevor? The umbrella closed as I took it, and the rain stopped. A shaft of sunlight fell on the pilot's hat, spotlighting an emblem, thunderbird wings on a mint-green globe, and I filled with envy. "Do you have another pair of wings?" I tried to ask him, but my voice was too faint. He didn't hear. I reached for the wings, but the umbrella hooked my wrist, and I couldn't lift my hand to the thunderbird. Thunder rolled, and a voice rumbled, "As you might." Turning from Trevor and the pilot, I saw a final wreath tossed onto the fresh mound. The reeds were swaying, and the ponds were rippling and sinking into the earth. "Already know." Heaped flowers trembled and slid as the dearly gathered turned for home, leaving me alone at the booming graveside. "I am dead." Uncle Geoffrey clutched my shoulders, pressing me into the giving earth. "I am dead." I could feel his words vibrating the earth, choking in my throat. "No," I thought, shutting my eyes to banish the shadow. "Wait at least until... Tracy." I struggled to open my eyes to the new voice. "Natalie grows up." "Tracy." Stephen's voice pulled me from the earth. "Stephen." His eyes alarmed me. "What is it?" I managed to whisper. "What about Natalie?" "Till she grows up. Oh, Stephen." I reached for him, but my shoulders were pinned. My uncle held me still. Terror-stricken, I twisted to see how deep I would go, and to see the hands that pulled me under. Mounds of... I was confused by the bedclothes, but I recognized Stephen's hands, clear though dim in the grey of morning that slipped past our heavy curtains. He pulled me up and let me cling for a minute before he loosened my grip. "What were you dreaming?" "You just pulled me out of an early..." The expression on his face made the words stick in my throat. "Grave." "A what?" "You look so grave. You pulled me out of an early morning nightmare. Did I wake you up? I'm sorry." A low whistle from the tea kettle sent Stephen leaping from the bed and out the door. In a minute he returned with 2 cups. "Better? Sorry about that. I had to stop that whistle before the kids." "You're a wizard of speed and time," I crooned gratefully. He smiled, but only a little. "I was going to make our tea, and I came in for your cup. Yeah, I know, draining board. Anyway, I tried not to wake you, but your eyes were open when I came in. Maybe the light disturbed you. I asked you where your cup was, and you said something about wings and looked away. I said that you might be dreaming, but I was only joking, until I heard what you were saying, or trying to stay. It didn't sound like a good dream, so I kind of shook you to wake you up, but it only made you close your eyes. It was so strange. I could still picture all of it vividly. A big chunk of my mind had the dream rolling on replay. You said you were dead, and then you said Natalie has to grow up. No, that was Uncle Jeffrey. He said, I am dead. I dreamt I was at the funeral. I told you that you should go. I glared at him. I don't mean should go, I mean could go. But my glare shut that off. Dazed as I was, no, I told you so was going to slip past my sentinels. Stephen had managed to stay this side of meddling about my decision to miss the funeral. Perspective is my mantra. We have an infant and a 4-year-old. We have a finite travel budget. And for all my dutiful esteem of my distant Uncle Jeffrey, that's just what he was to me. Distant. Far off. We were not close. I could live with myself if I missed the funeral, and Stephen's concern for my, moral fiber, spiritual well-being, his concern was misplaced. We sipped our tea in silence for a few minutes, and then put down our cups to take advantage of the fact that, astonishingly, both of the children were still asleep. Lord, I love these lullaby rains. Images from the dream haunted me through the morning. My first realization was that the dream hadn't been scary until Stephen had started shaking me. Up to that point, it had been just bizarre and even fun. It put the fun in funeral. I needed to get out more. Once it was clear to me that the terror was not some supernatural warning about imminent danger to me or my family, just a simple, reasonable response to being shaken in my sleep, I was over that bit. I was pretty sure I was over that bit. But other bits buzzed like fat flies, begging me to swat them. Where did that idea come from about an academic paper about papyrus? Okay, stupid question. If I let the bouquet that became Natalie pass without a blink, why get stuck on papyrus? The whole morning long, whenever my mind could wander, it wondered about one or another of the dream elements, puzzling with the eagerness of an underfed mystery fan. Through the feedings and the readings and the errands and the caring, little revelation followed after little revelation, and then I was left with a handful that refused resolution, but persisted in whining for attention. Tough. If the pests couldn't make do with my spare moments, they'd have to wait till the children napped. Finally, my 4-year-old gave the signal. Teen time, Mama. His intonation is just like Stephen's. Tea time, honey. Michael has an uncanny sense for when Natalie needs her rest. So I fetched Natalie's bottled water, Michael's joke, not mine, and Michael's tippy-cup juice, and I switched on the story sayer, again Michael's term. Michael and I have always enjoyed stories together, from our earliest pantomimes to our latest impromptu musicals. He's a great stand-up lyricist, and I'm improving. Give me time. In addition to our own masterpieces, we're voracious fans of free resources from the library to the internet. We're fondest of audiobooks, which eventually meant that I discovered the expanding LibriVox catalog of absolutely free audio files. Michael's favorite for the past month, The Velveteen Rabbit, and now it was teen time. Which reading today, children? We had downloaded the solo and the duet versions from LibriVox. Michael called for the duet, the usual choice. We all adored the young girl's voice for the rabbit. Whenever Michael called for the solo, that reader has a particularly soothing voice. It was often my first cue that Natalie's high energy was about to turn fussy, and that I should check her temperature, or Michael's. For nap time, they always wanted the story sayer reading, and in the second week, Michael held the book himself and pointed the pictures out to Natalie. After he'd heard the story dozens of times, he and Natalie initiated their own story tradition. Every few days or so, at a non-nap time, Michael would pull the book from its shelf, and Natalie would curl up beside him on the couch or on the nap mattress and suck her thumb, and he would turn the pages to her favorite illustrations and quote snippets of narration that went with them, from memory. Michael speaks Natalie's, by the way. If she lifts her hand towards him, he repeats the passage. 6 times appears to be his limit, not hers. If she turns away for an instant, he moves to the next favorite illustration. The first time I saw this happen, I sat as still as I possibly could, not even moving to wipe my tears until Michael sprang up, refreshed, and wandered to new play. Stephen understood. He's so beautiful. But try explaining such a treasured moment to your single brother. Mr. T for Teasers was merciless, just because I cried a little over the phone when I was telling him about it. I am not an over-sentimental crybaby. I was just exhausted from Natalie's ear infection the night before. Finally, in self-defense, I changed the subject, asking the brat why he hadn't posted a new chapter of Adam Bede for the past 6 weeks. That hit a nerve, apparently, because he finished the last 200 pages by the end of that month. T for time on his hands can do that. Wish I could. Michael and I had recorded one Aesop's fable together. He was the voice of the baby elephant. And we had great, grandiose plans for more projects. But one day chased the next away before we could catch our breath, and the projects were still plans. That's all I ever have time for, spinning great plans. Current favorite. Michael and I, and Natalie soon, make illustrations of his favorite Aesop's fables. Upload the pictures into the public domain so that folks just like Michael can share pictures with folks just like Natalie while listening to their favorite fables. They're doing it with those gorgeous CD covers. Why not these select-your-own storybooks for fables? Natural outcome? World becomes inspired, and suddenly Michael can select from 100 public domain illustrations. Soon, everyone in the world illustrates or reads or listens or looks. Peace prevails. Michael and I accept the Nobel on his 14th birthday. That's enough time, isn't it? I'd been drifting off. The children were in their angel repose. Though I've tried 100 times, I've only succeeded twice in nearly capturing their sleeping beauty in sketches. The urge to pull out the sketch pads came over me, but I resisted it for the 1000th time. Something else was on my mind. A quiet puzzle spoke up for the first time, sideswiped me as I was admiring Michael's profile. Why did Uncle Geoffrey want Trevor to be like our Grandpa Trevor? I'd grown up knowing that he wanted it, and I'd accepted it the way kids accept most things. It's the way things are. But giving it one moment of adult scrutiny, I realized it was about as bizarre as a bouquet turning into Natalie. No, more bizarre. If the bouquet symbolized marrying Stephen, then Natalie came out of our marriage, so I was comfortable with the dream logic. It wouldn't puzzle me if he wanted Trevor to be like his own father, our dad's father, G.T. Ames, but Grandpa Trevor was my mom's father. Trevor Mrs. That was strange, right? I should get Stephen's opinion. I hadn't discussed any of the latest news with Stephen yet. None of the details from my conversation with Trevor last night, including the inheritance and Uncle Geoffrey's long fixation on Grandpa Trevor. I vowed to get Stephen's opinion on everything. Good. I could file this one away and tackle it later. I took inventory of the other nagging discoveries or puzzles stirred up in the dream. First, I realized that this uncle, whose thrall had evaporated for me in my adolescence, was now possibly even more enthralling and mysterious than when Trevor and I were kids, spinning tall tales about him. Who was he? Did I know a single practical thing about him? I knew a few useless things, his long coats, his black cars, his rumbling voice, and unexplained fixation on travel. Wouldn't it be wild if he had written about papyrus? Or hey, on papyrus, why not? Okay, Overnight fascination with mysterious uncle. Re-fascination. Check. Puzzle or discovery number 2. Something felt wrong. Something in my dream-prodded mind was stuck on my uncle's letter, specifically stuck on that phrase, "I am dead." I'd laughed when T read it. Had I misunderstood him? I must have. No one writes a letter, "Dear Trevor, I am dead," right? Unless they're hiding some meaning in it. You might write, "I'm as good as dead," if you know someone's going to kill you. If you know you're dying, you say, "I am dying," or they could be hiding some meaning by it, like a magic trick. "Watch this hand, don't watch that hand." "I am dead." "Oh, why would you think I'm alive?" Nope, I am dead." Okay, enough. I was beginning to tire of my spin-out speculation on a phrase that my reasonable streak said was simply my own misunderstanding. I would ask Trevor to read it again. And third, fourth, and fifth, if not more, I was royally ticked off that there hadn't been 2 sets of wings in the inheritance. It surprised me how ticked off I was. It wasn't mean-spirited ticked off. I was cosmically ticked off, wail pointlessly to the universe ticked off. If there had to be only 1 set of wings, how fiercely unfair was it that Mr. Trevor Homebody Ames would get wings instead of me? My wanderlust had been legendary, hadn't it? Till motherhood anchored me. And lately, that wanderlust had been less and less mollified by the virtual travel of my internet activities. Great. Thanks for all the revelations, Dream. Been nice chatting with you. In a mild funk, I flipped open the laptop and slipped into the forums. I was impatient for The Reluctant Dragon. Whoa! I was surprised to discover it had been completed 2 weeks earlier. My elation at being able to download it was nearly offset by my dismay over the speed of time racing through my fingers. Elation began to win as I anticipated Michael's enjoyment. When he woke from his nap in about 40 minutes, maybe we'd play with blocks and listen to it while Natalie finished her nap. Blocks, or maybe it was time to start a series of dragon drawings. 56 minutes long. I was so curious to see what he'd think. He wouldn't understand everything, but he'd love it, I was sure. Natalie would never settle for the book's little line drawings. We'd have to illustrate it for her. But wait. Dragons for an infant? I should go post again in the chorus of folks chanting for more recordings of public domain picture books. After 22 short minutes of reading and posting on the forum, and especially after listening to the homey, hilarious community podcast, my funk was forgotten. Typically, I would now bustle about quietly in the last half of Michael's nap, but today I was uncharacteristically sedentary. Aftermath of the lullaby rains? Anyway, I continued wandering through the forums till I laughed at one of Trevor's posts and decided to check out the Trevor Trail. What had the boy been up to recently at LibriVox? I clicked his profile button and then the View All Posts by T link. Good heavens! His first post after the funeral had been at 4:30 p.m. his time, and his last that night was 11:20. 29 posts, 7 hours online. The longest interval between posts was 40 minutes. Ah, that's when we'd been talking. Didn't he even eat dinner? And he was back in the forums at 7 the next morning. Despite my grandiose ideas, my time on the forums was finite. Trevor's was infinite. T had joined the forums 2 months after I told him about LibriVox, and when he'd been there 2 months to my 6 months, he'd written nearly 1,000 posts to my 300. He wrote 10 posts to my 1, and that was after a slow start. It had taken at least 2 weeks for addiction to set in. My twin, the audiobook addict. No, not audiobooks exactly. They were at the heart of everything there, but it was the assortment of people drawn to those books that had addicted him. If it were audiobook addiction, he'd spend those 7-hour stints making his recordings instead of upping his post count. Or he'd record an hour or 2 a night and lead a normal life. Or he'd travel the world with his blessed free airfare. When he hit 1,500 posts the next month, they rushed to make him a moderator. They asked us both on the same day, but I'm sure that asking me was some kind of, protocol of politeness, special consideration for T's twin. It was sweet. Of course I said no. Of course he said yes. We made the right choices. If he would stop taunting me with talk about the Bat Cave where the MCs, the medical ordinators, oversee and overhaul it all, I could live with my right decision. What was up with me, I wondered. "Where's my up?" I said aloud, and Michael stirred. I love Stephen and Michael and Natalie more than I know how, and I would never trade places with Trevor. God, no. I guess I just wish I could have both lives. Okay, what has the T for twin been up to? Yes, I would definitely call him that evening when the children were asleep. I had questions for the boy. I looked at the list of his morning posts. A new title caught my eye. The Mystery. I'll have to investigate that. End of Chapter 2. Recorded on November 3rd, 2006.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. You're listening to a section of the LibriVox NaNoWriMo project, in which a number of LibriVox volunteers write and record a whole novel together, in serial form, during November 2006. The project is based on the idea started by the National Novel Writing Month. Chapter 3, written by David Barnes, London, November 3rd, 2006. Trevor settles in front of his computer, a bowl of breakfast cereal in one hand and a cup of coffee on the desk in front of him, hoping the latter will help open his eyes and brain. The word WorldCon is still rattling in his head from the day before, unblunted by sleep, signifying nothing, insinuating much. Like a long-forgotten name or the snippet of a song that refuses to be recognized, it sits in front of him, elbows on knees, and stares intently at him. It waits for him to meet its gaze. It knows he will. He runs his hand across his face, rubs his palm across his eyes in a circular motion, animal-like, shakes his head and peers at the screen. He does worry sometimes about the hours he spends staring at the computer, but over recent weeks this has become his usual way of starting the day. A quick trawl through the LibriVox forums, looking out for progress on any of the projects he's working on. It can easily become a 2-hour breakfast, depending on what's happened in the time he's been asleep. Today, though, he has a specific aim in mind. He goes straight to the forum and to the project thread for The Mystery. An audio file has been uploaded overnight, just what he was hoping for. He clicks the link to download the file and waits. As he watches the progress bar in the download window, his thoughts slow and inevitably descend. It's a well-worn path, but he stops short before reaching the bottom, before reaching Rebecca, Cambridge, Rebecca, and the flight that did not land. Something is scratching at the very edge of his brain, and he can't grasp what it is. There's a connection somewhere, a cause, a logical pattern, just waiting to be noticed. It's small enough to hide, vague, fuzzy, but undeniably there. A small, furry animal, a chinchilla, the chinchilla of suspicion. Good word, he thinks, a scintilla of a chinchilla of suspicion. Or is it curiosity? Oh, what the heck, he's named it, and that's what counts. Now it stops worrying him, for the time being at least. He can uncrease his forehead, unslit his eyes, and, armed with his chinchilla, can once again face the world. Download complete. His music application opens, and the mystery file begins to play. It's not a reader he's heard before. It's a male voice, quite deep and rich, heavily accented, certainly not a native English speaker, but he can't place it exactly. Possibly Middle Eastern or some variety of Mediterranean. There are so many languages and accents he's never heard, and he's far from being a linguist anyway, that he knows it's hopeless to try and pinpoint it. But he listens intently, so as to fix it in his memory for future reference. After the usual LibriVox disclaimer, dedicating the recording to the public domain, the reader gives the title of the piece, The Mystery, inspired by the exploits of T.M., and that's it. No author, no date, no reader name. Does Trevor notice the initials in the subtitle, and that they match his grandfather's? If so, he makes no outward sign. He is still, his eyes closed, his head tilted slightly forward. The casual observer would think he was either completely absorbed in the recording or fast asleep. The recording lasts 10 minutes. As it ends, Trevor raises his head, opens his eyes, takes off his earphones, and wipes a tear from his cheek. Pulling the door closed behind him, he turns up the street towards the park, the railway station, and the bustle of the main street. He needs air. He needs to feel the ground beneath his feet, to steady his legs, to know he is still whole and solid, to see a live human face, to crowd out the memories of the dead, to calm his mind and still the cacophony of questions, the hum of answers vying for his attention. There's no better place than a busy city street at midday to clear the mind of elevated thoughts. He'd seen the travel agents before, but not paid it any attention. Little of the real world penetrated the thick carapace of his thoughts, and that little was certainly not the local discount travel shop. He couldn't imagine what sort of business a place like that could do. A window full of posters for cheap weekend breaks in the Mediterranean or Eastern Europe, but little sign of activity inside. His hand was on the door even before he noticed, and it gave little enough resistance to his unconscious push. His palm felt the ridges on the aluminium pushplate as they pressed lines into his flesh, and his face the warm air that greeted him. In his mind the two were conflated. Trevor walked through the open door, and a mini Trevor squeezed through the metal itself to take refuge inside the handle, unseen, unchallenged, unexpected. The door closes, and suddenly there is perfect quiet, as if the street noise has been sucked out of the air itself. In its place, piped birdsong and the lapping of waves, then hula music on a steel guitar. "You are joking," he sighs inwardly, and his shoulders slump another inch floorwards.
Good afternoon, sir.
Vapid, chirpy, the sort of voice that clicks the tip of its tongue against its teeth, as if there isn't enough sibilance there already. Oh, I didn't... Slow to act, but never slow to judge, he's already decided she lacks gravitas and authority. Her uniform, hairstyle and makeup could have been supplied free with the desk, so well do they match the office decor. Not a hint of personality is evident. Her smile is supported more by lip gloss than humour. She appears to have been in the process of filing her nails when he came in, and brandishes the metal file in the air above the desk as if it were somehow still pertinent to the conversation. "I'm thinking of taking a holiday, something cultural, a bit of history, perhaps somewhere with literary significance. You know the sort of thing."
With a beach at all, sir?
No, definitely no beach. Well, there could be a beach, but I don't, Internet connection would be useful, though.
Is it a family holiday at all, sir?
No, not a family holiday, no.
On your own, then, sir?
Well...
Our LibriTours range is very popular with holidaymakers of a certain age, sir.
Your what? He's too taken aback by the word LibriTours to react to the slur on his age. Surely there can't be a connection to LibriVox. That'd be too bizarre for words. And commercial to boot. Plus, surely he'd have been offered an administrator's discount at least.
LibriTours, sir? Here's a brochure. Guided cultural tours all over the world. Let's see. There's Paris Perambulations, one of our best sellers, where you can see the Arc of Triomphe as featured in Joan of Arc the film. There's the Eiffel Tower, but I don't know what book that one's from, unless they made a book out of Towering Inferno. The River Seine is featured in Sense and Sensibility by Jane Austen Powers, and that church from the Da Vinci Code, that's there too. We combine Paris with London in our A Trail of Two Cities package, but I think you need more than one day if you're thinking of that one at all, sir.
Right, I'll bear that in mind.
And let's see. You can do the Great Walk of China. That starts on page 8 and goes through to page 47. Look, but that's a bit more, for the dedicated traveller.
The nail file describes a circle in the air above the brochure, possibly intending to indicate that you'd be walking round China rather than through it.
Oh, this is a new one. The Marmalade March. That's in darkest Peru, apparently. I wonder why.
Paddington, maybe?
Oh, I don't know. Let's see. No, it says Heathrow, Wednesday and Saturday departures.
How about the ancient seats of civilization? What do you have there? A blank look is what you have there. Greece, Rome, Egypt, Mesopotamia.
Well, there's Papyrus Peregrinations, also called Nearly Nile, which I think might be in Egypt.
Yes, I think it probably is. I'd be quite interested in that one. I have my own plane ticket, though, so I could join the group in Cairo if that's all right. Oh, and one other thing. Could I take my chinchilla? The door closes behind Trevor, leaving him alone on the pavement outside, bewildered by the sudden noise of traffic on the high street. Inside, in the relative silence of a Hawaiian beach, the lip gloss is at last assisted by a smile, but it's a smile of satisfaction rather than humour. Lacquered nails tap on the desktop, then sweep the ridiculous brochure into the waste paper basket. The nail file is again raised into the air above the desk, but now turned and its plastic handle pulled apart to reveal a USB plug. As that is inserted into the port of the desktop computer, a message on the screen shows that an audio file is being transferred from the device. Trevor's voice then issues from the computer's speaker. "Could I take my chinchilla?"
Got him.
End of chapter 3. Read by David Barnes
And Laura Barnes.
on November the 4th, 2006. Thank you. I think that's everything. Just editing it together.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. You are listening to a section of the LibriVox NaNoWriMo project, in which a number of LibriVox volunteers write and record a whole novel together in serial form during November 2006. The project is based on the idea started by the National Novel Writing Month. Chapter 4, written by Heather Barnett, recorded by Heather Barnett. "You're going where?" Tracy shrieked into the phone. "Egypt, sis." The dry tone of Trevor's voice came clearly through the phone connection. Tracy dropped Natalie's nap-time teddy bear onto the couch. "I know where Egypt is, T," she said sarcastically. "I'm just reeling at the idea of your actually wanting to go there." Egypt. Papyrus. The two connected thoughts flitted into her head, and she almost dropped the phone. "Tracy? Tracy, are you there?" Tracy shook her head, trying to clear the fog away. I'm here. Natalie, honey, I'll put you down in a minute." The baby's chubby hands were grabbing for her teddy bear. "Trevor, I'm sorry. I'm not able to process this right now. Can I call you back?" She didn't listen for her brother's reply. She hung up the phone and put Natalie down for her nap, slowly letting the idea of Trevor's trip settle onto her. Trevor was going to Egypt. The woman stepped off the shuttle bus and onto the busy streets of London. It was good to be back, she thought, taking a moment to look around at the city panorama. People were everywhere, natives and tourists alike, moving as one massive bustling cogwork. To the woman, the sight was like a single taste of a favorite sweet. It filled her with sensations of pleasure and left her wanting more. Not that living in the U.S. was bad. Actually, she loved everything about living there, just as much as she loved her work. But London? London was home. She frowned. She was not back here for good. She had a job, something that needed to be done. She pulled out a paper from her suit coat pocket and looked at it for a moment, then slipped it back into her pocket. She put up a hand to hail a taxi. When the taxi arrived, she gave the driver directions and sat back into her seat. Her posture was relaxed, but her right hand twitched a little with nervous energy. Was she sure she could do this? "I have to do this," she commanded herself sternly. She took in a few deep breaths and looked out the window, this time not seeing any of the crowds of people. She pulled out a package of biscuits they'd given her on the plane and slowly chewed on one, thinking about several of the women she knew in the U.S. and their obsession with diets. Currently low-carb, low-protein, and or low-saturated fat. "Oh, everything," she muttered to herself. She herself was currently on a low-sugar regimen, but that was due to her recently diagnosed diabetes. "Do you have a family history of diabetes?" her doctor had asked. This type of diabetes often runs in families. Lots of things run in families, she thought, swallowing hard at the notion. "Here you are, then," announced the taxi driver, parking the vehicle on the left side of the street. She paid her fare and then entered the building, a high-rise hotel, unlike the 1- or 2-story hotels and motels in the small U.S. town where she'd been living for the last 2 years. The interior of the hotel was run down. Red wallpaper was pilling on one of the walls, revealing the white paint of previous years. She walked across the threadbare carpet to the check-in desk. The heavy-set woman there was talking on the telephone and shot her new customer an annoyed look. She lowered her voice and said something about seeing someone tonight, in honeyed tones that could only mean she was talking to a significant other. "How can I help you?" she finally asked, tone still annoyed, as she sat down the telephone. The woman gave her name and informed her that she was checking in. The hotel clerk nodded curtly and handed her a check-in sheet. Her room was small and smelled of cigarette smoke. She frowned and settled her suitcase onto the rickety luggage rack. She set her laptop onto the room's small desk, turned the computer on, and checked for email messages. Nothing. She turned on her mobile phone and made a similar check. Still nothing. Her hands twitched nervously. She flicked on the television, then flicked it back off. She considered reading a book or magazine. No, she couldn't concentrate on reading anything. A long soak in the bath? Blissful thought. Not enough time, she thought reluctantly. With a sigh, she decided on a shower. 40 minutes later, she was clean and refreshed, at least as refreshed as possible. The shower had been calming, though, she had decided. Her hands were able to stay still now. She turned her laptop back on, and almost immediately an instant message popped up. Shanna 232. You're online. I've been looking for you frantically. UC girl. Sorry, I had an emergency come up. Shanna 232. A family emergency? UC girl. Something like that. Shanna 232. Is everything okay? Did someone die? UC girl. No, nothing like that. I just had to come home for a few days to take care of something. Shanna 232. Home? So you're in England? UC girl. Yes, England. Shanna 232. Are you going to tell me what's happened? Dr. Grant told me that he had something come up and needed you to fill in for him. He says he told you, but you didn't show. So I'd assume your emergency was pretty major. No reply. Shanna 232. Are you there? I'm sorry if I ask something you don't want to answer. I just want you to know I'm here for you. Friends need to be there for each other. UC girl. It's okay, Shanna. I just can't talk about it at the moment. Did everything work out with Dr. Grant? Shanna 232. Yeah, Gary covered for you. You owe him big time. Smiley face. UC girl. I'll have to send him a thank you card. Shanna 232. Ha ha. You should actually say yes to him next time he asks you out. The guy worships you, you know. UC girl. Shanna. Shanna 232. He's a great guy. I know you like him, so why won't you date him? UC girl. Shanna 232. I know. You're not ready to date anyone, or even to get close to someone. UC girl. There are things I haven't told you. I wouldn't want Gary to get hurt. Shanna 232. I'm here for you when you need to talk. UC girl. I know that. Shanna 232. Good. UC girl. Shanna, I need to go now. Shanna 232. Stay in touch, okay? UC girl. I'll try. UC girl has logged off. She stared at the computer screen for a minute. Something felt lodged in her throat. She stood up briskly. She had to be doing something. She closed her laptop. After putting it into her briefcase, she ensured that nothing of importance was left in her luggage, and then left her room. The dining room was characteristically small. It was late afternoon, so only one other diner was in the room. Though the windows were minuscule, bright afternoon sunlight filled the room. She sat in a shadowed corner and ordered a late lunch. It was hours since she'd eaten the airplane breakfast, and her stomach was begging for food. A turkey sandwich, bowl of fruit, and glass of tap water were served to her by a skinny Indian girl with crooked teeth who chattered non-stop. The woman looked away, wishing the girl would leave. She finally did, her face showing disappointment, evidently deciding that this unresponsive patron would not tip big. She set up her laptop and opened up the file she was working on. She'd been trying to think of something for her research for the last few days, but she just couldn't put her finger on it. What was it? A flash of memory hit her. She was huddled in a closet, and her mother was screaming at her father outside. The child she had been covered her ears, but she couldn't drown out the sound. Not that, she shivered. She didn't want to remember that. She tried to steady her breathing, letting the memory dissipate. A minute later, the crooked-teethed waitress came over to her table. She seemed reluctant to talk now, but finally she said, "There's a gentleman that wants to know if he can join you." She straightened in her seat, looking at the entryway to the dining room. A tall man was there, his back facing her. He was dressed in a grey suit, his brown hair cut short. She nodded. "Tell him to come right over," she said. The waitress picked up her empty fruit bowl, then walked over to the man. They conversed for a moment, and then the man turned and came toward her. He was clean-shaven, perhaps in his late 30s. He looked average in every way, except that as he approached, she saw that his dark brown eyes were sharp, and that they were gauging her. "Miss Brown?" he queried. His accent was slight, but she thought it was either American or Canadian. "Yes," she answered quietly, not wanting her voice to carry. "I'm Mr. Gray. I believe we have friends in common?" She hesitated, then nodded. "You have something for me?" He sat down. "In a minute," he said, waving a hand dismissively. Her jaw clenched. "I'm here to get the packet," she reminded him tersely. "Nothing more, nothing less." A dark eyebrow lifted. "Marx didn't say you were so feisty." Her eyebrows narrowed. "I don't work for you or Mr. Marx," she pronounced crisply, "and I'd ask you to kindly remember that." "Ah, but you do work for us," he said, his eyes darkening. "Need I remind you of the agreement you came to with Mr. Marx 11 months ago?" Her breath caught, and she stared at his impassive face. The corners of his mouth lifted in a mocking smile. Her heart was racing. Finally she managed to say, "Fine, then. How can I help you?" He pushed a full manila envelope toward her. There now, was it so hard to ask nicely? She gave him a dirty look, and then opened the envelope with shaking hands. Inside were the papers she expected, pages and pages of typewritten information. She breathed hard. This was what she wanted. This was what she had come for. "Is it all there?" she asked. "All except one little page," Mr. Gray answered lightly. "What?" Her head snapped up. "You'll get the page, I promise," he said. The mocking smile was back. "All you have to do is one painless job for us." "What job?" He pulled out a small envelope from his inside jacket pocket and handed the envelope to her. Their hands touched, and she recoiled. A hint of a smile was on his face. She ignored that and opened the envelope. Several items fell out. She picked up one of them and stared. It was a first-class ticket to Egypt. End of Chapter 4. Recorded on November 5th, 2006.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. You're listening to a section of the LibriVox NaNoWriMo project, in which a number of LibriVox volunteers write and record a whole novel together in serial form during November 2006. The project is based on the idea started by the National Novel Writing Month. Chapter 5. Written by Michael Sirois, Michael.Sirois, SIROIS.com. Recorded by Michael Sirois. Gerhard Grayson watched the stunningly attractive woman as she walked away from the table, back to her room to pack for the trip to Cairo. "Interesting," he said to the microphone hidden in his lapel pin. "Miss Brown is a blonde. Her first name is Hazel, and she has blue eyes. I have brown hair, but she knows me as Mr. Gray. If someone were to put that in a book, it would be completely unbelievable." He straightened suddenly, listening to the voice in his ear, then added, "Yes, sir. I'll make sure she does." The skinny waitress returned and flashed him a smile that made him wonder if she knew just how wretched her teeth really were. Well, you can't have everything, he thought. He smiled back and ordered a drink. He needed to be here so he could tail Miss Brown when she left for the airport in an hour. His goose would be cooked if she didn't arrive in Cairo before Trevor Ames. Hazel Brown returned to her room and set her already packed suitcase by the door. She sat on the bed and waited, knowing she had to make it appear as if she packed hurriedly in order to make the deadline. She said to herself sotto voce, "This is going so much better than I thought it would." She hoped she hadn't put Gary in too much of a bind by leaving so suddenly. He was such a sweet man. She didn't want to hurt him, but in her line of work appropriate cover was the most important element for success. She pondered the items that Mr. Gray had given her. Her ticket to Cairo, the photograph of Trevor Ames, and the sealed envelope. Trevor was a handsome man. Dark curly hair, tall, obviously athletic when he was younger. Of course, Unbeknownst to Mr. Grey and Mr. Marks, she had seen her first photograph of Trevor months ago. This was long before Mr. Marks, or Grouchy Marks as he was known in the agency, thought he had blackmailed her into working for him. The envelope. Her task was to deliver it to Trevor as if it had arrived for him in care of the Liberators group, and then keep him occupied until she could convince him to visit the Egyptian Museum. Trevor's name was on the envelope, printed on a standard mailing label. It had a slightly smeared but official-looking postmark on it. Where was it from? Did that say Paddington? Hard to tell. Something long, beginning with P.A. The flap was glued down, and a large piece of tape was sealing the edge of the flap. Shouldn't be too difficult to get it open and reseal it. But there's not enough time now, she thought. Maybe on the plane. Trevor stepped off the WorldCon plane into surprisingly mild afternoon temperatures at the Cairo International Airport. He removed his tweed sports coat and draped it over his arm as he walked toward Terminal 2's baggage claim area. The 4.5-hour flight from London was not as terrible as he had expected. The WorldCon airplanes were spacious, and the seats were comfortable, not at all like the short flights he sometimes had to take back and forth between England and Ireland or the continent. He could get used to this travelling thing. He hoped he had prepared for everything, but ran through a mental list just to be sure, mumbling aloud as he walked. Worldwide foreign travel converter kit, check. Laptop, of course. Bluetooth-enabled mobile phone, yes. Enough clothes for a week or so, right. Toiletries, extra underwear, extra socks, baseball cap. Yes, yes, yes and yes. Sunglasses, yes. The list went on and on. The final item was the chinchilla, which he had brought with him even if he wasn't sure what it was yet. He thought back to the moment in the travel agency when he had asked that insipid woman, cute though she may have been, if he could bring his chinchilla with him. She actually took him seriously and began to list all sorts of rules and regulations for travelling with pets. He tried to explain to her that the chinchilla was just a mental exercise, a thought process that he would have to endure until the truth that had been niggling at him had surfaced completely. At some point in his reverie he realized he had arrived at baggage claim and was staring at a suitcase passing by on the belt. He grabbed for it. Too late. Hurrying ahead, he caught up to it and retrieved it. Moments later his suit bag arrived and he recovered it as well. Looking around, he saw a sign pointing to the ground transportation. He could catch a shuttle bus to the Cairo Marriott Palace Hotel, where the other tour members were staying. He was supposed to contact someone named Hazel Brown there and join the tour the next day. Hazel spotted Trevor as soon as he arrived at the baggage claim, but kept her sign down until passengers started leaving the area. Ah, he's coming towards me now, she thought. Look up, see the sign. He walked right past her. She skirted around some of the crowd and rushed forward, planting herself directly in his path. When he was 10 feet away, she held up the sign that read, Liberators, Mr. Ames, and spoke in a loud voice, looking left and right as if she didn't know what he looked like. Trevor Ames? Trevor Ames? Trevor found himself face to face with a beautiful blonde woman, and was speechless for a second, lost in the deep blue of her eyes. Finally he found his voice. I'm Trevor Ames. Dropping her sign from view, Hazel reached forward to shake his hand, and felt a slight tingle at the touch. Recovering, she said, Oh, hello, Mr. Ames. I'm so pleased to see you. I'm Hazel Brown. Welcome to Cairo. Oh, he said, smiling inwardly. Aren't you supposed to be with the tour? You're the only one on the tour, she replied, batting her eyelashes unconsciously. I am. How can you afford that? Well, we're a young company, and we aim to please. Can I give you a lift to the hotel? Please, thank you. Hazel led Trevor to a black SUV waiting outside. The windows were tinted so darkly that it was impossible to see inside, and the name Liberators was stenciled on the side in a bold red, white, and blue logo resembling the Union Jack. A driver, clad in a crisp dark blue uniform, replete with visored cap, emerged from inside the automobile and helped Trevor stow his bags before letting the two of them climb into the rear passenger compartment. "The Cairo Marriott Palace, please," Hazel told the driver. Once they were under way, Hazel told Trevor that the actual tour would begin in the morning, but she would very much appreciate it if he would join her for dinner that evening. He readily agreed, and they discussed a few of the places they would see over the next few days, she knowing full well that he would probably be gone long before the tour was over. She almost regretted that she had to play the role assigned to her by Mr. Marks, but her superiors said it was necessary in order for her to maintain her cover. Part way through the drive, Trevor asked her about the Libratour's name. "Does it have anything to do with LibriVox, by any chance?" "No. What's LibriVox?" she replied, lying. "LibriVox is a group of volunteers who create audiobooks out of works of literature, works which are in the public domain, that is." "Oh, I listen to audiobooks quite a lot when I have long distances to travel," she said, not lying this time. "Where do you get them?" "On the Internet," he answered, gladly adding the shameless plug, "available for free at LibriVox.org." She said, stretching the sound lazily. "I'll have to try them sometime." "Speaking of the Internet, will the hotel be able to provide me with a wireless connection? I need to check my email and some other things." "Of course they can. No problem. Oh, that reminds me, I have a letter for you. It arrived care of the tour company." And she handed the freshly resealed envelope to him. "Thank you. There's no return address. I wonder who could be writing me here." He looked at the postmark. "It is British. P.A. Paisley? No, that's Scotland. Oh, well." And he slipped it into his jacket pocket. Hazel needed to get him to look at the contents of the envelope, but what could she say? "Oh, please, kind sir, you would look so manly opening that envelope. Please, just for me." She would just have to hope he opened it soon, although she really wanted to be there when he did. At the hotel, the check-in, having been arranged through the tour company, went quite smoothly, and Trevor soon found himself in a very nice large room, tastefully appointed in a modern design, with traditional Egyptian accents. From his window he could see a large grassy area surrounded by shrubbery and palm trees. Off to the left was a gigantic swimming pool filled with crystal blue water. It was so inviting he regretted not bringing a bathing suit, but he had several things to do before dinner. Getting out his laptop, he made sure he had the appropriate power plugs attached, and logged on to the hotel's wireless network. He opened a VPN connection and quickly checked his email. There were quite a few from LibriVox and several from his sister Tracy, but first things first. He opened his browser and clicked on the bookmark for LibriVox. Entering the forum, he saw The Mystery was still listed among the new projects. Opening the forum thread, he noticed that several people were asking what this was all about, and also saw that a new sound file had been posted. He started it downloading, and noticed the file was arriving quite rapidly. He checked his connection. 54 megabits per second, signal strength excellent, not bad at all, better than I have at home. Soon he was listening to the file. The LibriVox disclaimer titled the piece as before, "The Mystery, inspired by the exploits of T.M." but this time added, "Part 2, Peregrinations." The same accented male voice continued with the story which had so moved Trevor the day before. Yesterday? Day before yesterday? Surely it was longer than that. Nearly 8 minutes into the reading, the speaker came to the point of the piece, and it reminded him of the name of the tour he was on, the Papyrus Peregrinations Tour. "The lost papyrus of the Knights of Malta," the reader said in conclusion, "is probably a misnomer, since it was almost certainly written on paper instead. The document has, however, undoubtedly been lost to the sands of time. Only one quote, passed down from generation to generation through the network of the Maltese knights, has survived. Only with a free voice will the injustices of the Treaty of Paris be remedied." Trevor's head was spinning. Free voice, LibriVox. There's that connection again. The chinchilla's back on the job. I can't stay here. I have to follow this up. Treaty of Paris? Do I need to go to Paris? He opened Google and did a few quick searches, finding out that the 1814 Treaty of Paris ceded Malta to the British Empire. Apparently somebody resented that. At supper, Hazel, in a lovely blue dress that set off her eyes to devastating effect, began by telling Trevor how supper isn't the biggest meal of the day in Egypt, that lunch is, and that many businesses close around 2 p.m., so when people go home to eat lunch they're going home for the day. Trevor interrupted her to tell her that, though he hated to, he would have to cancel the tour. He needed to leave in the morning. "Where are you going?" she asked, almost mournfully. "To Malta, I think. No. Yes. Yes, I'm sure. To Malta." Hazel thought about it. She could try to keep him here, or she could follow the envelope. If he had opened it and read it, he wouldn't be leaving so soon. She didn't have time to call anyone else. She had to make this decision on her own. Looking Trevor straight in the eyes, she reached across the table and placed her hand on his. "Take me with you," she urged. Trevor's face became a kaleidoscope of emotions, happy, then puzzled, followed by 18 others. Finally he said, "Okay. Why?" End of chapter 5. Recorded on November 6, 2006, in Houston, Texas.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. You're listening to a section of the LibriVox NaNoWriMo project, in which a number of LibriVox volunteers write and record a whole novel together in serial form during November 2006. The project is based on the idea started by the National Novel Writing Month. Chapter 6. Written and recorded by Gesine. She stood at a table in the cafe at MIA, Malta International Airport, from which both the escalators transporting travellers to baggage claim and the doors which spewed them out into the arrivals hall could be seen. She was sipping a double espresso and trying to alleviate the boredom with staring down the undesirables among the men who were looking at her, couldn't help but look at her, and flirting with the ones that were passable. This was standard fare for her. It took less than 2 minutes to diminish the undesirables to furtive looks, and another 2 to establish contact with the ones she'd string along for a bit. She wondered idly how such things still tended to work along cultural, even national divides. Maltese men, far from used to assertive women, and feeling guilty on account of their religion for looking at all, were the first to be subdued. British men were next, too hesitant, too reserved, too much in need of encouragement. So there was one executive type, obviously British, who was the most active proponent of the passable group. A sprinkling of Italians, one was seriously cute. One American, grossly overweight but squeezed into a khaki kind of camel adventure tour outfit, all technical fibres, millions of pockets, on the very bottom end of her undesirables, but obviously not getting it. It was his fault that the first 2 minutes were needed. She'd finished her espresso. The cute Italian had half turned back to his female companion, girlfriend perhaps. Obviously some action was needed. She took her empty cup and walked towards the counter, and around her conversations stopped. She was very attractive, tall, slim but curvy, very curvy, even features. But, like the Sundance Kid, she needed to move to be truly good, really to hit target. When she moved she was magnetic, and she knew it, and knowing it made her even more so. Her cell phone rang, and she picked it up and tapped it with a perfectly manicured finger. "Yes?" "Are you in place, M21? "Of course." "They've landed. They should be out soon. What about L344? "Standing by." I don't have to emphasize how important this is to us. Top itself has taken notice. She felt a surge of power running through her, causing her briefly to tingle all over, hardening her nipples and bringing a flush to her cheeks. She loved this sensation. Power. Sex was but a poor substitute for the purity of this experience. Sex, for her at least, had more animalistic qualities. She enjoyed it, of course, got elated by it, but it was on a different level. Power was at once more instinctive and more intellectual, feeding the human animal. Top, the head of Global, was unknown to any but the 8 uppers. Since it could be a man or a woman, unlike other organizations, she sniffed mentally, hers was not sexist. Top was always referred to by it. Just then, passengers were coming down the escalators. "You 3?" she said. "They are here." She flipped her phone shut. She was ready, and she would not fail. Trevor hauled his suitcase onto the trolley. Hazel's cell phone rang. She smiled apologetically, checked the number displayed. The agency. Why would they call her now? Something must have gone wrong. "Hello," she said tersely. Listened for a while. "But... yes, I see. Okay then, bye." She turned back to Trevor, who had just retrieved his suit bag. "I'm sorry, Trevor. The call I just got, I need to go to a meeting. I hope it won't take long. Do you think you could find your way to the hotel, and I'll join you there when I'm done?" "Oh, sure, but are you all right?" She looked so vulnerable. "Yes, it's..." She laughed, a quick, embarrassed laugh. "Well, it would seem that I've overstepped my mark. You know, by coming here. I told you I was doing this on my own initiative. I thought if I could do a successful tour with you here and present them with a satisfied customer, they'd be impressed. But, well, they want to have a word." "I'm sorry. Anything I can do? I'll call and tell them it was my idea." No, that's all right. Thank you, but I need to do this myself. I'm sure it'll be fine, but I need to talk to them." She smiled bravely, and his heart went out to her. "Okay. Shall I take your suitcase to the hotel?" "Thanks, but someone's going to meet me with a car. I'll just have to nip into the bathroom there. Please go ahead. There's no point for you to wait. I'll see you later. I have your cell phone number. I'll call you as soon as I know more." Trevor nodded. "Good luck." He walked out into the arrivals hall, stepping into the usual discomfort, faced by all the people waiting behind the barrier, all looking. He was searching for the exit sign when his eye was caught on her. Just a glimpse, she had half turned away and was stepping back from the barrier. There was something about her, though, and he let his gaze follow her. Not hard, as she was walking almost parallel to him. He lost sight of her behind a large family, and then she was there, at the end of the barrier. Their eyes met, and she smiled. "You must be Trevor." Before he could reply, she had stepped forward and kissed his cheeks. "It's so nice to meet you. I knew it wouldn't be hard to find you. I am sorry. My name is Fulvia Rossi. I'm a friend of Tracy's. She told me you were coming, and I offered to pick you up." She smiled at him. A wide mouth, sensuous lips. "That's very nice of you," he said lamely. "Shall we? My car is just outside." She led the way, and he had more opportunity to observe her. Southern type, long dark straight hair, Italian by the sound of her name, but fair-skinned. She was elegant and slinky. The way she walked, the silk dress. The car was one of the small open European sports cars. In understated dark green, and yet brimming with vivacity, it matched her perfectly. He stowed his luggage with difficulty, then sank into the soft leather seat next to her. She slipped on a pair of sunglasses, and they moved off. Her skirt had hitched up in sitting down, showing long tanned legs. When he looked up, he found her watching him with an amused expression. "I don't see how you can drive with your heels," he said, shaking his head, relieved this explanation had come to him. She laughed. It's a skill one develops. I don't want to fuss with 2 pairs of shoes all the time. So, how do you know Tracy? We met a couple of years ago when I was a guest lecturer at Cornell. I was only there for a semester, but Tracy and I became good friends, even though we're from different fields. I'm a historian. This explained why Tracy hadn't mentioned her. He was notoriously bored by all the stories of campus politics and staff manoeuvring for better positions. What flavour of historian are you? She flashed him a smile. The spicy type. European ruling houses, palace intrigues, love affairs, religious fervour, battles valiantly fought, that sort of thing. I teach at the University of Malta at the moment. That sounds interesting. It is, and I should be able to help you. Sorry? Tracy mentioned you were interested in the Knights of St. John, the Knights of Malta. They raced through an ancient-looking stone gate that spanned the 4 lanes of traffic. Almost there. You're staying at the Castile. It's not as nice as the Phoenicia Hotel over there, but it has more character, and is inside Valletta. Wheels screeched as they left a roundabout, and rushed past some high bastions. Then they were out in the open, a sudden glimpse of the sea on the right, far below them. Another small roundabout, a palatial building with cannons in front, and a moment later they were parked. She was already out of the car and opening the boot when he joined her, slightly dazed. He took his bags and looked around. This is Castile Square. The hotel is just there. She nodded to an old, elegant corner building. The Baroque one opposite is the Auberge de Castile, one of the headquarters of the knights, so to speak. It's now a government ministry, like all remaining auberges. She started walking off. Fulvia, I don't think you can park here. She waved a hand. Oh, nobody worries about that sort of thing here. Besides, I know someone on the traffic commission. She waited for him to catch up. Malta is tiny and quite incestuous. You can't get anywhere here without knowing people. Everything works through connections. It's not always pleasant or terribly just, but it is surprisingly efficient in its own way. They stepped into a small reception area under high stone arches. Fulvia gave the receptionist a dazzling smile, and they started speaking rapidly in Italian. Francesco, she gestured, is giving you the best room in the hotel. 4th floor, corner, dual aspect. Trevor exchanged registration card and passport for key. Thank you very much for bringing me here, he said warmly. It was a pleasure. Listen, I've taken the afternoon off. Do you fancy getting a coffee? I can show you the city, and later we can go for a sail, and I can reveal the mystery of the nights. The word jerked him back to his mission. The mystery. His chinchilla was brushing its soft tail across his arm. No, it was Fulvia, her slim hand resting lightly on his arm, her expression smiling, but it seemed to be a knowing smile. He swallowed, his mouth suddenly dry. He was on the trail again. That would be nice. Leave your things here, they will take care of them. She smiled at Francesco. They had walked for 5 minutes when the sight of some blonde girls suddenly reminded him of Hazel. He stopped guiltily. He'd completely forgotten about her and their arrangement. Oh, I'm sorry. I left my cell phone. Do you mind if I rush back? It won't take long. A couple of minutes later, he stepped out of the small hotel lift into the corridor and unlocked his door. You're an idiot, Fulvia hissed. I told you to keep your phone on. Did you at least search the bags thoroughly? You're sure the manuscript is not there? All right, he must have it on him then. Go back to the house and wait there. I don't want you showing your face outside, in case he did see you. I don't care. Do it. Now. She hung up, sipped her espresso, quickly dialed another number. How's Nivea girl? She asked. Nivea girl, she repeated impatiently. Hazel Brown. She looks like the girls in the Nivea ads. The innocent blue-eyed blonde. Never mind, what is she doing? She listened, chuckled. Excellent work, L344. I'll need another couple of hours until we're on the water. Keep Barbie occupied until I call. She smiled when she saw Trevor coming towards her. Then her smile turned to worry, and she jumped up and rushed to him. Trevor, are you all right? What happened? She reached up and touched the huge white plaster that covered half his forehead and temple. She pulled a chair out and assisted him in sitting down. I'm fine, thank you. A little shaken, that's all. When I got back to the hotel, someone was in my room. I couldn't get a clear look, I was too surprised. Some guy. When he heard me, he pushed me and ran out. I fell and hit my head on the edge of the bed. No, I'm all right, really. It's just a scratch, and Francesco bandaged it up very professionally. But why? Was anything stolen? Did you check? Yes, nothing. The bags seem untouched. They're locked, and the locks are still on the numbers that I put there. I probably disturbed him before he could do anything. Anyway, Francesca will inform the police. I might have to go and give a statement later. But let's not talk about this any more now. The sun is shining, I'm in Valletta, and you were going to tell me all about the nights. She smiled. Yes. But I'm glad to see you've changed, because I'd like to take you out soon. A nice breeze has just come up, it's perfect sailing weather. And in order to understand Malta and the nights, you'll have to see it from the water. She walked down the pontoon. Almost there, she said over her shoulder, ponytail bobbing. He still hadn't gotten over her transformation. Within 5 minutes she had emerged from the marina shower rooms, wearing an old pair of denim shorts, a long-sleeved microfiber t-shirt, and battered boat shoes. There she is. She seemed to be looking at a large motor yacht, but stepped past it to the last berth. It's a trimaran, she explained. Do you know anything about multi-hulls? They're for racing, aren't they? They have these giant ones. B&Q, was it? Ellen MacArthur's boat? Fastest solo sailor around the world? That's it. They're faster than monohulls. That's the traditional shape, with one hull. But they're also much more stable. They don't heel over like a monohull. Makes it much more pleasant for cruising, too, although I do enjoy the speed. She grinned. He laughed. You could have fooled me. The boat looks just as sleek as your car. I'm sorry, but are you sure we can manage by ourselves? It all looks very complicated. Don't worry, she's set up for single-handing. I go out on my own all the time. 10 minutes later they were motoring out of the harbour, framed on one side by Manuel Island with its fortifications, and on the other by Valletta, rising majestically above its massive bastions. She left him to steer for a moment whilst she went on the foredeck to check something. We're leaving, she whispered into her cell phone. She busied herself with a rope and went back to the cockpit. Thank you. Would you like to take the fenders in? Well done. We can raise the sails now. She steered into the wind and within a couple of minutes had the tall sails up. She turned the engine off. Wow, we're sailing, Trevor said. The only sound was the swishing of the water as the slim hulls cut through it. You make it look very easy. She laughed. Good. Well, I don't know about you, but I'm famished. Let me put her on autopilot. I brought some lunch and we can talk. They munched happily for a while. You've read up on the history of the Knights, I assume? Then you know that they virtually disbanded after they lost Malta to Napoleon in 1798. They survived, though, and are still a thriving order today, with about 12,000 members. Headquarters in Rome. They have gone back to their charity roots. Remember they were a Hospitaller Order first. The official name is Sovereign Military Hospitaller Order of St. John. Why sovereign? Ah, now we come to the interesting part. The order has never given up its claim to sovereignty, although several experts in international law dispute it. The order has its own currency, stamps, passports, even a seat in the UN. The only thing it lacks is its own territory. and part of the 1814 Paris Treaty ceded Malta to Britain rather than back to the Order. That's right. What I'm telling you now is unofficial. I wouldn't normally talk about it, but Tracy is a good friend and, well, I like you. She smiled. You've guessed by now that the Knights weren't too happy about the treaty, which they considered a great injustice. There are rumours that there is a secret member of the Council, the top government of the Order, if you like. The Council is up for re-election every 5 years, but it is said that, due to the secretive nature of the position, the 11th officer is elected for life, like the Grand Master himself, and, uniquely, that the position is hereditary. Trevor whistled softly, completely caught up in the story. He took another sandwich and looked back at Valletta, tiny by now, golden in the sun between the blues of the sea and the sky. And the 11th member's job is to secure the territory, to regain Malta. I showed you St. John's Cathedral earlier. They built all this, and they want it back. What else do you know? Not much. The initials of the extra council member, T.M. He's very old, and apparently of French descent. She looked at him intently. Trevor slumped back in his seat. The chinchilla was making such a noise it was hard to get a clear thought. Old. T.M. Of French descent. Trevor Missou. Of course, the pronunciation of the name had been anglicized, but surely it had been French originally. His grandfather. What does this council member do? He heard himself ask. She shrugged. He travels a lot, trying to influence the right people. That and other things. Travels a lot. T.M. His grandfather had disappeared during his last journey, decades ago. Yes. She opened the cockpit locker. The Order has its own airline, didn't you know? No, you really knew nothing, did you? We really got to Joffrey before he could tell you anything. He looked up. Her voice had changed. It was harsher, mocking. She closed the locker, and suddenly she was holding a gun. Just then the sail shifted, and her face caught the sun, highlighting her flushed cheeks. It doesn't really matter if you knew or not, Trevor. I know she's given you the manuscript. She cocked the gun. God, but she was beautiful. And now you're going to give it to me. End of chapter 6. Recorded on 7th of November 2006.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. You're listening to a section of the LibriVox NaNoWriMo project in which a number of LibriVox volunteers write and record a whole novel together in serial form during November 2006. The project is based on the idea started by the National Novel Writing Month. Chapter 7, written by Hugh Maguire.
The gun was silver, and it looked heavy in Fulvia's hand. Or rather, it looked massive in her slim hand, and she held it with a careless ease that indicated Trevor wasn't the first person she'd ever threatened with a gun. But there was something Fulvia didn't know. This wasn't the first time Trevor had been threatened with a gun either, though he did his best to hide that fact. In fact, as he smiled inwardly to himself while doing his best to affect a look of terror and confusion, Fulvia had just revealed several bits of crucial information to him. Trevor wasn't sure how valuable these bits of information would be, but then, in his business, the information you have is only slightly more important than the information you know your enemies don't have. But the best kind of information is false information you know your enemies do have. First, Fulvia didn't know who Trevor really was. Otherwise, she would have known he wasn't stupid enough to carry the manuscript around with him. She thought he was caught in something he didn't understand, was a mere messenger, a carrier of important documents beyond his comprehension. And true, he didn't understand yet what he was caught up in exactly. But he was certain he knew more than Fulvia. Probably more than anyone in the world except TM and maybe U3 at Global. In his experience, people like Fulvia got their orders from someone higher up, and they executed. But it was in no one's interest for them to know the bigger picture. Whereas Trevor didn't work for anyone except himself. And his business was figuring things out. Information processing, contexts, nodes on the net. It was all about contexts. Finding needles in haystacks is easier when you know where to look, and he was among the best lookers. If he played this right, this would be the sort of information he could retire on, which is why he was in Malta, why he was on this boat. Fulvia wanted something from him, but he wanted something from her too. Once he figured out where to look, he would have everything he needed. He'd just have to make sure he could get there first, before Global got there, or the agency for that matter, or the order even. Timing was everything. Fulvia wanted the manuscript to decode the message TM and his agents from the order had hidden in LibriVox audio files. Somewhere in those thousands of audio files, audio versions of public domain text, there were errors. And as with animals, some errors were more equal than others. Some of those errors were there for a purpose, planted by the agents of the order. Others were legitimate. Still others were noise, as it were, false errors planted by Global and others. LibriVox, like Wikipedia, was seething with intelligence agents of all stripes. The Cold War had never disappeared. The players had changed their uniforms, some had changed sides, and the chessboard was a little different now. It all happened online, and corporations were as important as nation-states. Independent agencies and ragtag groups could compete with national intelligence services, if they had the right information. What it was didn't matter as long as it was valuable. And the information Trevor was trying to get at was, if his chinchilla sense was right, about as valuable as information got. And Trevor was in the middle of it. If he could find the right errors and put them together in the right order, he would have what he was looking for. He had most of it figured out already. Using the audio files from the mystery read by Grayson, he had his first start. And he had seen the manuscript. But he needed a little more. "Why don't you sit down while you think about where that manuscript is?" Fulvia said. She motioned him into the cabin, and he sat on a little bench with a working table between them. She sat across the table from him. "Have you ever been shot?" she asked. She smiled at him, caressed her gun. "No," he said. It was true. He'd never been shot, and he didn't intend to change that today. "I have," she said. She inserted a finger under her collar, stretched her neck. It was a long, beautiful neck adorned by a particularly charming ear. She pulled gently at the collar of her shirt to reveal her clavicle. An ugly-looking scar, the shape of a scythe, sat at the halfway mark. "Give me your hand," she said. He did as he was told, and she took his fingers and pressed them into her collarbone, by her neck, and then pulled the fingers along the bone, halfway to her shoulder joint. At that scar, the bone stopped, stepped down, and then continued along. "It was just a nick," she said, "but it broke the bone in two." The nearest surgeon was in Ulaanbaatar, 600 kilometers away. They probably would have just let it heal like that anyway. They only bother operating when the bone is totally shattered. I was lucky. But it works now, even if it looks ugly. She made a big circle with her arm to show how well her clavicle worked, staring at him as she did so, her green eyes displaying a look of great amusement. "I can tell you, though," she said, "if someone had got to me then, which they didn't, but if they had, and they'd threatened to just touch that broken bone, I would have told them anything. When you break a bone like that, you realize pretty quickly why torture is so popular. All your dreams of honorable stoicism dry up pretty quickly when you start whimpering." Trevor was watching her eyes, so he was a little surprised when the barrel of the gun touched his cheek and then made its way slowly down his neck. The metal was cold. He shivered. Her other hand cupped him behind the neck, and he felt her strong fingers massaging the muscles at the top of his spine. He closed his eyes. She was good, he thought to himself. Better than he'd given her credit for. He winced as she pressed the tip of the barrel into his collarbone and twisted. Right there, for instance, she said. The pain in his collarbone made a curious contrast with the soothing feel of her strong fingers massaging his neck. Right there is where the bullet caught me. She pushed harder, digging the barrel in, breaking the skin. Trevor pulled back and was annoyed by the yelp of pain that escaped his lips. "Oh," she said. "Oh, I'm sorry. I get carried away sometimes." She let go of Trevor's neck and settled into her chair, and then did something unexpected. She placed the gun on the table between them, flat, with the barrel pointing not at Trevor, but at the open door. She tapped the gun twice and then leaned back. The gun sat there, between them. Safety latch, he noted, removed. "Maybe you'd like to reach for the gun?" she asked, mirroring his thoughts. She smiled at him as if to say, "Try it." Very smooth, he thought. Perhaps he had underestimated this one. He did a quick calculation and decided not to reach for the gun. Gunplay and torture techniques were not among Trevor's greater skills, but information was. She was a global agent. That was all the information he needed to know. And Trevor knew. He knew that Ms. Rossi had gotten him wrong. As assured as this performance was, she would have gone about it differently if she knew that Trevor was more than just a carrier of the manuscript, more than just a computer programmer, more than just a LibriVox volunteer, more than a dupe. So he thought, anyway. And that meant that Global and U3 had gotten him wrong, which gave him great margin to maneuver. It gave him time. It gave him the advantage. Still, Fulvia Rossi had done a nice job of asserting herself here. He realized he was sweating profusely, and that wasn't pretend sweat. That was real fear under his sternum. She smiled, gently licked her lips. "So," she said, "where is the manuscript?" "I don't have it here," he said. He realized with some shock that Fulvia Rossi's nipples were erect and pointing right at him. Her cheeks were flushed. She liked this. Interesting. More information. The gun sat there between them, menacing. As absurd as it was, as incredible, he realized that this throbbing heart and that twisted feeling in his stomach was more than just fear. He liked this too. Sort of. Fulvia reached a hand forward and inched the gun towards him. "Come on," she said. "It's right there. Wouldn't you like to be in charge? Change the course of this conversation?" No? She stood up and turned her back to him, to the gun. He stared incredulously at her back, her long hair. "Where is the manuscript?" Without really thinking about it, he reached forward slowly, his eyes on the back of her head. What was she playing at here? "It is loaded," she said. His hand stopped in mid-air as he realized what he was doing. "Don't worry about that. I wouldn't dangle an unloaded gun at you. That would be dishonest, unfair, no fun. Where is the manuscript?" Aware of what he was doing now, but sure he was making a fatal mistake, he gently touched the tips of his fingers to the handle of the gun. He was trembling. He grasped it in his hand, But before he could lift it, he felt a stunning shock in his hand. The gun clattered on the ground, and he wasn't quite sure why. One beat, a second, and then the pain hit, and he wrenched his wounded hand into his chest, bit straight through his lip. Fulvia had turned around, and she faced him now, smiling. She held a long metal bar, like an old radio antenna, but heavy, with a brass ball at the end of it. She had struck him right in the hand. Where she had produced that bar from, he couldn't imagine. "I didn't break anything," she said, "yet. That was just a little tap. But there are many nerves in the hand. Very sensitive." Indeed. The hand throbbed, searing. Trevor had tears coming down his face, and he did his best not to whimper, clenched his jaw. "Idiot," he thought. "You deserve that." "I don't have the manuscript," he said. The rod came sailing down and hit him on the collarbone. He screamed. "I sent it away," he said, panting. He thought he might faint. "Stupid idiot. This was unnecessary. It's gone. A few pages here, a few pages there, all over the place. Mail." It was true. After he had read the manuscript, he realized what he had in his hands. He separated it into 10 sections and sent it to 10 friends around the world. "God damn it," Fulvia said. "Pages 10 to 33, she said. "Don't waste my time. Where are they?" "I'm not—" She tapped the rod on the crown of his head, not very hard, but enough that it hurt. He rubbed his head, and she hit him in the ear. Again, not hard, but hard enough that it hurt. "Do you love your sister Tracy?" she asked. He looked up and processed what she had said. "She and your niece, Natalie, are staying with some friends of mine." "Where are pages 10 to 33? He stared at her, nodded, understanding. "Pages 10 to 33 are in Prague," he answered. Fulvia smiled a beaming, excited smile. Her cheeks flushed. Trevor did his best to look defeated, terrified, and with the news that Tracy and Natalie had been dragged into this, some of it was genuine. But there was something else in his mind that he did his best to hide. Victory. Fulvia had just done what he was hoping she would do, revealed the last bit of information that would help him to decode the message. She had told him where the key portion of the manuscript was. The papers really were in Prague, but in his pocket, in his MP3 player, buried in with a number of other LibriVox files, was the audio version of the manuscript. Before he'd sent it away, he'd scanned the pages, used a text-to-speech conversion, stuck them in his iRiver, and ditched the scanned files. He had pages 10 to 33, in audio, in his pocket. "Well," Fulvia Rossi said, letting the words roll off her red lips, "I guess we're going to Prague." End of chapter 7.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. You are listening to a section of the LibriVox NaNoWriMo project, in which a number of LibriVox volunteers write and record a whole novel together, in serial form during November 2006. The project is based on the idea started by the National Novel Writing Month. Chapter 8, written by Susan Denny, www.susandenny.com, recorded by Susan Denny. "Do you know what time it is?" Tracy's voice hissed into Trevor's cell phone. "I'd scream, but I don't want to wake the baby up. It's too—" Trevor interrupted her tirade. "Tace, this is the most important phone call you've ever gotten. Please listen." Trevor knew that using his childhood name for Tracy would get her attention. He never called her Tace unless he was saying something very personal. He'd thought a lot about this phone call in the last few hours and knew that he had only a few minutes to complete it. By the time he and Fulvia had sailed back to shore, they had missed the last plane for Prague and had had to wait for the morning flight. She had put him under the care of an operative named L344, and Trevor hadn't even been to the bathroom without the thug's chaperonage. Fulvia had given instructions to L344 that Trevor use no electronics, and so he hadn't so much as looked at the television news since she had invited him to Prague. But he had had plenty of time to ponder. The chinchilla had been awake and active most of the night. At the moment he was hunkered down in the last stall of the men's bathroom in the airport at Lucca, waiting for a Worldcon flight to the Czech Republic. L344 hadn't been able to follow Fulvia and Trevor to the gate, so Trevor had seized the first opportunity to call his twin. "I'm listening, Trevor." Tracy's voice was calm. "I know you're dying to ask me questions, and I'm afraid I haven't got time to answer any, so don't. I have to ask you some questions, and then I'm going to ask 2 favors. Promise me that you'll do what I ask." "This isn't a joke?" "It's no joke." "Okay, then. I promise." Trevor could hear the tension in Tracy's voice. He hated treating her this way, but he only had a few moments to tell her what he thought would be the safest course for her family. "First of all, where are you?" Trevor knew that the question was odd, but she answered simply, "I'm at home." "That's good." Trevor had hoped that Fulvia had been bluffing about Tracy's staying with friends of hers. It was so unlike Tracy to take the baby but to leave 4-year-old Michael behind. "Secondly, do you know a woman named Fulvia Rossi?" "I know someone named Fulvia, but her last name isn't Rossi." "That's not as good. This means that what I have to ask now is a question of life or death." Trevor realized that this sounded melodramatic, but there had to be some circumstances in life that really were that critical. Clichés are based on truth, after all. "First, have Stephen pack up the most essential of the children's things while you call up a women's shelter. Don't have him pack a lot. It would look suspicious. Tell them anything about Stephen you want, but make it bad enough that they will take you in immediately. If Stephen could black your eye or give you some bruises, it would be better. If you can't manage that, talk about mental abuse and make it thick. Be sure and pack your laptop." "But—" "No buts, Tracy. It's the safest place for you right now. Fulvia has threatened to hurt you and the children." Trevor heard an intake of breath, but Tracy didn't reply. She was showing superhuman restraint. "Stephen should check into a hotel with multiple floors. He should get off the elevator at different floors each time he goes to his room in case someone is following him." "You think he's in danger too?" "Yes, but not as much as you." "That's good." Tracy's love for Stephen was deep. Most women wouldn't find anything good in the whole situation. Trevor continued, "Lastly, before you leave, take a few minutes to post on LibriVox anything that you can remember about Grandpa Masseuse, Prague, and the Knights of Malta. Don't be too overt, but give me any details you remember. The most trivial piece of information could be critical. Post it under the thread for The Mystery." "I've been listening to it, Trevor. So much of it matches up with what I remember hearing about our grandfather." "Keep remembering. It's vital. I don't have any more time." He paused. "Tracy, I love you." "I love you too, Trevor." Before leaving the bathroom, Trevor splashed some water on his still throbbing lip. Fulvia had administered very competent first aid rather than let him call a doctor. He had found this ironic, since it was because of her that he had bit through his lip in the first place. His body ached in all the places that Fulvia had damaged the day before, and in some that she hadn't even touched. Sympathy pains, he guessed. Trevor left the bathroom and sat down next to Fulvia. She was attracting envious attention from all the women in the waiting area, and a completely different kind of attention from most of the men. In other circumstances, being her companion would have been blissfully exotic. At the moment he would have gladly exchanged her for any other woman of his acquaintance, including the toothless crone who imperfectly cleaned his apartment every Friday. He still believed that he knew more about Fulvia than she did him, and he planned to play the slightly nerdy role she expected. Trevor's thoughts were focused on those missing pages of the manuscript, pages 10 through 33, when Fulvia touched his arm. 2 members of airport security were talking earnestly with the WorldCon agent at the departure gate. Trevor saw the female agent protest slightly, then nod. "Paging Passenger Rossi! Passenger Rossi!" Fulvia grabbed his elbow and pulled him along with her to answer the summons. "I'm Passenger Rossi." Her smile was at its most brilliant. "And this is my companion, Trevor Ames. It's a privilege to be traveling with your most special customer." The WorldCon agent looked at Trevor nervously. "I'm sorry about this, Miss Rossi." "Mr. Ames?" She nodded in his direction. "Airport security has a question about a substance in your checked baggage, Miss Rossi. They need to discuss this with you privately." "I'm sure it's nothing. Mr. Ames can certainly come along with me, I expect." Again an urbane and relaxed smile from Fulvia. The security policeman spoke up. "We need to speak with you alone, Miss Rossi." "Very well. Darling, you'll look after my carry-on bag, won't you?" Trevor realized that he was darling, and tried to go along with the game. He noticed that her smile was becoming fixed, like Halloween wax lips. "You will need to bring all your possessions with you, Miss Rossi. Our apologies to your traveling companion." The security agents took her arms in theirs. It was obviously an arrest, but the agents were trying to create as little disturbance as possible. Fulvia looked back over her shoulder as the agents escorted her down the concourse. Her look was plain. It said, "I don't know how you did this, but I'll be back." The plane doors had to be reopened to admit a last-minute passenger who took Fulvia's seat. Hazel Brown sat down beside Trevor and said brightly, "What luck for me that this seat became available. I'm going to Prague on holiday. How about you?" Trevor had been surprised so many times in the last few days that he reacted to this new development with only a slight lift of the eyebrow. The blue eyes were unmistakable, but the personality was not. When he didn't answer, she continued, "I'm sorry. I know I'm chatty. I just love talking to strangers, but some people just can't stand it when their seatmate talks the whole time. I hope you'll let me know if my yammering bothers you." "No, not at all," Trevor mumbled. Her behavior was so uncharacteristic of the quiet blonde he had first met in Egypt. He realized that Hazel had some information to impart, and that her babble was going to be embedded with some important information. "I find flying tiresome. I'm sure you'll be entertaining." The flight from Malta to Prague was fairly long, since it included a short layover in Frankfurt. So for 5 hours Hazel and Trevor talked about seemingly inconsequential tourist information. She began by a recital of her recent holidays, but turned the topic eventually to Prague. In the mass of information she spewed forth, Trevor began to pick up clues and details he knew she thought were important. Starved by a lack of access to the Internet and LibriVox, Trevor was delighted that Hazel had done all the research he had been wishing he could do while under Fulvia's watchful eye. "And my favorite place in Prague is Maltese Square. It's quiet, and it was in the movie Amadeus. I'm a Mozart freak, and Prague is so Mozart land. I got interested and Googled it. I love Google, don't you? It's almost as wonderful as LibriVox." She smiled at Trevor under blue mascaraed eyelashes. "Anyway, the Knights of Malta have had a building and a church there since the 12th century. They have an embassy there still. It's quaint, you know, an embassy without a country." At the end of the flight, Hazel was still talking. "I see we're almost there. It's been great visiting with you. Do you have a hotel room? I know a quaint little place not far from Maltese Square. We could share a taxi." Trevor was exhausted by the flow of words, but Thanks to her endless details about the city and the nights, he knew exactly where to start searching. "I'd like that," he said. Instinct told Trevor that he should lose Hazel, but common sense told him that he could not, and he knew that Fulvia, or someone just like her, could not be far behind. At least by staying in the same hotel as Hazel, he could keep an eye on one potential enemy. At this point, he trusted no one except Tracy, and he was most likely going to have to solve this mystery without her help. A short while later, he and Hazel were crossing the Charles Bridge on the way to Maltese Square. He was frustrated by the crowds of tourists and proggers preventing him from getting where he wanted to go so urgently. Hazel tugged on his sleeve. "Look," she said. "They call it the Golden City." He turned to face the river. Trevor was stunned for an instant at the sight of gold-covered domes and the shadows of distant bridges reflected in the Vltava. Centuries disappeared as the memories of an ancient empire rose from the blur of water and sky. Amid the strange bustle of craftspeople and souvenir hawkers selling to the tunes of a Dixieland band, Hazel reached for his hand. "My life is in your hand, you know." "I know," he said. End of Chapter 8. Recorded on November 9th, 2006 by Susan Denny in Denton, Texas.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. You're listening to a section of the LibriVox NaNoWriMo project, in which a number of LibriVox volunteers write and record a whole novel together in serial form during November 2006. The project is based on an idea started by the National Novel Writing Month. Written and recorded by Alan Davis Drake. Chapter 9. A pair of wrinkled, deeply discolored hands rested on the home keys of the keyboard. The page of writing showed boldly blue on the 30-inch flat-panel cinema display, glowing in the waning daylight that slid through the ancient distortions in the multi-paneled windows behind it. Outside, the afternoon lengthened. The faded eyes glanced over the left side of the monitor. The bases of the trees in the near distance were darkening. A pair of falcons swept over the treetops. Whether looking for a night's roost or a final day's meal, the observer could not know. Though the typing resumed, the room was strangely quiet. The dark wooded walls and the hand-hewn ceiling incongruous, out of step with the plastic shapes and electronic forms. The desk itself was a murky medieval trestle table, built from trees felled more than 700 years before the taming of electricity. In contrast, the chair was 20th century ergonomic, a blue-upholstered, six-wheeled marvel of chiropractic perfection, that also worked well as a conveyance from one end of the room to the other. The weazened fingers stopped in mid-sentence, as the deep-lined face slowly tipped forward, falling into a light sleep. The cursor at the bottom of the page continued to pulse. At the top, the title was bold and clear. The Mystery, inspired by the exploits of T.M., Chapter 4. "Sir, are you there?" Startled awake, the typist reached towards the intercom on the table. A weak but authoritative voice projected a thin, dry, "Give me a few minutes, if you please." The old body leaned back, resting itself against the comforting curve of the chair back. "So much more to say. How can I explain the mystery? Who will understand anything but its outer meanings? Who will understand its inner meanings, its inner truths? Why do I bother with the history at all? Who will understand? Who will understand Charles' sickness and death, the regimen we put T.M. through, the tests he endured and overcame, the challenge of his... I must forget him. Such a mistake. How grateful I am that no one can hear me. How muddled my thoughts. Vague, and of a forms unsuccessful and transparent. Returning to the Mac, the ancient fingers set in motion a series of saves and double saves, clearing the throat with a series of gentle hums, gaining greater and greater depth. The aged voice settled itself, and then went on to say, in an oceanic rumble, "You may come in now." Rising from the chair, the austere figure changed its shape, assumed a noble self-assurance, and walked purposefully to the window, imperceptibly shifting the stance, straightening, appearing younger, even vigorous. A middle-aged man walked into the room carrying a cardboard box. He closed the door behind him with a self-conscious nudge of his elbow, and proceeded to the center of the room, where the large, heavy table hovered in aged beauty. The monitor screen was black. He paused for a moment, and then, at the acknowledging nod of the older gentleman, put the box down on the table and walked over to sit in one of the two chairs against the wall. A small, elaborately carved end table nestled between them. As he sat, the chair dipped deeply beneath him, capturing him in an ancient embrace. The older one began. "Thank you for coming to see me so late in the day, Peter." "Thank you, Elder." "You are most welcome." A long moment passed in several deep breaths, as if it had been a struggle to speak those polite words of welcome. "I've asked you to come so that I might thank you for your meticulous good work, and to say that you needn't worry. I do not doubt your discretion. As a lifetime member of this exalted order, you have many more years of good service ahead of you. I am content. I am content. The time we have waited so patiently for is nearly here. Your part in this, though, is nearly at an end. I'm having fun." Turning back to the window, the older one peered out over the forest in the distance, as those very few who were permitted entry into this room more than once knew he was wont to do. Preoccupied, not really part of the conversation. Returning from the window and crossing to the second chair against the wall, he touched the cardboard box briefly. The pace was slow and measured, hiding an obvious weariness, or something. "I am afraid our association with the public domain literature is nearly come to an end." "As you say." "There will be but one or two further readings, and of the much smaller kind, primarily little poems. The suspicious conceit, the mystery, will be closed down in a day or so. I feel certain it holds no water. The LibriVox people, effusively gracious though they may be, will close it down as an unverifiable text. You will retire that particular disguise after recording Chapter 6. "Yes." "You are excellent at what you do. Merci." "You are an American, no?" "Yes." "In today's world, a person of 100 voices is as valuable as a man of 1,000 faces was in mine. I particularly like the way you were so amateurish. You decided not to use all of the excellent equipment I gave you. Very ingenious." "I did it all in my kitchen. with the refrigerator humming, and an excellent impersonation of Grayson. His voice is easy. A little Spanish, a little French, a little whatever. And those annoying little bursts of air, what do you call them? Plosives. Plosives. Distasteful word. And in sound meaning and application. A wonderful metaphor. I shall remember this. And what about the new topic I began last week on Bisham Abbey? The old head shook ever so slightly. Everything is in place. Still, it may take some time for everything to unfurl, as it should. Once again, a long pause, as if lost in time. And then, nodding with obvious and deep appreciation, he placed the small box on the end table between them. Thank you again, Peter. Please, ask him to come in. Peter Becozet walked out of the rose-lined room, tucking the titanium box into his pin-striped jacket pocket. As he walked through the door, the glimmer of satisfaction in the corners of his eyes were acknowledged with a smile by the man walking past him into the room. Peter? He's all yours, Gerhardt. The door closed between them. Gerhardt moved towards the plush chair vacated by Peter, a packet under his arm. Before he could sit, the old voice pressed him. How is Tracy? Jet-lagged. As you know, she flew back with me. Stephen is with the children. They are safe in the Hudson, beginning their vacation at the Aesopus Liber docks. You have her proofs. Gerhardt placed the large envelope on the table. The proofs she has been collecting at Cornell's College of Human Ecology, the same ones she recently gave to Trevor. What did you tell her? She believes she's here to meet Trevor. She brought the second set to secure her argument. There is a third set still with her husband. Her meeting with Trevor will not be for a few days. In the meantime, she and I will finally get to know one another. Yes. Gerhardt hesitated for a second before adding, We do have something important to discuss. Appearing to ignore Gerhardt, Trevor is handling himself just fine, as I expected. He doesn't need a babysitter. Trevor must do this alone. This will not be a success if I help him. There will be no change if we do that. Do you mean if anyone but Tracy helps him? Gerhardt queried, a taste of puzzlement in his voice. I set it in motion, finally. The time has come for the blind and thoughtless to step aside. Peacefully, yes. The mystery of who they are is becoming clear still, and I only know the half of it. You know much, much less. But I have something more important to this. Trust yourself. When I can't tell the outer mystery from the inner, I can now safely say that until a week ago I hadn't even... The tone was that of a schoolmaster speaking to a young boy. Do you remember the story of the 5 blind yogis and the elephant? You told it enough when I was a child. Yes. Think about it. An inquiring pause. Are you? Pause. Now? Pause. Can a man with as much responsibility as you take time to stop, to imagine, for everyone's convenience, to consider the world as a young man again? Do you remember? An interminable pause roamed the room. It rested on the bookcases, on the furniture, on their clothing and hands, on their eyelids. How many blind yogis have you seen lately? Gerhardt hesitated. His uncertainty rattled him. His head tilted to one side and then the other. That is it, the elder said encouragingly. Count them. Only 2? Gerhardt said with full conviction. Then, my dear friend, there are 3 more out there somewhere. And it is your responsibility to be certain that neither you nor they are confusing ears for sails, trunks for snakes, nor legs for trees. But you said, sit with it for a while. And Gerhardt did just that. They sat in silence for more than half an hour, until that signature nod, and Gerhardt got up to leave. He had opened the door and was beginning to step out, when the old man held him again. Remember, do not fall in with the blind. Before we were anything, what were we? We were and still are hospitallers, not impostors, not soldiers. There is something deeper in all of this, something that speaks green, not red, something that speaks of healing and not of harming. It has been 1,000 years, and we have never taken up arms. When alone once again, the old one rose from the armchair and walked to the broad window, peering over the wide expanse of forest, losing himself in the changing colors of leaves, the soft breeze touching the tall grasses, and the branches and the clouds. The sky was a deep, deep blue. Gazing at the box Peter had left behind, and then sinking back against the curtains, and finally, tentatively, sitting on the window nook, the old one spoke as through the panes of glass, out to the darkening forest. How I wish I were free to be myself, not weave in and out of character as Peter does. Like those before me, I am locked in an endless whirlpool. How I wish to shed this disguise, to read, to record beauty in my own voice, my true voice. It is such a small wish and such a searching ache. To speak to the world in my own voice. I would say the melancholy words dear William Yeats wrote for those who came before me, so many years ago, so many years to come. Now I come near the end of my time, the end of all disguise. I yearn to speak to all who came before me,
and to all who may come after, to speak in my true voice, the voice of Teresia Misou. The Song of the Old Mother by William Butler Yeats. I rise in the dawn, and I kneel and blow till the seed of the fire flicker and glow. And then I must scrub and bake and sweep till stars are beginning to blink and peep. But the young lie long and dream in their bed of the matching of ribbons, the blue and the red, and their day goes over in idleness, and they sigh if the wind but lift up a tress, while I must work, because I am old, and the seed of the fire gets feeble and cold. So many people have tried
for so many centuries to move the world from destruction. So many have tried to defeat us. So many relying on the unsuccessful methods of ages gone by. So many believing the only options are to fight or to run, to blindly destroy ourselves with selfishness, or to blindly abandon our world with indifference. To have a partner in the struggle, to have had a wondrous husband, while we were together, while we trained TM, and he grew and he learned to lead, while we shared the vision. But We were born to die. We come to pass. Charles died. I passed from my life into his, taking his place, continuing with the inner vows. Who else to do it? If I had not taken on his mantle, his very clothes, were the sun gone before him, who else? It has been so lonely. I have been so haunted. Mysteries. Able to hold the reins. Unable to solve their passing, their deaths. Haunted by the mystery of the reins, the mystery of loss, the mystery of sorrow, the mystery of a mother's love, the mystery of a father's desire for the embrace of forgiveness, the mystery of unrequited longing, the mystery of forgetfulness, the mystery... Trevor, Tracy, my precious parentless children, dispel 1,000 years of madness, dispel the mysteries. Work together, break the chains of the past. The frail body folded into a deep sleep in the window's cushioned nook, as the falcons lifted into the air. End of Chapter 9. Recorded on November 10th, 2006. Recorded by Alan Davis Drake in West End, Long Branch, New Jersey.
And by Anita Roy Dobbs, Boston.
In the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. That's LibriVox.org. You're listening to a section of the LibriVox NaNoWriMo project, in which a number of LibriVox volunteers write and record a whole novel together in serial form during November 2006. The project is based on the idea started by the National Novel Writing Month. Chapter 10. Written by me, TBOL3. Recorded by me, TBOL3. Yes, Fova was delayed at the airport, but as Trevor had expected, she did not give up that easily. The events that followed were thus. After looking at her luggage, Fova saw a pistol in her luggage. A pistol! Yes, she had taken weapons on planes before, but she never had it so crudely hidden. Someone had set her up. She tried to tell the person who had stopped her that this wasn't hers, and someone else had put it in there. Fortunately for her, with her remarkable beauty, some smooth talking, and the forfeiture of the gun, she was able to get the guard to let her pass, but not in time. Just as she was past the security center, the plane took off. She had missed it. She asked when another plane would be going to Paraguay. There would be another leaving the next day. Good, she thought. I'll get on the next plane. Trevor will not leave Paraguay, not in one day anyway. So now she needed to wait. But she would not just wait. She would figure out how the pistol got in the bag. But before she was able to do anything, she got a phone call. It was from him, the person. He told her that the new technology was ready, that she needed to use it at Paraguay. She was also told to go to a building where she would pick up the technology. So instead of determining clues that would figure out who put the gun in her bag, she went to the building, and what she saw there was amazing. had to admit that Hazel was much friendlier to be with than Fova. Or perhaps I just felt that way because Hazel didn't attack me. But anyway, after being in the city, we checked into the hotel and found it to be very comfortable. Not much happened the rest of the day, or the next, but on our third day at Paraguay a flurry of events took place. It all started when I was talking with Hazel. She was trying to get me to tell her where the piece of the document was. I had not yet told her that I had put it on my MP3 player, but finally she convinced me to take her there. I still didn't trust her, but she didn't appear to be hiding anything. I guess I would show her part of the document. I would show her pages 35 through 40, which was also with my friend. So we set out. She tried to get a taxi, but I said that the house was in walking distance. Really, it was an hour walk to the house, but I was hoping for more time to find some way out. Hazel talked through most of the journey, or what was traversed of it, anyway. She was talking less and less, but then she started talking really fast. But right behind me, I saw none other than Fova, that woman which I dearly wished I was rid of, but I knew I wasn't. Then I looked right beside me, and Hazel was gone. Hazel was gone! "Where are the pages of the document?" she asked. "Well, we were just heading to it," I said. "Okay then, take me there." "How about not?" She came closer to me and hit me with a metal bar. It hurt like nuts. "Will you tell me now?" "Where's Hazel?" "Here and there. She just abandoned you. Now, those papers. I will never give them to you." "Very well then, you leave me no choice." She pressed a button, and I was instantly surrounded by huge creatures, tripods, and other horrible giants. "These things look like the creatures from H.G. Wells' War of the Worlds," I said. "Where do you think we got them from?" "You actually found aliens?" "Made." "We made them. We only found their DNA on Mars." "And let me guess. If I don't take you to the documents, they will fire on me." "Yes, and their weapons are much more powerful than any gun you've seen." "So what makes them not fire at you?" "We altered their DNA. We have many resources." "So how about those documents?" This was unbelievable. How was this possible? I knew I had to stall for time, but where had Hazel gone? "So you got these fancy new toys. What do you plan on doing with them? World domination? Or maybe you will only go for Europe?" "You know as well as I do, these creatures will eventually die. So this is all part of the Liberators." I was making a big mistake, but I knew there was no other way out of this mess. "Yes. Not very pleased, are you?" She commanded one of the Martians to fire its weapon near us. It was an amazingly big blast. "That is its weakest weapon," she said. "Wow. Powerful. Now, you have two options." All right, you win." "I will take you to my friend." I had lost. I had to think of something, but what? This was all too strange. Where was Hazel? What had happened to my life? At this time, I wanted to go back to my computer and record my bit of Robinson Crusoe. But I still had to do something. Then, like a bolt of lightning, it struck me. End of chapter 10. Recorded on November 11th, 2006. This has been a TBOL3 production.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. You're listening to a section of the LibriVox NaNoWriMo project, in which a number of LibriVox volunteers write and record a whole novel together in serial form during November 2006. The project is based on the idea started by the National Novel Writing Month. Chapter 11. Written and recorded by Maria Morabe. Fulvia Rossi stared out of the window as the plane took off. She heard the roar of its engines start to diminish as it shrank out of view. So Trevor was not totally hopeless after all. She'd been wrong to think it would be easy. "Miss Rossi, is it?" The man had a high-pitched voice that reminded her of children begging for sweets. "We are thoroughly sorry for this inconvenience. Were you on a business trip?" Fulvia put on her best "I'm better than you, but I'm trying to be humble for your sake" face. "Not entirely, sir. Mr. Ames and I were going to get married in Prague." Well..." The man turned bright red. "I'm sorry to have put it on hold, then. He searched for words and ended up not finding any. Another man in the uniform of airport security entered the room. "I leave you now." Perfect. He was playing right into her plan. Her fingers surreptitiously found their way to her handbag, and she clutched it as though she were nervous. She pulled out a compact and started powdering her face nonchalantly. The man just waited for her to finish. She put the compact away and looked at him. The other man was young, perhaps in his late 20s. He had close-cut blonde hair and stone-cold gray eyes. Unconsciously, she dropped her gaze. His stare made her nervous. "Well?" she asked. She folded her arms across her chest. "What am I accused of, since this obviously isn't a social call?" When the man spoke, it was with barely a hint of an Eastern European accent. "We found this in your luggage." He produced a pistol from behind him. "Would you care to explain it?" "Certainly, Mr. Tolstoy, like the author." "Indeed." Fulvia faked a coughing fit and rummaged in her handbag. "Excuse me." Mr. Tolstoy watched as she drew out a piece of paper from her bag. "What is that?" "My papers of diplomatic immunity." Not really, but she needed time. She handed the papers over with one hand, while her other hand found the handle of her handy little rod. A look of confusion crossed over the man's face. "These are not papers of immunity," he said. "This one is from a store. It says you have a pending bill." Yes. While the man was preoccupied trying to figure out what she'd given him, she hit him smartly over the back of his head. Slowly, the man collapsed to the floor. It was drama worthy of Russian literature. Smiling to herself, Fulvia walked to the door and glanced out of the room. The man with the high voice was nowhere to be seen. He had obviously assumed that a woman was not much of a challenge. Ha! Fulvia made her way out into the corridor, trying to simulate the stance of a mere tourist. The way out of the airport was simple enough as long as she stayed out of sight of the security cameras and anybody who had already seen her. She was in fresh air faster than she expected. She made a mental note to tell someone about the terrible airport security. But that would be later. Now, however, she had to find a way to get back to Trevor, the manuscript, and that annoying girl she'd seen boarding the plane, the Nevea girl. No doubt she was off to rendezvous with Mr. Ames and feed him tantalizing bits of information. Trevor woke with a jolt. What a strange dream he'd had. He should definitely not have watched the relatively new War of the Worlds movie before going to sleep. But he'd been unable to sleep so much that he'd actually resorted to watching TV. At least it had been a movie based on a novel, rather than the sort of happy-go-lucky drivel his sister would watch. Good God, if he slipped and said that in her presence, he'd never live to read another book again, much less see more book adaptations. Trevor groaned and sat up in the darkness. Parts of him still throbbed from the beating Fulvia had given him. Note to self: never hand a woman a stick, be it metal or otherwise. Throwing the bedclothes off, he stood up and went to the bathroom to tidy himself up a bit. Next door, he could hear Hazel doing the same thing. A watch beeped, and he saw that it was 6:30 in the morning. Rise and shine, thought processes. Today's a new day filled with excitement and intrigue. And pain. Ow! Trevor leapt backwards, clutching his toe. He'd walked straight into something hard. Muttering to himself, he reached for a lamp, switched it on, and found the bathroom, somehow without doing any more damage to himself. After completing his usual ablutions, he felt more like his normal self. He knocked on the door to Hazel's adjoining room. There were the sounds of movement, and then the door opened. "Morning, Trevor," Hazel said cheerily. Trevor managed to mumble in reply, "I've made some coffee." "Coffee!" Trevor felt himself gladden at the mere thought. Hazel laughed. Her laugh sounded like the tinkling of chimes in the breeze. "Sheesh. Cliché, anyone?" He found his voice, finally. "Thanks, that'd be great. Mind if I come in?" "Why else would I be offering you coffee?" she said. "Of course you can." Her hotel room was nicer than his, Trevor noticed. There was nothing to stub your toe on at all. Maybe it was just that she was more organized than he was. Her clothes were neatly put away somewhere, not that he was looking for them, and her makeup was neatly set up in front of a mirror. He found himself wondering what women did with all that makeup they usually carried. Surely they didn't wear it all at once. He sat down at a small table where 2 coffee cups sat. She sat down across from him, absent-mindedly playing with her blonde hair. She took a sip of her coffee and looked at him curiously. "What's on your mind?" "What?" He hadn't realized that he'd been staring into space. For some reason, the Martians, or whatever they were from his dream, kept invading his thoughts. Not to mention the disappearing Hazel scene. "Oh, dream. I see. Don't they get on your nerves sometimes?" "Sometimes." Trevor cleared his throat. "So, do you have any plans for today?" "Not really," Hazel confessed. "You?" Trevor thought for a moment. A long one. He'd told Fulvia the papers were in Prague, and they were. The problem was that he himself was not sure where in Prague they were. All he knew was that he'd sent them to one of Tracy's old professors. Professor Andel Prozak was fluent in many languages, and as a result many ciphers and codes as well. He had been Tracy's linguistics professor. Why Tracy had been taking a linguistics course, Trevor still hadn't figured out. And in the duration of the class, Trevor had come to admire the old professor, though by no means was Professor Prozak old by most people's reckoning. Indeed, at 50 years, he was considered something of a prodigy in his field. The only problem was that Professor Prozak was often called away to different universities or institutions within the city, and quite possibly to other cities and countries as well. Well, one must start somewhere. "Trevor," Hazel tapped him gently. "A little tired, are you?" Trevor shook his head to clear his thoughts. "I was, planning to go to the National Library, if that was okay with you." The National Library would be close to Charles University, Prozak's last known location. That's an idea." Hazel stood up. "As your official tour guide, I say we leave at 7:30. It was only 7 o'clock. Trevor didn't have the urge to spend another 30 minutes in a hotel, even if he would be spending it in the company of someone rather attractive. "Why not now? Let's walk the distance." Okay. Are you ready?" "Quite," Trevor said. Ivory in pocket, all other materials accounted for. Something was nagging at the back of his head, but he put it off. As they walked, Trevor thought. The chill wind woke him up more than a meager cup of coffee could. The chinchilla rubbed against him. He squinted against the morning sun and tried to force his thoughts into coherent order. Beside him, Hazel strode briskly. Trevor found his thoughts wandering until they rested on her. "I love Google," she'd said. "It's almost as wonderful as LibriVox." It could have just been his paranoia, but hadn't she known nothing about LibriVox? He could remember her saying, "What's LibriVox?" what seemed like years ago, but he knew it was just a few days, at the most weeks. "Trevor, you're awfully quiet." Am I?" Trevor saw the university up ahead. He recognized it from Tracy's postcards when she'd gone abroad. "There's the university. The library ought to be around here somewhere." Hazel pointed. "It's over there. Now, why are you so quiet?" Trevor ignored her until they were inside the library. He pulled her into a secluded alcove. By now, the chinchilla was running crazily in circles. He could go no longer without answering her. For some reason, he found it hard to think she was merely a tour guide. "Who are you, really?" Hazel looked at him, confused. "What do you mean? You know too much to be just a tour guide." "Couldn't I be a smart tour guide?" Trevor rolled his eyes. You said you knew nothing about LibriVox, and then you said Google was almost as wonderful as LibriVox. How would you know that? Aren't you reading into my words a bit much? That's my job. Or as much of a job as I do have. Trevor looked at her intently. His hand was inches from hers. Right. She turned away. Trevor was treated with a wonderful profile view, but he was much too preoccupied to pay attention. You found me out, then? She turned around. Trevor was struck by the change in her appearance. She was still beautiful, but it wasn't as evident. She's more forgettable, which, no doubt, was the reason he hadn't recognized her. All of her personality had left her. She was a mere puppet now. Her eyes were blank, her made-up face set in some semblance of a smile. When she spoke, her voice was devoid of natural expression, and filled instead with a false cheeriness. So, did you bring your chinchilla with you, Mr. Ames? End of Chapter 11. Recorded on November 12, 2006.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. You're listening to a section of the LibriVox NaNoWriMo project, in which a number of LibriVox volunteers write and record a whole novel together, in serial form, during November 2006. The project is based on the idea started by the National Novel Writing Month. Chapter 12. Written and recorded by Michael Sirois, michael.sirois, sirois.com. Trevor was astounded at the transformation he had just witnessed. Hazel, just by shifting her bearing, flattening the expression on her face, and adjusting her voice, had become someone else, someone he had already met. The woman at the travel agency? How is that possible? Good training, among other things, she said, her voice flattening into a standard Midwestern American accent as she continued to speak. You'd be surprised what can happen when you've trained with some of the world's finest acting coaches. Now was not the time to explain to him how difficult it was to be working for two agencies that were at cross purposes to each other. One minute you're a travel agent convincing someone to go to Cairo, and a few hours later someone else is telling you to go to Cairo and pretend to be a tour guide for a person who will think you're the travel agent who has just booked his tour. Practice makes perfect, though, and Hazel was one of the best agents around at adopting different personalities and making them her own, as evidenced by the astonished look on Trevor's face. He may have been surprised by Hazel's revelation, but he wasn't amused in the slightest. "I'll ask you again, then," he said. "Who are you, really?" She paused and looked at him before answering. "I've wanted to tell you for quite a while now, but I'm not sure you'll be able to accept what I have to say, and I'm really worried you won't be able to forgive me." "Forgive you? For what? For sending me to Cairo, for disappearing in Malta, or for allowing me to get beat half to death by that Fulvia woman?" "No, Trevor, I'm sorry about all those things. There's so much I want to tell you, but I just can't right now. I need you to trust me." "By trust you, you mean give you the manuscript?" "No. We have a copy of the manuscript. But time is running out. We need to know where to look inside the manuscript." Trevor pondered this for a minute and decided he needed to know more before making a commitment. "Why did you ask me about the chinchilla?" he asked. "Because we need it to solve the mystery." He ignored the comment about the mystery, knowing that subject would return as quickly as a bad penny. "You do know that there is no chinchilla, don't you?" he said. "I mean, it isn't a real chinchilla, or even an animal at all. Ah!" he screamed in frustration. "This is a silly conversation." "It might not be silly, Trevor, if you knew why I mentioned the chinchilla." "All right. I'll bite. But prove something to me first." She faced him and folded her arms, and the Hazel he had first met resurfaced in her personality briefly. But there was something else there too, something familiar, but he couldn't put his finger on it. "Fine, if I can," she said, resigning herself to a potential interrogation. "What do you want to know?" "Well, for starters, What do you know about the chinchilla?" Hazel pondered the situation. How much should she tell him now? Certainly not everything. Hopefully just enough and no more. If she could convince him that she had some facts wrong, that would do for a start. "All right," she said. "I know you first developed the chinchilla in Oxford and—" "Cambridge. Not Oxford. Cambridge." "Right. Sorry. Cambridge. And it started out as a sort of prank, being able to guess answers before the question was fully asked, that type of thing." "What's so unusual about that?" Trevor interjected. "It was just a parlour trick." "It was more than that," Hazel said. "The parlour tricks, as you call them, were really lab tests for a technique you had developed. You were one of the early pioneers in artificial intelligence, trying to develop computer programs, long before it became popular to do this, that would mimic the human brain. You did as much work on human intelligence as on machine intelligence, and were considered to be one of the foremost young scientists of your day. And then you just dropped out of sight for a while." He knew he should ask the next question, but the mention of that time was too much for Trevor. He gazed past Hazel and allowed himself to think about something he had locked away for nearly 20 years. Visions of a past era that he had tried desperately to forget were now flooding into his consciousness, overwhelming his circuitry. There was too much information from the past, and it was all mingling with the present information for some reason. He would have to sort it out later. Using the chinchilla to work through this should be a viable option, but he would need a little time. Time to retrain a mental mechanism that had lain fallow in fields of deliberate unconsciousness ever since the plane crash that had shattered his world. Hazel was waiting for a response, and not receiving one right away, asked Trevor, "Are you all right, sweetie?" Oh, my God, she'd let it slip. He was still staring into space. Had he noticed? Trevor became aware of his surroundings again. "I'm sorry. What did you just say?" "I asked if you were all right. You seemed to zone out for a little while." "Yes, I'm fine." "Are you sure?" "Yes," he replied brusquely, turning away from her. He needed to make some decisions quickly. He had originally set the trip to Prague in motion as a delaying tactic. Thankfully his ploy at the airport yesterday had worked. If there's anything that's difficult to smuggle out of any country these days, it's weapons. So he knew that Fulvia would be stopped by airport security if he planted something in her suitcase. One of the techniques he had developed while he was working on the chinchilla was a form of hypnotism. Just as a joke he started calling the technique the sloth because of the effect it had. Very few people had been able to use it successfully, but Trevor had been one of the best. For those skilled in the technique it required minimal misdirection and was very effective at shutting down someone else's thought processes, but only for brief periods of time. It allowed the user to effectively create small blank spaces in someone's memory, and during a time span of a couple of minutes you could accomplish quite a lot. The morning that they were going to leave for Prague, Fulvia had told her henchman, the one she called L344, to keep her gun while she flew, and Trevor had seen him put it in his shoulder bag. Guns were easily available at the next destination. Top had global agents everywhere, and some were specifically assigned to the task of resupplying other agents' weaponry needs when they had to travel commercially. When Fulvia had L344 bring Trevor to her room to explain how they were going to leave for Prague and why it would be in Trevor's best interest to be a good boy and behave, he used the sloth to put both of them into trances. He used it on L344 just outside Fulvia's door, because L344 was slower-witted and would remain under for a little while longer. He stepped in front of L344 and put Fulvia under as soon as he entered the room, leaving L344 standing just outside. In the 47 seconds that Fulvia remained in the trance and the minute and 26 seconds that L344 was under, Trevor had managed, without moving L344 from his position, to get the gun from his shoulder bag and bury it under some of the clothing in Fulvia's suitcase. Just for fun he also wrapped the gun in a red silk negligee, closed the suitcase again, and got back into position in front of Fulvia before she and the henchman returned to consciousness. To them it felt as if there was a brief fog, almost like a déjà vu moment, when your mind goes slack so it can wonder, "This feels familiar." Fulvia and L344 shook the feeling off and continued as before, not noticing the slight time lapse. Trevor could use the sloth any time he was clear-headed and had the attention of the person he wanted to put under. He hadn't used the technique for quite a while, and hadn't even thought about it for some time, not having any deep-seated need to blank anyone's memory, however temporarily. So he wasn't prepared to use it when Fulvia first began questioning him, and the pain she inflicted on him during the interrogation made it too difficult for him to implement the sloth with any effectiveness then. Throughout the night following his beating, Trevor lay awake, practicing the technique and readying himself for the first good opportunity to use it. At first his primary idea was simply to get away, but the more he thought about it, the more he realized that he needed for this game to play itself out to the end, whatever that might be. Whatever happened, he certainly didn't want to stay in the clutches of a sadist like Fulvia, who was obviously an honors graduate of S&M University. Anyway, he thought, I need to worry about what to do next. He wasn't sure whether he could trust anybody at this point, maybe not even his sister Tracy. Certainly not Fulvia, but should he trust Hazel? She was standing next to him with such a look of deep concern on her face that he wanted to let her in, wanted to tell her his secrets. He felt a strong connection to her, even beyond the obvious attraction he felt for her, but he wasn't sure if that meant anything or if the events of the past few days had just left him vulnerable to these sorts of emotions, emotions he had successfully avoided since the plane crash that had taken Rebecca from him, emotions he hadn't felt again until his trip to Cairo and meeting Hazel Brown, if that actually was her name. "I'm sorry," he said aloud, facing Hazel, giving her a smile that he hoped wasn't too false. "The past few days have been a little too much for me, and I just need some time to process it all." "Trevor," she said, "I know this has been hard on you. It would be a lot for anyone to take, but we really need your help." "Who is we?" "I can't tell you that." "Why is this so important?" "I can't tell you that either." He gave her a look of frustration which caused her to quickly add, "Sorry." "What can you tell me?" "Not much." "Give me something to go on," he said, his annoyance clearly showing on his face. Hazel stepped forward, took both his hands in hers, and looked him deep in the eyes. Sincerely and thoughtfully she said, "I know this isn't enough, and you have no reason to trust me, but I'm asking you to believe that there are some very bad people out there who want to misuse your talents, and I'm not one of them. I promise you that I will tell you everything you need to know, but I just can't right now." Trevor said, "Well, you're right. It isn't enough. But at least you're not beating me over the head with a metal rod. We need to go." He headed for the front door to the library, tugging her behind him. "Where are we going?" she asked. "Just across the street for now, but eventually—" He paused. "Tell me, this free for the rest of my life ticket my Uncle Geoffrey gave me, did the people you work for have anything to do with that?" "No, we're not WorldCon Airlines. We're the good guys." He sighed. He would have to trust somebody eventually. It might as well be the woman he was sure he was falling in love with. "Come on," he said. "Let's go see Professor Prazak." "The linguist? He's here?" "Yes. Right over there," he said, pointing to the building behind the statue of the Holy Roman Emperor Charles IV, founder of Charles University. "That's the aula, the main building of the university. They can tell us where Professor Prazak's office is. He's got the part of the manuscript you want." "My agency has the whole thing, Trevor." "Yes, I know. You told me. But you have a translation. Dr. Prazak has the original, and it's not in English." "What language is it in?" she asked. "You'll see." As they stepped into the street, Hazel pondered their situation, still not knowing how much she could or should tell Trevor. She had a new life now, although not entirely one of her own choosing, and she was sure it would cause him pain to know she had been alive all this time and not told him. It would have been so much simpler if the agency had never recruited her. That was such a long time ago, when she was still a first-year student at Cambridge, still the young and impressionable Rebecca Sharp. The agency recruited her, paid her way through college, and trained her in a wide variety of techniques that she convinced herself she would never have to use. She was interested in the intrigue of it all, the idea of helping to create a better world, and being something different than plain Becky, as her mother used to call her. It was in her second year at the university that she met Trevor, and they fell in love. He was so brilliant and just the perfect man for her. Before long it was understood that they would marry after college, raise a whole flock of children, and settle somewhere in the countryside. Trevor would work on his scientific experiments, and she would give up the spy business and never tell Trevor about that side of her life. There were plenty of other professions she could enter, and with her other skills she could be very successful at almost anything. Life would go on and they would be deliriously happy. And then the plane crash happened. It wasn't planned, of course. She was just returning from a short vacation abroad, anxious to see Trevor again. They were flying in horrid weather, and the pilot had assured everyone that they would stay above it as much as possible. But something must have been wrong with the plane's navigation equipment, because the plane descended out of a cloud and found itself 50 yards away from the peak in the Pyrenees. The pilot tried to pull the plane up, but it was too late. Everyone died but her. And she would have perished too, if a Basque shepherd hadn't gone up into the mountains to investigate, and found her, barely alive. Other rescuers arrived at the crash site much later and made the obvious assumption that everyone had died. The shepherd took care of her the best he could, but sent his cousin into town to call the phone number she kept reciting in her fevered sleep. It was the agency's phone number, of course, and they sent field personnel to transport her quietly back to England. Months of physical therapy restored her body to its former self, as much as can be achieved in those kinds of serious injuries at any rate. The agency, having allowed everyone to believe she was dead, also saw a golden opportunity, and had their best plastic surgeons work on the minor damage that had occurred to Rebecca's face, but had them create an entirely new look for her also. New look, new identity, new agent, unknown to anyone on the other side. Hazel Brown was born. When she saw what they had done, she was furious and refused to work for them. But, over time, they appealed to her sense of duty and convinced her that it was the right thing to do. She grieved for Trevor. Putting him out of her mind had been impossible, but she convinced herself it was better for Trevor if he weren't connected with the work she would now be doing. She remained convinced of that until he walked through the doors of the travel agency. She played her part convincingly, but ached inside with every word she spoke. And now she would have to continue to play the part of Hazel until she could tell Trevor in a way that wouldn't cause him to hate her. The Aula's façade was covered with red brick and had steel-framed windows across the entire ground floor. The name, Universitas Carolina, was affixed to the front of the building. The courtyard was comprised of sections of concrete into which a steel fencing was installed, giving the exterior a strangely modern appearance, partly because of its opposition to the older plaster-walled side buildings which were topped with red tile roofs. Inside the aula they found an admissions office, and Trevor asked, in fluent Czech, where the professor's office was. Not knowing that Trevor could speak Czech, Hazel was impressed. The woman at the desk replied, and although Hazel couldn't understand what was being said, Trevor seemed to attach great importance to it. He grabbed her hand and pulled her quickly back outside. "Come on," he said. "We have to get out of here right now." "What did that woman say?" "Professor Prazak isn't here. He's giving a series of lectures and will be gone for over a week." "But the manuscript pages could be here, couldn't they?" "Doubtful." "Why not?" Hazel asked, tired of the lack of information. "Because he was asked to not let the pages out of his sight, and I think he would have honoured that request. But even if he hadn't, the pages would probably be gone if these agencies you talk about are as thorough as you say." "Why is that?" she asked. "Because," he replied, looking at his watch, "we aren't the first people to ask about the professor today. A tall, slim, dark-haired woman, expensively dressed, wearing 4-inch stiletto heels, asked the same questions about an hour ago. Do we dare take Worldcon Airlines this time?" "I think so," she replied. "It would be the fastest way. Besides, it would give me time to arrange for false identification and credit cards for the two of us. We could pick them up at our destination. So, where are we going?" "New York," he said, thinking the 8-hour or so flight would give him plenty of time to practice the chinchilla and possibly unravel some of the puzzles that were rattling around in his brain. "New York State or New York City?" she asked. "Both," he replied. "The city first, and maybe a drive later to Ithaca in upstate New York." "What's there?" "Cornell University. Can we go now?" End of chapter 12. Recorded on November 15, 2006, in Houston, Texas.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. You are listening to a section of the LibriVox NaNoWriMo project, in which a number of LibriVox volunteers write and record a whole novel together in serial form during November 2006. The project is based on the idea started by the National Novel Writing Month. Chapter 13, written by Miette E. Recorded by Miette E. of Miette's Bedtime Story Podcast. Cozied up in all 13 plush inches of a third-class seat after an unexpectedly uneventful trip down Security Lane, Trevor looks at the equine face to his right, curious as to her motive. A couple books last-minute seats to New York, only to find a paucity of conjoining seats available, though the ticket gatekeeper both reassuringly and sensibly suggests that they book 2 seats removed by 1 passenger. That she didn't know the statistics on such matters, but if asked kindly, most passengers would kindly shift over a space for a couple travelling together. Even an inheritance would only get him so far. The statistics of most were against them, evidently, as she'd refused to budge. Must be a superstitious phobic thing, her favourite lucky seat or something, Hazel's stolen sidelong glance had suggested, and he'd agreed with a barely discernible nod of the head. In fact, kindliness was seemingly misplaced for indignation in the closet of this stranger's emotional responses, and after the lashing they'd been given at the suggestion of swapping spots from the mouth beneath her extenuated jowl, they both sat frozen in their respective seats, the occasional furtive glance the most communicative they'd allow one another. Well, without her conversational distractions, at least I'd be able to get some work done on the chinchilla, he'd thought, when he suddenly and unfortunately remembered, as he slowly began to sink into sleep, that he had been awake an awfully long time now. It was classic airplane sleep, half lucid, of banging carts and artificial food smells, and half dreamscape into which the lucid half of him hoped to ensconce himself more deeply, in hopes of rabbit-hole revelation. The dreams themselves, fragmented further by the regular interruption of a sneeze, cough, obviously the phlegmatic hack of the recently nicotine-deprived variety, and random expectoration of she next to him, and further punctuated with a crude elbow brought sharply to his coastal cartilage, and while his was a troubled slumber, he thought himself alert enough to at least wonder if he couldn't work on the chinchilla, at least enough to use it for purposes of immediate vindication. Was she really so resentful? All they'd done was ask her to shove over a seat. What kind of a ritual was the middle seat, anyhow? But consciousness was lost, and somewhere in the hinterlands of his own consciousness, his only thoughts committed later to recall would be, he had been planning to send a letter. Or at least he had skirted around a mention of a plan to have a letter sent, as the time he'd been shown had been great time, and a letter is requisite acknowledgment of a letter. Despite etoliatory recap, the gist was squeezed tight. It had been a good time, and a letter was due. But to whom? And would it be worth sending a letter if he was going to New York anyhow? Was he going to New York in this dream? Or was he being temporarily awakened by her tarty elbow again? And did it matter when he grew this weary? Piano-sized scale, that's grand for those not paying attention, wasn't needed to measure the weight of the world lifted listlessly from his axial rotators, but the occasional good mole, not great, nowhere even near, would be appreciated. Just a synecdochic seizure, she'd said, while satisfying a mission to indulge in 3 good meals a week. Hence the need for a letter. It had later been noted that, unfortunately, she'd only been fitting the esophageal, although, it should be noted, through no fault of her own. A typo will always take the blame when there's no one else at whom to unpry a finger of disgust. But she had been speaking in long-forgotten dialects. This is again why a letter, not a phone call, or the verbal striptease of an actual meeting. Didn't she speak the language, that is? After all, it had been time greatly spent as far as letters go. Mightn't he, therefore, send the fuzzy feltish sort that might be stitched onto an outer garment as a proud display of her athleticism? Finally, a fit. Blamed for this recent lapse into unredeemable expatiation, but he might instead wonder, with everything spelled exactly so, where's the typo to ogle? The temperature may have dropped, but the climate is, for better or worse, controlled. And there she stood, freedom towering over the mailbox while demanding false hopelessness, and as she waited for the sky to rain down the other shoe, he'd made a sandwich of himself, and then started to seize, and grandly, and at last. After all, he was planning to send a letter, and she'd only hoped he'd remember that her favourite letter was I, and that he wouldn't forget that despite it all. Oof! Good morning to her too. There she is. This time he finds himself awakened to the tune of what must be a basketball-sized ball of deeply rooted throat juice working its way in a volte-face up her downward tubes, and a fine strand of it finding its way to the knee of his very trouser. His head not moving by its own accord, but by the weight of weary, and his eyes only open enough to see the impressively strewn path culminating on his right leg, salivarily connecting to what must be her palace of masticatory mush. Out of only the more surreptitious sidelong glance, he watched in helpless horror as she, shaky hand extended, softly brushed against the cotton over his knee in hopes of cleaning the mess she'd made. Her finger disappeared from his limited purview, and just as he was about to re-enter the land of organic milk and macrobiotic honey, the announcer on the in-flight microphone begged them to prepare for landing. He bolted straight up. They had arrived. End of chapter 13, recorded on 15th November 2006 by Miet of Miet's Bedtime Story Podcast.
This is a LibriVox recording. All the LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. You're listening to a section of the LibriVox NaNoWriMo project, in which a number of LibriVox volunteers write and record a whole novel together in serial form during November 2006. The project is based on the idea started by the National Novel Writing Month. Chapter 14. Written and recorded by Chris Goringe. JFK had the distinctive smell of an airport washed by recent rain as Trevor and Hazel hailed a taxi and climbed, or in Trevor's case collapsed, into the back seat. God, I hate travelling, he muttered to himself as Hazel spoke to the driver. Coming through customs, they'd agreed it was worth trying the New York University Department of Linguistics, where Professor Frazak had delivered a lecture the previous afternoon, in case he had stayed overnight before heading to Cornell, the next stop on his speaking tour. The energy of the city, buzzing with morning commuters, seemed to mock Trevor's jet-lagged lethargy. Wearily, he realised he hadn't even turned his cell phone back on after the flight. The phone played a depressingly cheerful melody as it powered up, announcing that he had missed 3 calls during the flight. Suddenly Trevor was wide awake, staring at the display. He hadn't missed 3 calls during the flight. He'd missed 3 calls in the last 20 minutes, all from the same number, a number he knew almost as well as his own. What the hell? Before he even had time to complete the thought, the phone rang. Hi, Tracy? Where the hell are you, Trevor? Tracy's voice was full of not-so-well-suppressed panic. Why haven't you been answering your phone? It's okay, Tace. I'm just back in the country, just landed at JFK, heading into town now, then probably out to Cornell. Cornell? What's this all about, Trevor? What's going on? Tracy, there's not much I can tell you right now. I just need you to trust me. What I'm doing, it's really important. Damn you, Trevor! It's not as important as your family, as my kids. But Michael and Natalie, Trevor, I don't know where my kids are. Now there was no attempt to hide the panic in her voice. I was going to take them to the shelter, but oh hell, I don't know how to explain it. This guy, Gerhardt, he knows all about the documents, knew about your plane tickets. He seems to know everything. He convinced me you had sent him, that you needed me, that WorldCon would look after Stephen and the kids. And you went with him. You don't understand, Trevor. He knew everything. About my work at Cornell. About the documents I sent you. You sent? Yes, I sent. How could he know about them if you didn't tell him? But you didn't, did you? And now I'm God knows where, in some medieval monastery by the looks of things, with an old guy who's some sort of cross between Dan Brown and Yoda and... Tracy's voice cracked. Trevor, I don't know where my kids are. Tracy, sis, I swear, I'll find your kids. I'll find Michael and Natalie. Where are you? France, I think. Trevor could hear his sister fighting to remain calm, to think and speak clearly. My cell phone says Goncelin. It was a long flight, and it's early afternoon here now. Morning in New York? 8ish. That makes sense. Old buildings, like I say. Cold, too, probably at altitude. French Alps? Okay. Why didn't you call me till now? I only got my phone back this morning. I must have dropped it while they were ringing me here. Anyway, Gerhardt returned it to me half an hour ago. I've been trying to call you and Stephen ever since. Trevor's heart, already working overtime, stopped. Oh shit. They gave you your phone back. His voice was deathly calm. And I told you where I was and where I was going. What are you talking about? There was a moment's silence on the other end of the line. Then, in broken Czech and a suddenly subdued voice, Tracy continued, There's something else, Trevor. I heard them talking last night. Couldn't hear what they were saying, but I overheard a name I recognised. An old friend of yours. From Cambridge? Who was killed in a plane crash? Trevor's Czech was fluent, but he spoke slowly and simply, unsure just how much his sister would be able to follow. Okay, Tracy, listen. I'm going to find Stephen and the kids. If you get hold of Stephen, call me. No, tell him to call me. I'll... Something about the silence at the other end told Trevor the line had gone dead. Only as he looked up and met Hazel's eyes did he realise his own were full of tears, and hers of sympathy. I only heard some of that, but I think I can help, or rather, I think we can help. If you tell me all you can, I can have people find your sister and her children, but you have to trust me. We have to keep going. Understanding this manuscript is more important than ever. Trust you. There's one question I need you to answer first. If I can, I will. What do you know about Rebecca Sharp? End of chapter 14. Recorded on November the 15th, 2006, in Sydney, Australia.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. You are listening to a section of the LibriVox NaNoWriMo project, in which a number of LibriVox volunteers write and record a whole novel together in serial form during November 2006. The project is based on the idea started by the National Novel Writing Month. Chapter 15. The room was stuffed with books and papers, piles of them, and it had taken Prazak 5 full minutes to clear the little table of debris and find the envelope with the manuscript that Trevor had sent him. "The work," Prazak said, waving his thick hand at the pages with a kind of disgust. "The work, it is untidy. You should see the office in Prague." He shook his big grey head and stared at Trevor with those dark eyes as if he couldn't bear the thought of the mess in Prague. He found the envelope, addressed in Trevor's writing, with Egyptian stamps. "Here," he said, handing the document over. "It's all there." "And the computer?" Trevor asked, indicating the laptop Prazak had offered him. The old man smiled. "Always with the computers," he said. "I don't even know how it works. Brand new. Always these new tools. I don't trust them." He seemed to have as much disgust for the laptop as he did for his office in Prague. Trevor thanked Professor Prazak, told him he would get the computer back as soon as he could. Then the professor laughed, taking Trevor's hand. "Please," he said, "keep that thing. They are evil." He smiled at his joke and then gestured towards the door. "The lady seems impatient," he said. Hazel stood there waiting, and indeed she was impatient. She was afraid Global's agents would be arriving soon. 20 minutes later, in a far-off corner of the university library, Trevor opened the computer, got out the manuscript and his iRiver, and got to work. He was there 2 hours later, and then 3, and finally he stood to stretch his legs. Hazel appeared. "Anything?" she asked. "Closer," Trevor said. "Can you tell me anything more?" "You won't believe me," she said. "Just keep plugging away. We can talk after you've done some snooping in the system." She left him to work and continued her patrols, searching for global agents. Agents they both knew would be here soon, looking for Trevor. Trevor focused on his work. He shook his head in disbelief. He was a good hacker, maybe a great hacker, but he would never have been able to get into the system without the roadmap provided by the errors in LibriVox, decoded by putting the manuscript and the audio of the mystery together. The system was airtight, but someone had left a trapdoor in the security, a trapdoor that let him in. And once in, he couldn't believe what he saw, couldn't believe what was behind the security. What was emerging from his analysis seemed too big, seemed impossible. How much did Hazel know about this, he wondered? All of it? None of it? He was not completely finished, but he was finished for now. There were more hours of work to do, but he needed to think. "What do you know about this?" he asked Hazel. "What do you know?" she answered. "It's impossible. I can't believe what this system does." "And what is it that it does?" she asked. Trevor didn't know what to say. It seemed incredible, outlandish, bigger than anything he could have imagined. They recorded everything. Everything. Every email, every blog entry, forum post, every bookmark, every photo posted, everything done online was recorded, associated with individuals. Every online game played, every move, every instant message, it was all here. The scale of the information was bigger than he thought possible. He searched for his own information and erased what little was there. He was careful, skilled, and a long-time hacker. And he did what was necessary to keep himself invisible online, but even with his skills and caution, So much had slipped through. Most of the online stuff was gone, but not the other traces, his bank transactions, Interac purchases, Visa transactions, cell phone calls. They even collected voting records from the Diebold machines in the U.S. And there was more than this frightening array of digital information. There was digitized versions of letters he had written, handwritten letters from his youth. A thank you letter to his Aunt Ada. She'd bought him a baseball glove when he was 15. What was all this for, he wondered. His brain was still processing what was there. He didn't have enough energy to answer that question, yet. And if his own database entry in the system was relatively slim, huge as it was, the others, the rest of them, the rest of humanity, it was more than he could comprehend. The database was massive, a scale beyond anything he could have imagined. Greater than the climate modeling systems he had worked on, greater probably, no, certainly, than any military computers his friends had worked on. He could not imagine another system that could track so much information in real time. It was so far beyond the biggest processors he'd ever seen, ever heard of, ever even conceived of. The chinchilla was positively gnawing at him. He felt lightheaded, thought he might faint. It was too much. And there was more, behind other security that he couldn't crack. There seemed to be no trapdoor there. Hazel nodded as he explained what he had found. They are recording everything, he said, incredulous. That's right, she said. Everything. He shook his head. It's impossible. Except it's not impossible. They're doing it. What for? He asked. Control, she answered. He considered what she said. Blackmail? No, it's too big for that, too comprehensive. She agreed. It's nothing to do with blackmail. Marketing data? To know what you'll buy? But bigger. He considered more. It wasn't just for marketing, it was for everything. Data like this was collected to know what you would think, what you would do. What's behind the wall? He asked. He thought he knew, but he hoped he was wrong. It's a modeling system. He wasn't wrong at all. He was right. If they could collect all this data, if they had the processing power to collect it, they could do more with it if they collected and processed every email, every exchange, every transaction. If they could process all that information, they could make predictive models. They could say, if you got such and such a message, under certain circumstances, you would react in a certain way. They could model the system, the whole system. They could model how groups would react. They could model individual behavior. They could model every decision that you made, that anyone made. They had almost complete Newtonian map of humanity here. Web 2.0, Hazel said, was invented to better collect the data, to control everything. He closed his eyes. So this is a predictive modeling system. It's more, she said. He waited for her to go on. What does a predictive model help you do? She asked. Trevor thought. You know how people react, so you can model reactions based on certain things. You can test different scenarios. Right. It's used to what? To make decisions? Right. To decide what? He asked. Her blue eyes were hard and unforgiving. Everything. Almost. Why didn't you tell me this when we met? Because you wouldn't have believed me, without proof. And we needed someone from outside the order to break into the system. Our organization is filled with spies. There are only a handful of us who can be trusted. There are hundreds who are not spies, but finding those hundreds among the thousands would be impossible. Global has infiltrated the order just as we have infiltrated Global. She told him the history of Global. It started as a small group of highly placed Catholic clergy and European aristocrats, technocrats, a number of Sufi scholars, Mongol lords, the king of the Yoruba peoples. A small congress of the most powerful men in the world. They met and established Global in 1215 AD, the year the Magna Carta was written, to discuss the future of humanity. They could see what was coming, the march of history, and decided among the group of them that there needed to be an informal but final means of control beyond the usual systems of diplomacy, politics, war-making, peacemaking, and trade. Global continued to be a small group of powerful men and the occasional woman. This was a question of control, not politics. For a few hundred years, deals were struck, hands shaken. Often warring parties shook hands and smiled behind the scenes. These wars were sometimes necessary for reasons everyone acknowledged. But Global grew over the years. In addition to the main assembly, the decision-making body, they created a sort of control mechanism, an advisory committee, tasked with giving direction to Global, while Global continued the day-to-day decision-making. The order was born. Global's power and control grew over the course of the next few hundred years. They consolidated control of most universities, police forces, military, the postal systems, of course, banks and schools. They were everywhere. But with the railways, a new breed of global delegate came, the science men, men who realized that control of the world order was about more than political maneuvering, who realized that true control, a Newtonian kind of control, would come when they had enough information about the mass of humans who, since Magna Carta, had exerted more and more influence on the affairs of the world. As physics and chemistry was harnessed in the industrial age, so too the affairs of humans would be, when the experiments could be performed on a grand scale, when the data collected would be sufficient, when true classification could be made. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the Order stood behind Global and their ever-ambitious program of control. But the grandiosity of Global's experiments made some in the Order nervous, chief among them T. Missou, who saw danger in the proposed system, that all this control might mean rigidity, though Global argued it was all necessary, all for the best, in the name of managing humanity's place on the earth. But the Order issued a secret warning. If Global's research teams looked forward to what they could do with telephones, telegraph, Missou saw the endgame was, where communication was going, realized that eventually the project would catch everything, and he worried about that. He issued a secret mandate to the Order that in the case of several events in the future, the destruction of Global and its apparatus must happen. All those events had now come to pass, and in the meantime Global had extended its reach and power to levels unimagined in 1215, and still only surmised in 1923 when Missou issued his edict to the Order. Trevor was lying on the ground, under the table. He did this when he had to think. In any other circumstance he would have believed none of this. But he had seen inside the system. He had seen what they were doing. If they could collect the mass of information in one place, anything was possible. But why am I here doing this, he asked. Why me? Because you can help, she said. You can help dismantle it. But you aren't alone. Hundreds of other hackers have been given similar tools. So what exactly is happening now? Trevor asked. The Order wants you to get into the system, to destroy it. And almost all the other hackers are dead. You and a few others are still alive, but as far as I know, you're the first one who's been inside. End of chapter 15.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. You're listening to a section of the LibriVox NaNoWriMo project in which a number of LibriVox volunteers write and record a whole novel together in serial form during November of 2006. The project is based on the idea started by the National Novel Writing Month. Chapter 16. Written and recorded by Kirsten Ferreri. Hazel lay sprawled across the bed, her blonde hair shimmering in the light through the window. She had a separate room booked at the hotel to which they finally retired, after being unceremoniously thrown out of the library sometime around midnight. But she had fallen asleep while explaining Global to Trevor for what must have seemed to her like the 1000th time. Trevor lay under the table in his sweet sitting room, scowling at the darkness. The whole thing was so complicatedly preposterous it had to be true, but his chinchilla was back, scratching at the back of his mind. Hazel was keeping something from him. He knew it, though he couldn't say how, but Global was not interested in him just for his hacking skills. There was another connection, something Hazel didn't want him to know. For starters, it was just too huge a coincidence that, over 80 years after T. Monsieur had issued the order to destroy Global, his grandson possessed the exact skills to get it done, at the exact moment when it needed to be done. Trevor rubbed his eyes wearily and slid out from under the table. He needed a break. He retrieved his USB headset from his laptop bag and plugged it in. Hopefully there would be a new chapter of the mystery posted on the LibriVox forums. His email program popped up, telling him he had some new messages, but he clicked past it to LibriVox. The Going Solo forums were highlighted, meaning that someone had posted a chapter to something. He opened the folder eagerly. The mystery was highlighted and marked as locked. The first post had been changed to include a bright red banner message. Due to the fact that our moderators have been unable to determine whether this piece is in the public domain, we have to temporarily close this thread down until we hear back from Gutenberg. So sorry for the inconvenience. Trevor scrolled down frantically. This couldn't be the end of the mystery. After all the lies Hazel told to him, he still couldn't shake the feeling that she was holding something back. The mystery felt like his only link to his grandfather's true history. Oh, thank Christ, one last link had been posted. The reader had his own server space, so none of the chapters had been deleted yet. Trevor downloaded the last one, put on his headphones, and listened. The recordings had never been perfect. There was background noise, interference, the occasional plosive, all the hallmarks of an amateur. But this one was different. The plosives came regularly, and were much more pronounced. It also seemed like almost every other plosive was longer than usual. The longer he listened, the more his chinchilla itched. Suddenly, and for the first time he could remember, something came of it, and an idea struck him. He loaded the last chapter of The Mystery into Audacity, and began to edit the file so that only the plosives remained. They fell instantly into a pattern. Short, short, long, short, and a pause. Morse code? Trevor opened Notepad and restarted the track, recording dots and dashes, then Googled Morse code and pulled up a decoder. F-I-N. Find red. And there goes that damn chinchilla again. If Trevor's brain felt like it was being tickled by a chinchilla, Tracy's felt like hers was being waltzed on by a tyrannosaurus. She blinked her eyes open and tried to take in her surroundings, still unsure where she was. The walls were solid stone, rising for what looked like 100 feet above her, and she could hear the echoes of her breathing resounding off the ceiling. She eased herself up off the floor. Every muscle in her body hurt, and her head was throbbing. She leaned over and retched. She had barely eaten in days, so she didn't vomit, but there was a sour taste of acid in the back of her throat. Tracy lay back down and began to sob. Suddenly she heard footsteps coming toward her. She dried her eyes and sat up, trying to ignore the pain in her forehead. A light flashed overhead, and for the first time in a long time, Tracy saw exactly where she was. It looked almost like the inside of a cathedral with no windows and no visible doors. The ceiling was vaulted and buttressed, and a wooden picnic table stood in the exact middle of the room. A woman was laying a meal out on the table and humming gently to herself. The tune sounded familiar, though Tracy couldn't remember where she had heard it. The woman was sweet-faced and plump, and no older than 30. She had a long ponytail of curly red hair, and was dressed in a t-shirt and jeans. The t-shirt had something written on it, but Tracy couldn't quite make it out. Tracy stood and began to stumble toward the woman. Her legs felt unused to walking, and she wondered how long she had been asleep, and if her headache had anything to do with not remembering her surroundings. The woman looked up and smiled. As she turned, Tracy could read the writing on her shirt. I record audiobooks for LibriVox.org. Tracy gasped. This was too strange to be true. "Good morning," the woman said. She had a slightly odd accent, yet another detail Tracy felt like she could recognize, but couldn't. "Where am I?" The lady hesitated, as if deciding whether to tell her. "You're in Rome," she said at last. Tracy felt tears well up in her eyes again. The woman seemed to notice and moved toward Tracy sympathetically. "You must be starving," she said. "Please have something to eat." Tracy knew better than to eat food prepared by a mysterious stranger, but she couldn't resist the smell of the hot fresh spaghetti and fresh mozzarella and tomato salad. She collapsed into a chair and began to eat hungrily. The woman sat down across from her and watched her eat. When she had cleared her plate, the woman opened the picnic basket again and pulled out a photo album. "Care to look inside?" Tracy felt her stomach sink, but she opened the album. Inside were photos of a baby girl with the face hidden. Tracy began to cry again. "Is this my daughter?" "It could be anyone's daughter." The woman closed the album and put it back in the picnic basket. "But I want you not to jump to conclusions." "Is it my daughter?" Tracy demanded again. "As it happens, it isn't your daughter, but it could be your daughter. It could be anyone's daughter." "I don't understand what you mean." "I mean that we could take your daughter at any moment. We could also take your son, or your husband, or your brother. They are safe now. They have filed a police report and said you are kidnapped, but they are safe at home." "Why are you telling me all this?" "I want you to trust me. I am not keeping any secrets from you, and I need your help." "With what?" "With convincing your brother to help our cause." Tracy could feel her headache returning. "I don't know where Trevor is right now." "We can put you in contact with him. We need you to tell him that he knows who we are, and that we have been trying to get in touch with him for a long time, that his life is in danger, and he will not be safe unless he is with us. Tell him that everyone is not who they seem to be, and to trust no one who has contacted him so far." "And why should he trust you?" "He has no choice. He knows everything is not right with his so-called friends. He knows they are liars. Tell him that we know that he knows." "Before I tell him all this, I need to know who you are." Tracy's courage was returning to her. Again, it was against all her instincts, but she did trust this strange woman. The woman chuckled to herself and reached into the picnic basket one last time. She handed Tracy a gold medallion. It was embossed with a cross and an inscription in Latin. "What does this say?" "Translated. It claims the medallion as the property of the Sovereign Military Hospitaller Order of St. John of Jerusalem, of Rhodes, and of Malta." "You're with the Knights of Malta?" "I am more than with the Knights. You might say that I am the Knights. I am the first of my order, the first of the Colour Guard, the first of the Pilgrims, and the first daughter of the ancient Latia. I am the first and the last of my kind. Imprimae sum, rutila sum." Tracy bit her lip in confusion. "I don't speak Latin, I'm sorry." The woman smiled again, this time with a hint of impatience. "I am in the first place. I am red." End of chapter 16. Recorded on November 18th, 2006.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. You are listening to a section of the LibriVox NaNoWriMo project, in which a number of LibriVox volunteers write and record a whole novel together in a serial form during November 2006. The project is based on the idea started by the National Novel Writing Month. Chapter 17. Written by Juho Freud. Recorded by Juho Freud. Years of training had taught Tracy to conceal her outward emotions, and as a result, her face didn't falter for even a second from the look of confusion. Inside, on the other hand, she was triumphant. Finally, she had located what she had searched for. All the elaborate lures that she had set up before had failed, but at last she had managed to draw the red out of hiding. "The red?" she asked, with a perfectly masqueraded voice of confusion and uncertainty. "Eventually you will know, but not now," the red answered. Tracy let her head drop in a manner that signaled frustration and acknowledgement. "Will you contact Trevor for me?" "I will, just let me gather my thoughts for a while." "Certainly. I will return in an hour," she said in a gentle tone. As the red exited the room, Tracy stood up and pressed her fingers on her throat. Instantly, she heard the subtle beep in her ear that signaled a successful satellite connection to Global HQ. Then, with a perfectly trained technique of vibrating her vocal cords without moving her lips or making a sound, she uttered, "This is top. Authorization Gamma Charlie 09er. Eliminate T. I repeat, eliminate T." A black van pulled by the curb outside the hotel. For a while it idled, until the driver switched off the engine and got out. He was dressed in a full black combat camouflage, bulletproof vest, and a military-type utility belt. He flipped over his cell phone and hit answer. "Sergeant Reynolds here." He listened for a while without saying a word, then closed the phone, dropped it to the ground, and with a violent thrust of his leg, crushed it to pieces. He then banged the side of the van with his fist and said, "Move out. We have authorization." The van's back doors opened, and men in similar combat outfits burst out, each one carrying a Heckler & Koch MP-35 submachine gun. With a silent efficiency, they all checked their weapons, put on their balaclavas and combat helmets, and proceeded to the hotel. "Trevor, wake up! Come on, get up!" Hazel was shaking Trevor vigorously as he opened his eyes, still too much asleep to understand what was going on. As his brain cleared the fog around his mind, he noticed that Hazel was up, fully dressed, with a gun in her hand. The gun got Trevor's mind to clear up in an instant, and he jumped up. "What's wrong?" he asked, now very aware of his surroundings. "We're in trouble," she hissed back. "Here, take this." She threw Trevor a fully loaded automatic pistol. Trevor had to fight the urge to ask more questions, but he realized this certainly wasn't the time for such things. He held up the gun, checked the clip, and loaded a bullet into the chamber. Meanwhile, Hazel had moved the bed against the hotel room door, covered the windows, and hunched herself in a corner. "Now," she whispered, we wait. Outside, the men made little noise as they progressed towards their target. Only the slight sound of their guns hitting against their belts made their presence known. 2 of the men took positions behind the hotel room door and rigged the door with an explosive. Meanwhile, 3 others made their descent along the hotel wall along ropes secured on the roof. Other guests checked in at the hotel had been quietly evacuated, so no one witnessed these men and their actions. Finally, as they all were at their designated positions, their radios crackled to life with the word, "Go!" Seconds ticked by as Trevor and Hazel nervously waited for the inevitable. Their eyes were closed and their hands were on their ears to avoid the effects of flashbangs. Tick-tock, tick-tock, the clocks inside their heads echoed. Tick-tock, tick-tock, boom! The windows shattered and the door flew in, followed immediately by a bang and a bright white flash as the flashbangs exploded. Laser sights glowed through the smoke in the air as the combat-uniformed men searched for their target. Hazel was up in a heartbeat, firing her gun at the nearest assailant. The man dropped as the bullet hit him. Hazel spun around looking for the next target, but as she did this, her body was covered with the bright red dots of the laser sights. "Take her down!" crackled the earpieces of the attackers, and so they did. They squeezed the triggers of the guns, and as the bullets sprouted out, everything just seemed to stop for a moment. Then the bullets hit her, dead on with full power. Trevor watched in horror as the bullets ripped through her body, making their deadly way into her vital organs. Trevor let out an almost animal-like roar as he fired his automatic weapon at the assailants. So fierce was his attack that the men near him were down before they even realized what hit them. In an instant he was out the door and on his way. "Do not pursue! Do not pursue!" roared the attackers' earpieces. As the men lowered their weapons, Sergeant Reynolds entered the room. "We will get our chance another time." As efficiently as they had appeared, the men left, leaving only the shattered body of Hazel behind them. For hours Trevor hid in the bushes nearby the hotel. He had seen the men leave, but couldn't gather the strength to move a muscle. The image of Hazel's body being struck by bullets kept reappearing in his head. Finally, he was able to get himself moving. His mind was telling him to get as far as possible from the hotel, but his heart wouldn't let him. He couldn't abandon Hazel. As he entered the room, his heart sunk. The first glimpse at Hazel's body told everything. She was dead. Nothing could have saved her from the hail of bullets her body had suffered. Trevor knelt beside her body, tears running wildly down his cheeks. Something in her face caught his eyes. Her face was no longer controlled by her training, and as Trevor lay his eyes on her now serene face, he finally was able to see what had looked so familiar about her. It wasn't the face of Hazel Brown anymore, nor the face of the travel agent. It was the face of his wife, the face of Rebecca. A new kind of pain arose from inside, the pain of finding something you had lost before, only to lose it again. As the first rays of the morning sun made their way into the room, Trevor lay down his head on her cold chest and wept. End of chapter 17. Recorded on 18th of November 2006.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. You're listening to a section of the LibriVox NaNoWriMo project, in which a number of LibriVox volunteers write and record a whole novel together in serial form during November 2006. The project is based on the idea started by the National Novel Writing Month. Chapter 18. Written and recorded by Betsy Bush. Wiping away the tears, Trevor suddenly realized that he would need to get himself together. As deep as his grief ran, he knew that he had no choice but to leave the hotel as quickly and carefully as possible. Hazel, or Rebecca rather, had been counting on him to help the order take down the global database. He could not waste time by being caught at a gruesome crime scene. Hastily surveying the room, Trevor picked up some shattered laptop computer pieces. He was disappointed to find it had been shot to bits in the firefight, but decided it was probably for the best. I suppose it wouldn't have been of any use, with everything being monitored by Global anyway, he thought to himself. Trevor had had the manuscript on the floor under the table with him last night, and it remained intact in its yellow envelope. He gathered it up with a few other non-technology items and stuffed them into his duffel bag. Clean underwear, toothbrush. Despite the grim scene, Trevor couldn't help grinning to himself as he thought, I wonder if Global has figured out a way to keep track of how many times a day I brush my teeth. Maybe there's even a mini GPS in my toothbrush. He bitterly tossed the toothbrush aside. After slipping down a back staircase and out of the building, he headed for a quiet Manhattan branch of the New York Public Library. He still didn't know whom he could trust, but he needed to lay low until he decided on his next move, and a public library was always a good place to get lost in anonymity. Finding an empty carrel at the back of the library, out of view of the rest of the room, he brought out the manuscript. Setting aside the envelope and the thin cardboard backing that had been used to support the stack of typewritten onion-skin pages, he began leafing through them and rereading parts, hoping to piece together some of his thoughts. How could Hazel have been Rebecca? He must have imagined the resemblance. Rebecca had died, hadn't she? When he had asked Hazel about Rebecca Sharp, she managed to elude the question and give him a vague enough answer that he wasn't sure what she knew. This hadn't surprised him at the time, as Hazel had already established that she wasn't offering up any information. He knew he needed to put it out of his mind for now. There was time to grieve later, or re-grieve if necessary. His life was in danger. He needed to focus on his mission. After several undisturbed hours without any new leads from the manuscript, he stacked the pages and slid them back into their envelope. He had forgotten to put the thin sheet of cardboard in behind the pages, and as he reached for it, he noticed a corner curling back slightly. He absent-mindedly picked at it, like nervously peeling the label off a beer bottle before tossing the empty bottle in the trash. He wasn't surprised to find that the board peeled easily apart, but between the layers of paper pulp that made up the sheet of thin cardboard, Trevor was startled to find a bit of writing on the inside of the board. Shapes formed themselves into groups of what Trevor supposed were words, but he couldn't read the meaning of the words. Running his fingers lightly across the surface of the writing, the parallel textured ridges told him that he was holding a fragment of papyrus. Prozac had used the manuscript as a cover for the real clue. Trevor immediately knew where he needed to go next. Luckily, he hadn't headed up to Cornell, so he was already in the right city. Hailing a taxi, Trevor headed to Broadway and 114th Street. Trevor had heard Professor Prozac talking about his work on translating languages written on ancient papyrus, but while Trevor had been interested in Prozac's professional work on codes and ciphers, he had not paid much attention to this hobby of collecting and translating ancient texts. Trevor did not imagine that Prozac had accidentally mixed this fragment in with the manuscript. The professor may have been scatterbrained, but he did not misplace valuable relics. While spending time chatting with Prozac, Trevor had gotten to know some of the other students who admired this professor's work and hobbies. Shanna had seemed rather unremarkable the few times he had run into her outside of Prozac's office, but they had spent some time talking while they waited for the professor to return for office hours. She had also been a friend of Rebecca's, and Trevor had seen Shanna occasionally when she and Rebecca had studied together. Though they had not kept in touch, Trevor knew from the professor that Shanna had gone on to study rare book and paper conservation in Vienna, and was now working as an assistant in the paperology lab at Columbia University, which held one of the few specialized paperology collections in the world. Trevor navigated his way through small crowds of students on the commons in front of the university library building. Once inside, he headed toward the elevators, as they called them in the States, and, lost in thought, stepped onto the nearest open elevator. "Where's your up?" asked the man, who held the door open for Trevor. "Pardon?" Trevor took a mental double-take as the chinchilla started kicking up the dust in his brain. "Are you going up?" the man repeated impatiently, with finger poised over the elevator buttons. "What floor?" "Oh, yes, 8th floor, please," Trevor replied, still unsure if he had heard the man right the first time or not. Trevor wouldn't have thought twice about mishearing if the phrase, "Where's your up?" hadn't triggered something in his brain. But where had he heard it before? Trevor examined the stranger with his peripheral vision, but noticed nothing unusual about the man's behavior or appearance. Perhaps in his 30s, the man stood casually facing the front of the elevator with book bag slung over his shoulder. Probably a graduate student heading for some serious studying, Trevor reassured himself, but was still uneasy. As the man stepped off the elevator at the 4th floor, Trevor allowed himself to relax a bit from his hyper-alert state, but sent the chinchilla on a search through his personal memories, just in case. On the 8th floor, Trevor took the opportunity to gaze out of the expansive window toward the city. There was no hurry now. He was lost in a huge city. Global couldn't find him here. He had time to listen to the chinchilla. "Shh!" hisses a 6-year-old Tracy as she and her twin sneak into a spare bedroom in Aunt Lydia's sprawling 1970s-style house. With the grown-ups being so serious, perhaps it was another funeral, or maybe just a regular family gathering, the children are getting antsy. Hide-and-go-seek with the cousins is exactly what they need, while the adults talk and linger over drinks in the dining room. Trevor heads toward the bed with its heap of overcoats and wraps, where the guests have piled them. "Tracy, bury me under the coats. Then you hide in the closet," he whispers, delighted with the idea of this sneaky hiding place. He burrows under the heavy wool and fur coats as Tracy arranges them over him. She dashes to the closet just as they hear footsteps on the wood floor in the hallway outside of the room. Tense with anticipation, Trevor tries holding his breath so as not to be discovered too soon. Footsteps enter the room, and the bed sinks on one side as a grown-up, not a cousin, sits down. The quiet rattle of the Bakelite phone on the bedside table, the whirring of the rotary dial. Then Uncle Jeffrey's muffled voice. "Where's your up?" Pause. "I know where top is, but where's your up?" Pause. "Blue will cover while I'm attending to family business, but I still need to be in contact with your upper." Pause. "All right, fair enough. Goodbye." Shrieks of childish laughter pour from the closet as Cousin Julie discovers Tracy's hiding place. The girls pounce on the mound of coats, and Trevor erupts from the pile, giggling and jumping on the bed. Uncle Jeffrey, still in the room, joins in the laughter. After hearing an extremely abridged version of Trevor's adventures, Shanna took the cardboard from Trevor and carefully examined it through a small magnifying glass over her workbench. She tucked her graying hair behind her ears as she gently brushed away some debris from the surface. I'll need to remove some of the paste that's holding the papyrus in place on the board. Looks like Prazak did a good job, though. He even used acid-free cardboard. Shanna grinned as she began dabbing the surface with a fine paintbrush from a small water container. I'm not so good with Middle Eastern languages, but Dr. Grant or Gary will probably be able to translate it for you. Trevor watched as she continued her delicate work, for which he knew he never would have had the patience. Shanna suddenly raised her head. Ah, you have a palimpsest on your hands here, she said knowingly. Really? Trevor responded, trying to hide his interest. Can you make out what was written before? Well, Shanna nudged the fibers of the fragment with a thin metal spatula. No, not really, but it is clear that the undertext has been washed off to make way for the new text. That's rather rare with papyrus, though. It was so cheap to make that no one bothered to reuse it. This is seen more often with animal-based documents, like parchment or vellum. Anything else you can tell me about it? Trevor inquired. He had suspected that there was more to the papyrus fragment than just what appeared on the surface. Shanna hesitated. Yes, it's a forgery, and not a very good one. Yeah? How can you tell? Trevor could no longer hold back his excitement. Well, besides its having been overwritten, the writing is in the wrong direction. The text is written across the vertical fibers, and the side with the horizontal fibers is blank. The ink isn't right either. Shanna shot Trevor a quizzical glance, making sure that he was following her. Trevor nodded. And there's something else, she continued. What? Trevor urged her. Let me show you, Shanna replied, and reached for a light box from a shelf over her bench. Come on. Carrying the papyrus on the cardboard in one hand and the lamp in the other, she led Trevor into a small closet-like room, closed the door, plugged in the lamp, and switched off the main light. The tiny room glowed blue in the light from the UV lamp. The shape of a cross and some Latin words stood out clearly against the pale papyrus background. See what I mean? Shanna concluded. End of Chapter 18. Recorded in Marquette, Michigan on November 19th, 2006.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. You're listening to a section of the LibriVox NaNoWriMo project, in which a number of LibriVox volunteers write and record a whole novel together in serial form during November 2006. The project is based on the idea started by the National Novel Writing Month. Chapter 19. Written by Laura M.D. Recorded by Esther. Trevor looked in astonishment at the strange symbol that appeared so vividly under the light. The cross had no significance to him. It was a simple, definite design. However, it was the Latin words following that intrigued him. Having no knowledge of Latin whatsoever, he turned to Shanna. She smiled. It's the motto for the Knights of Malta. Trevor nodded. He sat back in his chair, wiping his hot face with his cool hands. Oh, and there's something else underneath this. Trevor sat back up. Shanna quickly read what was written underneath the cross. As she read, he could see a sharp stab of fear flying across her face. She gulped loudly. Trevor, she whispered under her breath. Trevor became fidgety. What does it say? She looked at him with scared eyes before pushing the papyrus towards him. He gasped as he read what was scrawled underneath. I'm being held hostage. Help. Red looked at the bleary-eyed Tracy as she stared out the window. She felt pangs of sympathy for this distraught girl. Shall I make you something to drink? A cup of coffee, maybe? Tracy nodded, and Red slipped out of the room. Once the door was firmly closed, Tracy quickly engaged in a satellite conversation via earpiece to Global Headquarters. This is Top, Authorization Gamma Charlie 09er. How did the elimination of T go? The reply was quick. Unsuccessful. Accomplice killed, but T managed to get away. We do, however, have news on his sister. She escaped. Repeat, Tracy Ames has escaped from captivity. The news was shocking to Top. She knew Tracy was smart, but she didn't realize that she was smart enough to escape the clutches of global hostage-takers. They were the best. They were trained just like her. She had been trained in the art of impersonation, of deceiving others, just as she had done over the past weeks. She had followed Tracy, picking up the subtleties of her accent, her relationship with her husband, and with her children. As a master in the art of disguise, it caused her no distress to kidnap Tracy and take her place. She was cunning, she knew. But when the Order had decided to kidnap the real Tracy, she had already cemented her disguise. She had no choice but to become Tracy. Now she just wondered how Tracy had escaped. She was just a normal person, nothing special. But she must have outwitted the people at Global, and that wasn't an entirely simple thing to do. Top knew what kind of security there was. Tracy had been given drugs to knock her out, and she had been tied up. She was being guarded by hundreds of people. She would have had to have several key codes to get past any of the doors. The possibility of this bewildered Top. It was impossible, or next to impossible. There must have been someone undercover working at Global Headquarters. It was the only logical explanation. That, or Tracy had been trained in the art of escaping the clutches of the best hostage-takers in the world, and she severely doubted that. They have taken him hostage. The words echoed throughout Trevor's mind. He had been there. He could have helped him. He thought the Global agents hadn't come to Professor Prazik's office, but he had been wrong. They were there the whole time, probably pointing guns at the professor, forcing him to act as normally as possible. I'm being held hostage. The words kept flying in and out of Trevor's mind. He had been there, and could have helped the man. He could have kicked himself for not nosing around the office more. The professor must be quick, Trevor thought to himself, for writing that on the papyrus, knowing as well as anything that I'd study it and find it. What he'd not counted on was the day wasted between receiving the documents back and the actual study of the papyrus. We have to go, he motioned to Shauna. He grabbed up the documents, forcefully placed them in his pockets, and ran out the door. Shauna followed him with a look of confusion on her face. Where are we going? She asked breathlessly, following him down several sets of stairs. To Professor Prazik's office. If he's been kidnapped, he probably won't still be there. His kidnappers would have ensured that. I don't care, Trevor screamed back. He's a decent man, and he doesn't need to be involved in all this nonsense. As they raced out onto the street, Trevor hailed a taxi and hurled his body in. To the New York University Department of Linguistics. The taxi pulled off, leaving Shanna alone on the street. Trevor's mind was racing with questions. Would the professor still be there? Would the people holding him hostage have killed him? What does the professor have that anyone would have wanted, apart from a connection with me? Trevor's thoughts were interrupted by the taxi driver calling his name. New York University, Linguistic Department, did you say? Trevor replied absent-mindedly, Uh-huh. Suddenly he realized, how did the taxi driver know my name? End of chapter 19.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. You're listening to a section of the LibriVox NaNoWriMo project, in which a number of LibriVox volunteers write and record a whole novel together in serial form during November 2006. The project is based on the idea started by the National Novel Writing Month. Chapter 20. Written by Zachary Brewstergeist. Recorded by Zachary Brewstergeist. The driver turned onto West 34th Street. "Why are you turning?" asked Trevor. "Is faster," shouted the taxi driver. "Is very, very good, you see." "NYU Linguistics is on Broadway," said Trevor. "We don't need to turn here." "Is good, is good." Trevor swallowed. Not only does this guy know my name, he thought, but now he has a foreign accent all of a sudden. "All right," he said. "Let me out here." No, we go to NYU, the taxi driver laughed. "Customer always right." "The customer says we stop." Trevor banged on the safety glass. "Now!" The driver didn't answer as he sped through a yellow light and turned onto the Long Island Expressway. Trevor didn't know much about New York, but he was reasonably sure that a Manhattan university would not be found on Long Island. All right, he thought, assess the situation. The professor's been kidnapped. This taxi driver is most likely kidnapping me. No way out unless I open the door and tumble onto the highway. How can I distract him? Inspiration struck. The sloth! If I can just get him to look around. On a whim, Trevor called out, "Where's your up?" The driver turned around. That face! Trevor was momentarily stunned by the resemblance to... He was in a room. There was a bare bulb in the ceiling, a door on the far wall. He was sitting in a chair. There was a glass of water on a small table near him. Trevor blinked. What the hell just happened? He was weak as though waking from a long nap. He was in no shape to even reach out for the water, let alone explore his surroundings. Best to just wait and get his bearings. He didn't have to wait long. The door opened, and though the light blinded him momentarily, he could tell from the silhouette that it was the taxi driver. "Are you all right?" he asked in perfect English. "How did I get here?" Trevor croaked. The driver chuckled. "You think you're the only one who's discovered the sloth." He remained at the door, careful to keep his distance. "That and some chloroform administered while you were entranced. I admit if I hadn't surprised you, you might have gotten me first. We know you're quite skilled. But really, Trevor, would it be a good idea to hypnotize someone who's driving down a New York expressway at 80 miles per hour? "Surprise," Trevor murmured. "Yes," the driver continued. "Surprise. You surprised me too, of course. Where's your up, indeed? But I knew who you were, Trevor, and you didn't know who I was." He stepped forward into the light, revealing his face, the face which had started this whole ridiculous adventure with nothing but a bequest. Trevor's mouth dropped open. "Grayson?" Gerhard Grayson nodded. "You should call me Gray," he smiled. "Grayson's not my real name anyhow, or perhaps I should say it's one of my many real names." "What have you done with Professor Prezak?" Gray laughed, a booming, deep-throated laugh that seemed incongruous in his thin frame. "He's fine. Really, Trevor, you should be worried about someone else." An ache in Trevor's stomach. Fear? What do you mean? Huh. Gray held out his right hand and gestured to the door with the other. "Let's take a walk." Who was the mole? Top paced her cathedral-vaulted cell. Who could it be? Who could have let Tracy out? The uppers, middles, and lowers didn't know who Top was. Internal security. But Top made damn sure she knew all of them. The lowers and middles didn't have the access. They could be eliminated. And wouldn't it have been wonderful to eliminate Fulvia if she had the excuse, that crazy loose cannon? But no, concentrate on the task at hand. So it had to be an upper, but who? She grimaced. Of all days, Red was in her hands. True, technically she was Red's captive, but that was a minor detail. A few well-placed blows, or even a strangling if Top was feeling whimsical, and the order would be finished, but now... She couldn't destroy Global's rival only to face a challenge from within. She had only remained in power this long by keeping her friends close and her enemies closer. There was one solution only: escape. Trevor and Gray walked down a long white corridor, fluorescent light streaming from the high ceiling. Bach's The Well-Tempered Clavier, played on a harpsichord by the sound of it, floated in from below, oddly. They passed several doors on the left side, none on the right. "Where are we?" Trevor demanded. Gray sighed. "Southern Connecticut, I think," he said. "It's really quite boring, actually." Trevor shook his head. "I mean, what is this place, this complex, or—" "Oh, that," Gray said. "I'm not about to give the game away, Trevor. You know too much already." "I don't know a thing," muttered Trevor. "Well, true," Gray admitted. "A great man once said there are known knowns, things we know that we know. There are known unknowns, things we know we don't know. There are unknown unknowns, things we don't know that we don't know." "Great man," scoffed Trevor. "That was—" "He forgot one thing," interrupted Gray. "There are also unknown knowns, things we don't know that we know." He stopped Trevor and stared intently at him. "You know more than you think, Trevor." The hallway had changed from an antiseptic white modernity to a cave-like stone. No, not a cave. A fort. Trevor looked around momentarily disoriented. There was the hallway, several yards behind them. He had completely missed the transition. They were standing next to an enormous steel door. "For instance, Trevor," Gray said, his voice dropping to a whisper barely louder than the Bach that somehow still surrounded them, "you know that you are now in Connecticut, or at least somewhere near New York. Because if I had taken you anywhere farther, you would be a lot hungrier. You know that Hazel Brown was Rebecca Sharp." Trevor's breath caught and he coughed. Gray looked down and continued, "And let me say that I miss her too." He looked back up. "And most importantly, you know your sister." Trevor stared at him and rushed forward. "What have you done with Tracy?" he shouted. Gray smiled. "I pray you, take your hands from my throat," he recited as he sucker-punched Trevor in the stomach. Trevor reeled backwards, gasping. "Sorry about that. Control yourself, Trevor. Tracy is fine. Both of her." He stood in front of the door, arms folded. Trevor gaped at him. "Both?" Gray nodded. "We had her in a cathedral in Rome. The order just loves old buildings, alas. The best we could come up with here in the colonies was a retrofitted fort left over from the American War for Independence. But in any case, as I said, we had her in a cathedral in Rome, or thought we did. That is, until our mole in Global, a sadly low-ranking security officer, was assigned to her case and discovered that Global had her. So if they had your sister, then who did we have? We don't know. In fact, for all we know, Global's Tracy may be the imposter. In any case, we secured this second Tracy from Global's clutches. Believe me when I say she's better off with us. You met Fulvia, did you not? And now the second Tracy is also on her way to Rome, just as you shall be." Trevor's shoulders sagged. "World-con again?" Gray frowned, offended. "What's the matter? We may be a strange, inexplicably unknown organization using and abusing your family, friends, and colleagues for our own nefarious ends, but at least we know how to run a profitable airline." He grabbed the steel door's handle and twisted it clockwise. With a loud clank, it unlatched, and Gray pulled it open to reveal a clear, grassy field. "In this case, however," he shouted over a high-pitched whine, "I recommend a private jet." He escorted Trevor out the door and around a corner. They were next to an airstrip, where a DC-10 in World-Con livery stood, a staircase leading to its cockpit. Dazed, Trevor didn't argue as Gray hustled him up the stairs. They walked into the main cabin, which was decked out like a plush living room, complete with entertainment center, minibar, and what looked like a Mac so advanced even Apple didn't have it yet. Gray gestured to a set of standard first-class airline seats in the rear of the cabin. "We'll need to sit there for takeoff," he said, "but afterward we can feel free to roam about the cabin." Is there net access on that thing? Asked Trevor, gesturing at the computer. Of course, said Gray. Planning to catch up on your listening? Trevor shot him a look. They sat down. Gray pointedly buckled his seatbelt. After a moment, Trevor did so also. The jet began to accelerate down the runway, pressing them back in their seats. So what do you want from me? Trevor asked. Obviously I'm coming with you, otherwise you'll kill Tracy. But what do you want from me? Gray looked askance at him. We would never kill Tracy. We need you to figure out which Tracy is which. He smiled at Trevor's open-mouthed stare. Yes, you see, we know that the false Tracy is someone high up in Global's hierarchy. We don't know how high, but we do know that she should have the knowledge we need to take down Global's systems once and for all. Find your sister, we let her go. Find your sister's imposter's secret, we let you go. Or, if you prefer, you help us eliminate Global. Trevor nodded. Which is what Rebecca, asked me to do. For the first time there was something like kindness in Gray's eyes. If you won't do it for us, consider doing it for her. The jet soared past Long Island and over the blue Atlantic. End of Chapter 20. Recorded on the 21st of November, 2006.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. You're listening to a section of the LibriVox NaNoWriMo project, in which a number of LibriVox volunteers write and record a whole novel together, in serial form, during November 2006. The project is based on the idea started by the National Novel Writing Month. Chapter 21. Written by Maria Marabi. Recorded by Maria Marabi. Trevor found himself staring out of the window as the plane flew high above the ocean. He felt no compulsion to use the computer and go online, especially not with Gray watching him. But that was not the only reason for his hesitation. For the first time in a very long while, he allowed himself to feel tired. Tired of everything that had ever meant anything to him. He pressed his forehead against the cool glass and stared at the water below. Becky had loved the ocean. He remembered the trip they'd taken long ago. It had been early springtime then, and the flowers were just starting to bloom. They had gone to Stanford, mainly because Becky had research to do. Of course, in the end, they'd hardly gotten any research done. Trevor smiled at the memory. Becky had decided she wanted to stay outside and watch the waves instead. It seemed like it had taken place so long ago. It had been, 20 years ago? Trevor sighed. Maybe it had happened long ago. But not so long ago that it had been forgotten. Everything had changed since the plane crash. Trevor shuddered at the memory. They hadn't even had a proper funeral for the victims. And now she was gone again. He could hardly believe he hadn't recognized her, but he hadn't. He took a deep breath. He was starting to lose his composure. He felt a hand on the back of his arm and started upright. His forehead felt cold from where it had been pressed against the glass. "There's where they are," said Gray, pointing out of the window. Trevor stared, wondering if he'd fallen asleep. They were flying over land now. He could partially see the cathedral Gray was pointing to. It towered above the other buildings. It was old, and that was basically all he could see. A few minutes later, they had landed at what seemed to be a private airfield in the middle of a veritable ancient ruin. Trevor stood up, his legs shaking a little. Trevor remained silent as they disembarked, his mind blank except for one thought. If you won't do it for us, consider doing it for her. He wished life would just go back to being simple. No organizations with hidden agendas. Nothing. Gray was saying something. Trevor looked at him and realized the man was speaking into a mic. Arrived. Repeat. I have Trevor. Has the second Tracy arrived? Negative, sir, came the reply. She should be here soon. Reynolds is bringing her in. Good. Let me know when she gets here. Yes, sir. Gray turned to Trevor. Follow me. There's someone you should see. Having no choice, Trevor followed the other man up a few moss-covered steps into a large courtyard. When Gray had said cathedral, Trevor had assumed he'd meant just that, a cathedral. But it seemed that he was wrong. This was no mere cathedral. After all, how many cathedrals had their own courtyard and landing strip? The rumble of another plane approaching pulled him from his ruminations, and he looked back, expecting to see the aircraft landing. It wasn't, however, and continued flying overhead. It was then that Trevor noticed it wasn't a Worldcon plane. Gray noticed that Trevor wasn't following. He gestured toward the old building. Come, there will be time for wondering later. Professor Andel Prazak paced in his cell. He didn't know where he was. He didn't know how he'd gotten there or what time it was. The only thing he did know was that they'd taken him for a reason. They wanted his skills, his abilities. And no, he didn't think he was deluding himself in assuming they wouldn't kill him. They wanted him alive. Now, who exactly were they? He could hear the footsteps of the person in the cell next to him. Judging by their lightness, they were the footsteps of a woman. Occasionally, he could hear snatches of conversation, or at least half a conversation. He knew for certain that only one person was in the cell next to his, and that one person had been moved there only recently. Trevor, what have you gotten me into? He thought. In the other cell, the woman had started talking again. This time, there was mention of tea and top. Perhaps the poor soul was losing her mind? The door opened. Light flooded the cells. What kind of person kept a dungeon? Prazak peered at the newcomers. One looked familiar. Trevor? Trevor did not seem to notice him and just kept looking into the other cell. Prazak wondered what was so interesting. Tracy. Trevor's voice was hoarse. Tracy, you okay? The man standing next to Trevor cleared his throat. Prazak saw the look of consternation pass across Trevor's face as he spun around and faced the man. Some sort of unspoken conversation passed between them. Trevor, I'm so glad to see you. It was the woman's voice. Trevor looked back at her. To Prazak, his eyes were wild, frightened, like a young child that only recently lost its mother. There was something false about the way she spoke that put Prazak on edge. Trevor seemed not to notice it, however. He seemed to have withdrawn into his own private world, surrounded only by his thoughts. Prazak could see the change that had been wrought in his personality and wondered what had caused it. Gone was the normally cheerful, confident Trevor. In his place was a silent, brooding man. Prazak sighed. The ratio of things he didn't know to things he did know was a lot to a little. It distressed him terribly. Reynolds is here, sir, said the voice in Gray's earpiece. He's got the other woman. Good, Gray muttered. He watched as Trevor stood in front of the woman who was or wasn't his sister. In a way, he pitied Trevor. His task would be a hard one. Not only his task, but perhaps the rest of his life as well. Tell him to bring her down. Yes, sir. Trevor heard footsteps coming down the stairs he had only recently traversed himself. The stairs down to the dungeon. He almost laughed at the thought. A dungeon, and one that was being used at that. Who would have imagined it? The door burst open and his sister entered. Or, he thought she was his sister. In any case, it was a woman who resembled Tracy. She was followed by a man in an unidentifiable military-style uniform. It was this man who caught Trevor's attention. Reynolds, was it? The name meant nothing to him, but the man's stance, his face, were so familiar. Here she is, sir. The flight was a bit rough, but we made it. Trevor racked his memory. Where had he heard that voice before? Thank you, Sergeant Reynolds. How are your men? Fine, sir. He glanced at Trevor, seeming oddly nervous. The brown girl... Trevor didn't give him a chance to finish his sentence. He finally remembered. Reynolds had been the one in charge of the soldiers that had shot at him, had killed Becky. He launched himself at Reynolds, thrusting his sister, if the woman was really his sister, aside. All coherent thoughts left him. He was overcome by the animal need to hit, to strike and cause injury. He felt his fist hit hard muscle and didn't care about the fact that he was a middle-aged, not particularly physical man, or that his opponent was much younger and stronger than he was. He didn't care about anything. He was only vaguely aware of a cell door scraping open, of Gray's voice shouting from a distance. Footsteps resounded against the stone floor and people flooded into the dungeon. He felt arms wrap around him, trying to pull him away. He heard what sounded like a gunshot and felt blood spattered on his body. There were shouts all around him. He gradually became aware that his hands were wrapped around a man's throat. He squeezed. Rebecca. Hazel. He felt like a knight sworn to avenge his beloved's death. Someone struck the back of his head. Spots danced before his eyes, but his grip remained strong. Another blow, this time to his stomach. He released his grip a little, enough for Reynolds to push him off slightly and gasp for breath. Trevor let out an animal yell and reached for the man again. At the same time, he heard a woman scream. A man, Gray he supposed, let out a warning. He turned around and saw the cell door ajar. The woman who had been its sole occupant stood before him, a knife in her hand. Before he could say a word, before he could move, she'd struck. He managed to deflect the blow so that it missed his heart, but the pain that accompanied its savage slide into his body was intense. He dropped to his knees slowly. In his dimming vision, he could see the woman take a few steps backwards, her eyes bright. Was triumph? "Reynolds, are you okay?" he heard Gray asking. He felt somebody's hand touch his and moved his head. It was his sister, he was fairly sure. It was the Tracy that hadn't just tried to kill him anyway. "Someone get a doctor!" Was that Professor Prozok's voice he heard? What was he doing here? "Take that woman back into her cell and guard her." It was Gray again. Trevor tried to see what was going on. The effort of trying to sit up was too much for his battered body. He fell back against the stone floor. Pain stabbed through his head as he came in contact with the ground. The world spun itself into darkness. The last thing he heard, before he became completely unconscious, was a conversation. He heard Tracy's voice. He supposed it was her voice, saying, "Who is she?" Gray replied, "An enemy," and then a muffled sob followed by, "What do you want from us?" Gray's reply was soft, "Your help." Why? A tear splashed onto his hand, and for a while he stopped feeling or hearing. End of Chapter 21. Recorded on November 21st, 2006.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. You're listening to a section of the LibriVox NaNoWriMo project, in which a number of LibriVox volunteers write and record a whole novel together in serial form during November of 2006. The project is based on the idea started by the National Novel Writing Month. Chapter 22. Written by Kathleen Getliff, recorded by Kathleen Getliff of www.skippopscratch.com. Trevor found himself at a sidewalk cafe, perhaps in Paris. It looked exactly like a vintage postcard he had picked up at a flea market over the summer. The chairs around him were all empty, except for one at the next table, on which sat a small man in a full beard and a top hat. The gentleman was scribbling in a small leather-bound notebook with a quill. Trevor noticed that the man's mustache was curled and waxed. Then he noticed that everything was sepia-toned, even his own hands. He snorted. No wonder it looks like an old postcard, he thought. I'm not even going to try to figure this one out. There was a large cup of coffee in front of him, and he grabbed hold, hoping the warmth would steady him. "I say, sir," said a jolly female voice beside him, and he looked up to see an impoverished flower girl, dressed something like Eliza Doolittle, but with the same face his sister had as a teen. The girl was holding out a large red blossom that was wrinkled like a cerebrum. "Fancy a bit of coxcomb?" she asked. Trevor gaped at the sudden flash of color, but she tossed it away, and it seemed to disappear in thin air. She rummaged in the large wicker basket slung over her arm. "Let's see," she said. "Cad got your tongue? I have just the thing for you. Some roses? No. Baby's breath. Nasty stuff, that. Soft and fuzzy, but too small to make an impression on your lady love. Now that's a girl that wants for lilies." She dug deeper. "Aha! Just the thing." She pulled out a wriggly gray creature from the depths and plopped it on the table. "It's one of them rabbit-type things," she said. "A chinchilla. And a damned nuisance, if you ask me."
The creature crept towards Trevor and stared up at him with beady black eyes of overwhelming cuteness. Trevor stammered, "How is it that it's in color?" "I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about," the young girl said. She turned and flounced away. "That's a fine animal you have there," said the man at the next table. "It must be of great comfort to you. Why, if I had a beast like that, I would write works of greatness, not the penny dreadfuls that pay the bills." Trevor looked at his chinchilla. It was sniffing at his coffee cup. "The name's Sexton Hawk," the man said, now standing at Trevor's elbow. "I say, it's tremendous good luck to find a fellow Englishman in this beastly country. I'm a writer, you see. I take it you're one, too." Trevor shook his head. "No," he said slowly, trying to remember where he had heard this man's name before. "I'm a reader. For LibriVox." "LibriVox, eh?" the man said, settling into a chair. "Jolly good. Sounds like a smashing firm." He stroked the chinchilla, which started to purr. "You know, my girlfriend Trixie would go wild for this thing. It would make a fabulous coat." Trevor grabbed the animal and stuck it under his shirt, all the while glaring at the gentleman in front of him. "I know who you are now," he said, cradling the chinchilla. "You're not a writer at all. You're a detective." "I am?" Sexton said in mock surprise. "Smashing!" Trevor went on. "I've been reading your books, the ones you starred in. They're all but forgotten in my time. I take it this is not my time. I'm halfway through a recording of The Case of the Correspondent from Cairo right now. I'd be done by now, if I wasn't wrapped up in my own mystery." "How extraordinary," said Sexton. "I suppose I must be a detective then. And look here." He fumbled at his breast pocket and pulled out a piece of papyrus, the same piece that had caused so much trouble of late. "I've just received a rather extraordinary communiqué from Egypt." "You know, that thing is a mess of secret symbols and codes and messages," Trevor said. "If you make it past one, then you'll just find another one. It's a literary set of Russian dolls." Sexton's eyes widened as he ran his finger along the paper. "You're right!" Trevor arched an eyebrow. "Are you implying that there's a message written on it in Braille, too?" The other man laughed, loud and long. The chinchilla squirmed. "Of course not," Sexton said. "That would be too obvious." He collected himself and wiped a mirthful tear from his left eye before fumbling at his other breast pocket. "No, I just so happen to have this handy device." He pulled a large instrument from his pocket. It looked something like a brass microscope, but with a small stylus attached to the scanning bed and a large speaker protruding from the eyepiece. "What is it?" Trevor asked. Sexton placed the end of the papyrus under the stylus and unfolded a large crank that had been almost hidden on the left side of the contraption. "It's an electronophone," he said. "It will play the music of the spheres, the tiny spheres that make up all matter. Once we hear what it says, we'll know the final secret, the one that runs beneath them all." Sexton grabbed the handle and turned it. An ungodly noise issued from the device as it played the papyrus like it was a record. A cacophony of sound equal in irritation only to an old 56K modem. Trevor shrieked and felt his belly go wet and sticky. He suspected that the chinchilla had urinated. Sexton slowed the crank, then stopped it altogether. He looked at Trevor expectantly. "What do you say, old man? Are you enlightened yet?" "No!" Trevor all but yelled. "I don't have any idea what is going on. None at all. Not about this, not about anything. I think I know someone, and they turn out to be someone else. Or I don't know someone, not even a little bit, only they turn out to be the most important person in the world to me, and only when it's too late to do anything about it." Sexton took a sip of Trevor's coffee. "But that sort of thing happens all the time." Trevor sighed and attempted to calm down. His agitation was negatively affecting the chinchilla. "Only in stories. In your case, particularly histrionic stories. But I live in reality, and there shouldn't be spies in my life. Hell, I was even believing in Martians for a while. Martians! and I know for a fact that there are no such things. Sexton sat bolt upright. By Jove, are you sure? Why, the newspapers have been full of articles about the little green monsters of late. Horrible beasts. I was just thinking of writing my next novel about them. Perhaps some sort of invasion. But if they don't exist, well then, perhaps I'll write something else. I've had a stupendous idea for a novel about a world populated by short people. I was thinking they could go on some sort of quest, involving jewelry. That last part is Trixie's idea. Trevor leaned forward, elbows on the table. He stared into the street, where a harlequin was arguing with a woman. The clown noticed him, pointed, and shouted something in a strange language. Trevor couldn't even venture a guess as to which one. The woman turned toward him, and he could see that she was wearing dark glasses and had a tattoo of a star on her nose. The mole, Trevor said aloud, staring at her. She stuck her tongue out at him and turned away. My dear boy, Sexton said, you're not getting anywhere. If you don't start piecing the mystery together soon. I know, it seems like every time something falls into place, something else unravels. And often a thing will happen, and then be undone the very next day. It's maddening. Sexton put his hand on Trevor's shoulder. How long has this been going on? 3 weeks. 3 awful, awful weeks. By rights I should be home right now, preparing a Thanksgiving turkey. Sexton cocked his head. That's that American holiday, what? Trevor nodded. Yes, I was going to have friends over. Instead, I'm flying all over the world, and I don't think I'll be back in time. And actually, at this rate, I won't have any friends or family left alive. Something of a misnamed holiday, then, Sexton said. The conversation lapsed into silence. Sexton pulled out his quill and notebook again. He stared at them for a moment, then addressed Trevor once again. I say, I don't believe you ever told me your name. Ames, Trevor Ames. Sexton cocked his head. Why, that's a funny coincidence. I'm writing a story about a Mr. Ames right now. He's something of a detective, good with languages and all that. I don't have much of a name for the book yet. I'm just sort of calling it The Mystery. Let me see that! Trevor lunged for the notebook, but Sexton snatched it away and shook his finger. No, 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 he said. You mustn't read it until it's finished. It's bad luck to peek at the ending when you're smack dab in the middle. Trevor leaned back and tried to conceal his frustration. Can you at least tell me what happens next? Sexton rifled through the pages. You're in the dungeon right now? Yes. I see. The man appeared deep in thought. Trevor waved to get his attention. Can you help me? Sexton shook his head. Why not? Trevor asked. His chinchilla was squirming again. He could feel it scaling the inside of his shirt, crawling up to his chest. Sexton frowned. Well, you see, I only have the 1 chapter written, and I don't think it'll be a help to you. You've only written the first chapter? Trevor asked. The chinchilla popped its head out of his collar and squeaked. No, not that one. I've only written the 22nd, and that's not going to help you. Sexton pressed his lips together in a frown. Why not? Because it's a hallucination brought on by the opiates fed you by your captors. It's utter nonsense. They're hoping that your deranged ramblings will reveal the truths buried in your subconscious. Trevor looked at the chinchilla, which twitched its whiskers. And will they? Sexton shrugged. I don't know. I only wrote this 1 chapter. Trevor sighed. But I can tell you one thing, Sexton added, about the chinchilla. Yes? She's female. Trevor lifted the animal out of his shirt and looked between its legs. Sure enough, Sexton told the truth. You name her Emily now. Then the scene fades out, and you wake up. Emily, huh? Things dissolved, like a watercolor in the rain. End of chapter 22. Recorded on November 23rd, 2006.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. You're listening to a section of the LibriVox NaNoWriMo project, in which a number of LibriVox volunteers write and record a whole novel together, in serial form, during November 2006. The project is based on the idea started by the National Novel Writing Month. Chapter 23, written by Alan Drake, recorded by Alan Drake. For more than 2 weeks, your brother has been living in a phantasmagoric world, half real and half induced. Dreams informed his mind, and his fading mind informed his dreams. This is the same induced world that eventually came to kill my husband and our son before him. You're speaking of T.M., Tracy said with great sympathy. Yes, I'm beginning to see. With half-closed eyes, she leaned back into the plush high-back chair. Wrapped in a soft, warm blanket, her legs tucked up casually, Tracy held a large cup of tea cupped in her firm, sure hands. Breathing in the smoky aroma, she released a quiet murmur of pleasure and took a sip. Her eyes closed. The dwindling logs made quiet pops in the open hearth before them. Lapsang Souchong, Elder said, hand-picked and flavored near Mount Uji in Fujian Province. This is not impostor tea. I know, Tracy responded. My favorite, with soy milk, too. Thank you. Tracy's eyes were open and inviting. A spoon of green silk ribbon rolled in short bounces across the floor, unraveled itself at Tracy's chair and trailed under it, quickly followed by 3 kittens of varying colors. The red tabby leading the charge leaped forward, hitting his head on Tracy's chair leg. The 2 women laughed deeply as, one piling into the other, the kittens rolled and clawed helplessly in the knotted mass of green silk. Both women bent over to free them. The swift tabby ran off to hunt on the other side of the room. With a fluffy calico in her lap and a hint of laughter still in her voice, Elder began. I once heard that Chuang Tzu dreamt he was a butterfly, Tracy explained to the smoky gray kitten in her lap as it swatted earnestly at her mug. Yes, a butterfly, Elder continued, a happy butterfly, doing as he wished, being his true butterfly self. His dream was so real he didn't know that he was Chuang Tzu. And then, in a supreme rush, he awoke. But when he awoke, he didn't know if he were Chuang Tzu, continued Tracy, as if in the same breath, who had just dreamed he was a butterfly, or if he were now a butterfly dreaming he were Chuang Tzu, finished Elder. And with the same easy communion they returned to their cups, in spite of the curiosity of kittens. A hint of dawn was waking over the forest beyond the formal room. Slipping the kitten onto the seat, Elder rose from her chair and walked to the window. Would you like to meet them? Yes, very much, but I must say I am very tired, Tracy replied, surprised by her own straightforwardness. Then, Elder said, you can imagine how tired I must be. And they laughed. Nearly as tired as Trevor. Tracy was anxious to bring the conversation back to her brother. Let him sleep a little while longer, Elder said. We will speak, the 3 of us. After that, you and Trevor are on your own. And you, Elder? Elder is no more. Remember? There is only great-grandmother. Great-grandmother, Tracy repeated with some little awe. Grandmother Teresia would please me greatly. The grey kitten skittered off as Tracy rose and crossed to her great-grandmother at the window. "Grandmother Teresia," Tracy echoed in an unexpectedly young voice, gazed out the window, shoulder to shoulder with Teresia. The old woman smiled, drawing Tracy closer. "My dear, my dear, together you and Trevor will become what I once was." Her arm encircled Tracy, and she turned her towards the growing daylight. "But so much more, more than all who came before us. You have unravelled the mystery of that which killed husband and son, and killed so many before them, and you have saved more than your brother by its discovery." "Yes, I do see. I understand now," Tracy said without thinking. "They fed him his own curiosities," Teresia said, "his own obsessions. They knotted his web of self-interest, as they did to my husband and son. They fixed them on themselves so that they could see nothing more. They took our men's goodness from them and made our line useless to anyone. They manipulated our line by encouraging things that don't matter. In the meanwhile," Tracy said, "in their narrowness, they mistook everything important to be priceless. How?" Teresia spoke. "They created imaginary doppelgangers." "All that happened to Trevor happened only in his imagination?" Tracy asked. "Yes. You were never comfortable contributing to his obsessions, were you? But out of love you helped him none the less. You didn't know how to communicate it, but you knew it was all wrong. You knew it needed to be changed. It needed a change of vision. We are no longer characters in anyone's novel, play, fantasy, and then you saw that they were all delusion, puffs of dust, insubstantial and unreal. And now we know their source." "Global," Tracy said. Her hands moved to her face, and she massaged it gently. "Yes, but it's important not to lump everyone together. It's important not to demonize them. That would not be our way, it would be theirs. There are a handful that might have taught... Well, here is where it becomes difficult. How to reveal what doesn't serve mankind without being self-serving or equally destructive. Remember our motto." "Yes," Tracy said. "I must find a way to another way." "You will. You and Trevor." At the sound of a door opening, the two women turned in a single motion to look over their shoulders. "Be cheerful, sir," said a deep male voice rumbling from across the room. "Trevor!" Tracy ran to her brother. She hugged him and then spun him around and looked him up and down. "Let him finish, Tracy," Elder said. "Begin again, my handsome butterfly. Tell us." Trevor drew a shaky breath, almost tearful, and bowed to Teresia. Then resolutely he began again. "Be cheerful, sir." And he stepped into Prospero's true being, and smiled at his sister, affecting a serious playfulness, his voice full of energy. He continued. "Our revels now have ended. These our actors, as I have foretold you, were all spirits, and are melted into air, into thin air. And, like the baseless fabric of this vision, the cloud-capped towers, the gorgeous palaces, the solemn temples, the great globe itself, yea, all which it inherit, shall dissolve, and like this insubstantial pageant faded, leave not a rack behind. We are such stuff as dreams are made on, and our little life is rounded with a sleep." The two women applauded enthusiastically, and Trevor responded with a gracious bow of his head, and he smiled. Tracy grabbed her brother's hand again and pulled him energetically towards the window. Very good, my brilliant Shakespeare, our grown-up butterfly. You passed the test." "Yes, very good," said Elder, hugging Trevor, who laughed and kissed her on the cheek. "Let's go outside to meet the falcons," said Tracy. Though her enthusiasm appeared childlike, she had already assumed her place in the world, in her own way, just as Trevor had transcended Prospero and now exuded a profound understanding of human suffering and joy. "Now is the time," Elder agreed, turning a hidden handle in the large paned window to swing the door section outward. Walking in a quick pace that belied her age, she swiftly passed through the dew-covered gardens. "We have a lot to discuss before you leave." Then she stopped abruptly in her place and turned to the siblings. "No more guns, no more weapons, no more intrigue." She held them in the silence of her sad gaze. The twins communicated an identical understanding with a measured turn of their heads. Elder moved in a similar way and then said, "You will meet the falcons, and you will give them your guile as a gift." "How do I—" the twins asked in unison. "Look and listen," said Teresia, "and then you're off to clean up this mess." End of chapter 23. Recorded on November 24th, 2006, in Long Branch, New Jersey.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. You're listening to a section of the LibriVox NaNoWriMo project, in which a number of LibriVox volunteers write and record a whole novel together, in serial form, during November 2006. The project is based on the idea started by the National Novel Writing Month. Chapter 24. Written and recorded by Michael Sirois, michael.sirois, sirois.com. The falcon's talons bit deeply into Trevor's leather gauntlet. Gently, Trevor pushed upward and released the jesses, allowing the peregrine to leap skyward and join Tracy's already circling bird. Above the treetops now, the falcon had a full view of the countryside, could easily see the town of Catskill just to the north. The bird circled slowly above the small circular island, searching for food. The island was nestled in a bend in the Hudson River. From high in the air it looked like a giant wreath. The sturdy ring of trees that encircled the outer edges of the island provided an effective curtain between those in the compound and prying eyes on the shore or the river. The compound itself could only be seen from the air, and even then, with most of it buried underground, it would only look like several small hills curled up beside the trees. Potential traces of inhabitation had been cleverly engineered to disappear through a series of vents, so the smoke from the fireplace, as well as the steam from the boilers, along with most of the other effluvia created through human occupation, was released into the river or into the air far away from the island. Down below, Trevor craned his neck skyward, trying to follow the flight of the bird. He still felt weak from the weeks of delirium, and the cold bit into his flesh as surely as the falcon would soon bite into its breakfast. He could see the slow arc of the bird's flight interrupted suddenly by a quick course correction, followed by a sharp dive straight toward a patch of snow along the tree line. Just before an imminent crash, the peregrine straightened into a horizontal glide, talons outstretched, and then rose again with a small struggling mass of white fur firmly within its grasp. Several minutes later, with the falcons both fed and safely ensconced in their mews, Tracy and Trevor rejoined their great-grandmother inside the house. "Great-grandmother, I need to know some things. I've had some pretty miserable dreams the past few weeks, and," he said, quoting from The Tempest again, Misery acquaints a man with strange bedfellows. His great-grandmother gently interrupted. Trevor, it's time to let Shakespeare go. Tracy interrupted. And call her Grandmother Teresia. But what does Prospero do next? Trevor asked of no one in particular. Tracy's voice came to him unbidden. Trevor, Prospero is no more. Our world and our purpose aren't ruled by literature, only informed by it. You're not Prospero any more than I'm Miranda. Then what am I? Who am I? Come sit on the couch, Teresia said, and we'll all have some more tea and talk this over. It will all be clear before long. In fact, I have just the tea for you. Do you remember the time when you were a teenager and I said I had just been shopping, and I had brought home some Prince of Wales tea, and you said, Great-Grandma, can I see them? That's right. You thought I had said I purchased some Prince of Wales teeth, and you wondered why anyone would take a picture of a whale's tooth. But, being the curious boy you have always been, you did want to see what a whale's tooth looked like. The three of them smiled in silence for a moment. Then Teresia pressed a button on the bracelet on her wrist. A voice emanated from it. Yes, Elder? Pierre, I've told you. No more Elder. That time is past. Yes, Madame. Could you please prepare some Prince of Wales tea for us? Of course, Madame. Trevor is up then? Yes, Pierre. And answering the unspoken question, and he's doing fine. Teresia pointed to her bracelet and smiled. It is easier to keep my intercom on my wrist these days than it is to walk over to the desk. A few minutes later, Pierre Forgeray entered bearing a tray with some tea and some small cakes. Good to see you, Master Trevor. And you too, Pierre. Thank you, Trevor replied, remembering the family's manservant from his childhood. Once Pierre had left the room, Trevor breathed deeply, inhaling the slightly fruity aroma of the tea. Fragments of memories from his childhood flitted into view. Pierre was in them, and so was his sister Tracy, and his parents and grandparents. The events were scrambled in an odd, incoherent fashion. His mother tries on his father's suit. His father insists that it will work fine. Trevor and Tracy are watching from the bedroom closet. Their great-grandfather doesn't appear for breakfast one day, and there is consternation on everyone's faces. A few days later their great-grandmother is gone, and their great-grandfather reappears, as if nothing was different. While Tracy and Trevor are still young, there are many deaths and disappearances in their family. Parents, aunts, cousins. And everyone notices, and no one seems to notice. Trevor murmurs aloud, "What's real?" Teresia's voice brings him back to the present. I would imagine you have questions. Oh, yes, so many questions, he thought, but just nodded his head in assent. Let me tell you a story, then. A story about your family. Her eyes glimmered with the recall of so many events as she searched for the place to begin. Once, many, many years ago, and she wove a magical tale of good knights and bad knights, and organizations that split apart because of deep and bitter resentments within their structures, of families born into the organization and torn apart time and time again. This part of the story was a long time in the past, and it was very familiar to Trevor for some reason. He found more than anything that he was anxious for her to finish and get to the end so he could close the book and be done with the story. But he knew it wouldn't be that simple. The book would still be open and blank and waiting for him and Tracy to finish writing the chapters they were in. So he needed to be patient and pay attention because the past would surely affect the future. When she was finally done with the basic history, she paused and said to Trevor, Tracy and I have discussed much of this already, but I sense from your unease that you would like for me to get to the personal history of your family. Yes, Grandmother Teresia. I need to know what happened to me these past few weeks. I know it can't all have been real. I must have dreamed or imagined some of it, but I'm just not sure which memories to trust any more. Then let me get to the most important part. Eventually, the Knights of Malta became more of a political organization that operated without a true territory. The current Grand Master, the leader of the organization, is British, but there are many thousands of members all over Europe. Most of them operate within the charitable arm of the organization, and their purpose is literally to do good deeds for mankind, performing charitable and humanitarian activities. As far back as the early 1800s, though, when the Treaty of Paris— Yes, I know. The knights had Malta taken away from them, but what does this have to do with my family? Patience, Trevor. She smiled and said to Tracy, "He was always the anxious one, wanting to move on to the next thing before the first thing was done." Trevor sighed. She was right. He had always wanted to know the outcome before he came to it. He leaned back in the couch and tried to relax. "I'm sorry, Grandmother Teresia. Please go on." "Thank you," she smiled. "Now, where was I? Ah, yes. The knights had fought many long and bitter battles for Malta. To have it yanked away again angered many of them. An offshoot organization of the knights, known simply as the Order, founded by some of your ancestors, went underground and took on the mission of recovering Malta for the knights. As this secret organization evolved, a schism formed within it. Some members realized that continued bloodshed for a piece of land was not a path to enlightenment. Others didn't see it that way, and insisted on continuing the quest to regain control of Malta. They split from the Order, and took the name Globus Magnificus, which was shortened to Global sometime after the First World War. As they gained power, the goal of recouping Malta seemed insignificant to them. They desired much, much more, probably the whole world. We know that they were working with Hitler during World War II, organizing some of his plans to eradicate the Jews and Gypsies and the others. Who would have been next? The Order also gave up their dreams of regaining Malta when they realized how much pain and suffering this useless quest had caused. They adopted a new mission once they realized what Global was doing, and decided the Order could be best used in the role of the opponent in this global, if you'll pardon the play on words, chess game. Over the years the Order won many minor skirmishes and lost many, but still managed to keep Global in check. Neither side ever created an outright checkmate, though, even after nearly 2 centuries. Sensing that Trevor was growing restless with his history, she held up a hand to him. I know, but this is important. All right, I'll hurry." She paused to think what else she must tell him. "The most important thing I have to tell you is that the curse of your ancestors has been lifted, thanks to your sister Tracy." "What curse?" "What?" Trevor said. "Perhaps Tracy should tell you that part," Teresia suggested, relinquishing the story. She seemed grateful to be able to relax for a moment. The effort was obviously tiring for her. "What curse, Sis?" "Well, don't get pissed off, Trevor, but I'm going to have to tell you a little bit of the history, too." "Fine," he said, resigned to his fate. "Okay. Way back then, when Globus Magnificus split from the Order, they approached everything differently. The Globus guys tried to spread out as much as possible. New recruits, more soldiers, bigger infrastructure. The Order went in the other direction. Tried not to recruit new people unless necessary, tried to keep things tight and contained, a smaller infrastructure. There was a lot of intermarriage, especially among the people at the head of the organization, our family. Several generations down the line, signs of genetic abnormalities began to crop up in our bloodline. There were a disproportionate number of stillborns, some mental retardation and some deformities. There were also quite a few geniuses, and it seems that we were fortunate enough to have received some of those genes. But we also received a trait that plagued many of the leaders throughout the years, and the trait didn't recede, even once the practice of intermarriage was stopped." "What trait? What is it?" Trevor asked. "It seems that those who carry the gene have at least a 90% probability of an autoimmune disorder kicking in when they become middle age or younger. There's no way to tell when or if it will happen. Essentially, your body will begin eating itself up from the inside. For some reason it begins to affect the brain first, not destroying tissue there, but affecting the synapses, causing them to fire randomly at odd times. This results, as you can imagine, in something akin to hallucinations. although they are generally rooted in real memories. The brain seems to return to normalcy with possibly even a heightened sensibility, but this is usually followed soon after by degeneration of muscles and tissue as the body wastes into, well, a pretty gruesome state. Some people wasted away and died within weeks, and others have lasted years. Trevor looked across the couch at Teresia. Are you? He couldn't finish. Me? Oh, heavens, no. This body is just very, very old. Charles? Yes. He did die of this dreadful thing, and I took his place, pretending to be him. She smiled with a satisfaction born from years of hiding the secret. I met Charles when he was with the resistance in France, during World War II. He was trapped in our barn, with Nazis closing in on him. I'd seen him enter the barn and convinced the Germans that he had taken our camion, odd how the old words return, our truck, and had driven it away to the west. He stayed there with us for a week, until it was safe for him to return to Marseille. But he returned often, and when the war was over, he married me. Your mother was my granddaughter. She met your father on a trip to London and brought him into our little family. Unfortunately, despite the introduction of new blood over the past 90 years or so, both you and Tracy have the gene that's causing all this. But you had better finish the story, Tracy. All right. The problems you were experiencing the past few weeks were caused by the disorder attacking your brain. I was sure of it when I listened to some of your messages and ramblings on the phone. I tried every way I could think of to reach you, but it wasn't possible until now. Great-Grandpa Charles contacted me years ago when he found out I had become a geneticist and was working at Cornell. He brought some information to me about a friend of his whose family had this terrible condition for many generations, and wanted to know if it was a project I would be interested in. I knew there was something fishy when he offered to bring tissue samples to me, instead of introducing the friend to me. I guessed pretty quickly that he was talking about himself and got him to confide in me. I couldn't have been working in a more perfect place, the Cornell Human Ecology Lab. I've often thought he had something to do with my getting a job there in the first place. She gave her great-grandmother a questioning look, but Teresia just shrugged her shoulders and smiled. Anyway, Tracy said gleefully, I did it. I solved the puzzle, and you were my first patient. You've been undergoing gene therapy the whole time you've been here, and it's working. The fevers and the hallucinations are receding, and the secondary symptoms that I saw Great-Grandpa Charles go through haven't shown up in you yet. I think you're going to be okay. Well, sis, that's good. And don't think I'm not grateful. But I still have tons of unanswered questions. Okay. Such as? To begin with, how much of what I've been through was real? What do you think you've been through? Oh, right. If it was all in my head, you wouldn't know anything about it. He gave them a quick rundown of everything he remembered from the past few weeks. The trip to the travel agency, then Cairo, meeting Hazel Brown, going to Malta and meeting Fulvia, the distasteful episodes Fulvia put him through, using the sloth and trying to use the chinchilla, however unsuccessfully, the incidents in Prague, tracking down Professor Prezak in New York, realizing that Hazel was the travel agent was Rebecca, watching her die, being flown to a castle somewhere in France where he was stabbed, and finally ending up here. Where is here, anyway? He asked. You're in the Order's compound near Catskill, New York. A memory flashed in front of him. Angela's pancake house? Is that in Catskill? Yes, it is. We used to take you there when you were a child. It doesn't make sense, though. I remember Italian food, a pasta of some kind. That isn't an hallucination. Angela's served pancakes in the morning and Italian at night. You are probably remembering the penne pasta that they served in hot garlic oil. Yes, that's it. Can we go there? He said, suddenly realizing how hungry he was. No. It's best that we stay out of sight for a while. Pierre can whip something up that's just as good, I'm sure. You and Tracy have too much to do. What's that? Let her finish telling you some things, and I'll get Pierre to cook you something. I need to move around a little anyway. It's not good for my old bones to sit too long." She struggled to her feet, Trevor helping her stand, and made her way to the door. "So, Sis, did I just step out of the Dallas shower, or was it all real?" "A little of both," Tracy said. "We were tracking your whereabouts, trying to find you as soon as possible, and here's pretty much everything we know. You did wander into a travel agency in London, and you were talked into a trip to Cairo by a cute, bubble-headed 22-year-old named Evie. There was a tour guide named Hazel Brown in Cairo. She's been working for LibriTours since she retired from teaching 3 years ago at the age of 54. She said you were supposed to meet the tour group for dinner your first night, but you never showed. You left a note at the front desk of the hotel and said you needed to go to Malta. You logged in and spent some time on LibriVox's and Google's websites. Now here's the tricky part. You did meet a woman named Fulvia Rossi in Malta, and she is an agent for Global. You were with her for several days. We don't know exactly what she did to you, but from what we know about her, it must have been pretty bad. You did develop a technique called the chinchilla that allowed you to rapidly sift tremendous amounts of data and intuit a conclusion about the data. You did that work at Cambridge, and much of it has been used in some of the current AI software at MIT and Caltech. You never developed a form of hypnotism called the sloth. You accompanied Fulvia to Prague and then New York. She was apparently following some leads you gave her about Professor Prazak, who was my linguistics professor when I spent 2 of my postgrad years at Berkeley, not at Charles University. He still teaches linguistics at Berkeley. He wasn't on a lecture tour to New York or anywhere else. You apparently, without knowing what you were doing, led Fulvia on a wild goose chase from Malta to Prague to New York, where we caught her and brought both of you back here, just in time, in my opinion. If you hadn't received the gene therapy when you did, I'm afraid it might have been too late. Well, thanks, Sis, but don't let it go to your head." She laughed and threw a pillow at him. "Oh, you idiot." He became somber for a moment. "So, no Rebecca?" "No, Trevor. Sorry." They sat in silence for a while longer, until the noise of Teresia and Pierre intruded as they returned, preceded by the glorious smell of roasted garlic, causing everyone's mouths to water. While they ate, Teresia said, "There are some final things I need to say. I have already spoken to Tracy about this, and she agrees with me. It is up to you to complete the agreement. I am stepping down from my position, Charles's position, as the leader of the order. He became known as Elder several years ago, and that became his title, but the official title is Grand Master, patterned after the head title of the Knights of Malta, from whence we came. I want the 2 of you to take over and become joint Grand Masters. You don't have to call yourselves that if you don't like it. I suggest something simple, like T, which could stand in opposition to Top, the head of Global. Or it could just stand for Tracy or Trevor, whichever of you is in charge at the moment. What do you say?" Trevor looked at Tracy and saw the encouragement in her eyes. They nodded to each other, and the deal was sealed. Trevor laughed. "So, it's the 2 of us together, Sis. How does that work?" Trying unsuccessfully to sound like John Lennon, Trevor parodied a familiar Beatles song. "So it's I am T as you are T as you are me, and we are T together." "Yes," Tracy answered softly, smiling. "Something like that. 2 small T's combining to make 1 large one." Looking at Teresia, he said, "What do we do first?" "I suppose I could have a few last words for you before I step out of the picture. Do you see the family crest on the wall over there?" "Yes." "The motto is, Ne pas faire de mal, which means," and Tracy finished it for her, "do no harm. That's a pretty good motto. As far as your first order of business, though, you need to destroy that computer database that Global nearly has ready. If they get it up and running and close the program's back doors, they could run countries, control stock markets, anything they want to do." Trevor looked up, shocked. You mean that part is real? Both Tracy and Grandmother Teresia said, yes. End of chapter 24. Recorded on November 25th, 2006, in Houston, Texas.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. You're listening to a section of the LibriVox NaNoWriMo project, in which a number of LibriVox volunteers write and record a whole novel together in serial form during November 2006. The project is based on the idea started by the National Novel Writing Month. Chapter 25, written on November the 25th, 2006 by David Barnes. For a few moments, Trevor again retreated into himself, into the painful fog of uncertainty. Where were the sharp edges of reality, and where the phantasms of his diseased imagination? Teresia and Tracy had just confirmed the existence of Global's database. But what of the hours he remembered spending inside it? His foray had triggered in him a delicious mixture of elation, envy, and fear. It was as if, during the 20 years of his self-enforced inactivity, an alter ego had been working behind his back to create for him the ultimate analytical tool. But to what end? His intellect had thrilled at the power the database presented, while his human instinct was horrified by the uses it could be put to if it fell into the wrong hands. If it had been built by the wrong hands, there was no if, no doubt about the purposes for which it was intended. Still, he couldn't help wondering. "Let's just step back from that for a moment," he said, returning to the physical world. "The destruction of the database, I mean," he adds, seeing Teresia's arched eyebrows. Here we go, thought Tracy. Trevor sees both sides. That'll be the title of your autobiography, she said, with just enough playfulness not to hurt. Yes, sis, thank you for that. Now tell me, where do you see the major fields of conflict now and in the next century or so? Military conflict, said Teresia. Trevor, have you not been listening these past hours? What interest do you have in war, other than working to prevent it? That is precisely my point. I wonder if the database couldn't point towards the possibility of a different type of geopolitical landscape, one where the traditional nation-states and all the paraphernalia that goes with them, including military conflict, would be an irrelevance. I know it's a long shot, but hear me out and you'll see what I mean. Teresia and Tracy exchanged a look, but both settled back in their chairs. At its basic level, the database is a collection of individual pieces of information, documents, records of transactions, photos, sound files, each tagged to the individuals involved and each searchable. Looked at vertically, they form a personal history, an audit trail. Now we're uncomfortable with that, and rightly so, on a personal level. Understatement of the year, interrupted Tracy. It scares the living daylights out of me. Of course we know that most of this information is out there anyway, but the thought of it being held in one place by a group accountable to no one, and for their own devious purposes, well, it's indefensible. She paused, caught a glance from Teresia and said, Sorry, go on, but this had better be good. Right, now depersonalize those pieces of information. It doesn't matter who wrote a particular sentence or who owns a particular copy of I Am the Walrus, for example, but the content of the sentence itself does matter. And it does matter that the copy of the song exists. You could say that both are part, a very small part admittedly, but part nonetheless, of the sum total of human activity at this point in time. Well, that's a little less scary, Tracy conceded, but for someone so impatient with other people's stories, you sure know how to string one out. Are you familiar with the concept of memes? Yes, I've heard the word before. Like genes, but not physical. Not bad, Trace. A meme is a unit of culture, transmissible, self-replicating, mutating, competing for airtime, competing for our attention, each striving to make as many copies of itself as possible and to mutate into even more successful forms. We're dependent on them. Communication as we know it would be impossible without them. In this sense, the first meme was ugh, but they're now far more subtle. The smell of lapsang souchong is a meme, created centuries ago and successful in the sense that it's an attractive smell which can be replicated through a consistent process of cultivation and processing. The people who invest time to recreate and propagate the meme by producing and selling the tea are rewarded for doing so by the livelihood it gives them. In terms of market share, it's less successful than Coke or Pepsi, but only time will tell which will win in the long run. And you and I, Trace, are busily spreading a much newer meme. How many times have you said or heard the phrase, "This is a LibriVox recording"? Now, not only do we repeat the phrase and tell others to repeat it, but we've created a vehicle for its preservation in time and its instantaneous global transmission. And our reward? Well, it's part of a larger process, isn't it? We're bringing texts created a century or so ago, some far older, into the digital age. We're bringing them into the modern cultural battlefield, so to speak. And that phrase is like an entry ticket. It gets that file onto a server where it will be hosted in perpetuity. It allows it to be copied and disseminated. It creates a pairing of memes travelling together, each aiding the success of the other. Tracy stood up in exasperation and stepped back from the tea table, nearly knocking over her chair. "Please tell me you're not trying to use LibriVox as a justification for Global's creepy Big Brother database. What's wrong with the good old internet, for heaven's sake?" "Tracy, please," said Teresia, "let's enjoy the fruits of your brother's recovery, and not judge him too harshly just yet. But Trevor, my dear, where is this leading?" Trevor had been visibly checked by Tracy's outburst, and realized he needed to phrase the next part of his argument very carefully. It might help now to think of memes as tiny physical entities, rather like bacteria or some such. Imagine that their numbers, their concentrations, their physical location, their speed and direction of movement, their patterns of dispersal, their successive mutations, the relationship of one variety to another, could be seen, measured, monitored. You could gauge the competitive success of one meme or group of memes against another. You could design new memes with proven successful traits. You could view the ebbs and flows of the global marketplace. You would know who was winning, where, and how. You mean we could see if Lapsang Souchong was outselling Coca-Cola? Great. Tracy, it's bigger than that. That's precisely what I was afraid of. In the containment quarters, in a semi-basement on the other side of the compound, Fulvia Rossi had awoken and was trying to ascertain where she was and how she'd got there. She had administered drugs often enough on captives herself, but had never suffered the headache, nausea, and disorientation that came with waking up from such treatment. Still, that she had been taken and incarcerated, that she was in enemy hands, was clear enough. The room was surprisingly spacious, light and clean, sparsely furnished, and with no loose objects that might serve as a missile or weapon, but still civilized. There was even a wash-basin and toilet half concealed in a corner. There must be a weakness here somewhere. These people are soft, she thought. Her shoes were nowhere to be seen, and the floor was cool under her bare feet. Stretching herself to full height, she could see out of the small barred window, a foot below the ceiling, that looked out at ground level across the lawn and to the trees that defined the horizon. There was nothing to indicate how far she was from New York, but from the quality of the light she guessed it was mid-afternoon. Perhaps she should try the door. From the order's perspective, said Teresia, trying to shift the focus of the conversation, the popular obsession with national interest, national identity, has seemed rather an anachronism in these times of what is called globalization. One could almost say that the Knights, the Order and Global, if I may bracket them together simply to illustrate my point, were forerunners of the multinational corporations that now seem to be thriving, or perhaps even a more honest form of government than that of sovereign states, government based on principle rather than mere geography. Exactly so. And what better way to see whether your principles are taking root, are winning on the global battlefield? Ah, so now it's a battlefield, not a marketplace, interjected Tracy, than by observing the ebb and flow of memes. And that is your defence of global? Tracy came in for the kill. Your own argument shows that they will use the database for global domination. That is precisely why we have to destroy it. I'm sorry, Trevor. Much as I love you and respect your intellect, you have to see that your obsession with information is leading you to a dangerous conclusion. Tracy. Tace. Their eyes locked. Don't you see that this information dispenses with the need for war? No, I don't see that, not in the least. It creates a potential for world domination. It creates a new superpower, one against which countries and people will be powerless. It changes everything. It has to be stopped, and you, my exasperating brother, are the only person who can stop it. End of chapter 25. Recorded on November the 27th by David Barnes.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. You are listening to a section of the LibriVox NaNoWriMo project, in which a number of LibriVox volunteers write and record a whole novel together in serial form during November 2006. The project is based on the idea started by the National Novel Writing Month. Chapter 26. Written and recorded by Catherine Eastman. Trevor sighed and ran his fingers through his hair. All right, you've got me. He gave his twin a mournful look. But just think, all that lovely information. Tracy crossed her arms and looked at him meaningfully. He threw up his hands in mock resignation. Righto. If we destroy the data, we effectively perform a lobotomy on Global. And the faster we do that, the faster that whole problem goes away. Man, he muttered, what I wouldn't give to have life be simple again. But I need more time, he said, as Tracy came over and hugged him. From what I recall, and I'm not certain how much of that recollection is real, their structure looked like a real bugger to get into. Grandmother. He stood and bowed to her. "May I have access to a networked computer, some time, and some more of your marvellous tea?" Teresia stood as well, and curtsied in return. "Of course, Trevor dear. You may use my office, and I'll have Pierre prepare another pot of tea for your private use." Her eyes twinkled at the unlikely ceremoniousness of the conversation. "But do hurry, for all our sakes." She seated herself once more. "Tracy and I will remain here. There are other issues that must be discussed. Our unexpected guest, for one." She turned her head, gazing out the window, while her fingers tapped idly on the arm of her chair. Not surprisingly, Fulvia found the door locked. The knob could not be turned, and pushing and pulling at the door were equally ineffective. She gave the door a harder shove, with no effect. The mild exertion caused her head to pound with a pain that surprised her. "Ow!" she thought, as her newly roiling stomach added to her discomfort. Slowly and carefully she returned to the bed and lay down once more. Soft these people might be. Stupid, at least to the extent of taking somebody prisoner and then failing to close them in properly, they weren't. As she lay back, she tried to remember just what had happened. At the beginning of this mission, you three had told her that Trevor had a document that was important to the Knights of Malta, the old Hospitallers group that was forever nipping at Global's heels. Her job was to either deliver the document to him or to destroy it. She'd been getting more and more frustrated with Trevor as time had passed. When she questioned him, with or without her charming little rod, she got the strangest mix of sense and nonsense out of him. Trevor had confirmed the existence of this document, and had insisted that it was with a Professor Prajak. Fulvia hadn't recognized the name, but that didn't matter. Google had confirmed the existence of this man and his linguistic capabilities. But even that much real information had been hard won. Trevor had spent a great deal of time trying to introduce Fulvia to his pet chinchilla, a non-existent pet. And he'd frequently stop dead in his tracks, look up with a frightened stare, and shout, "Hazel! Hazel, where are you?" Fulvia sighed, annoyed in recollection. He'd led them to Prague first. Getting to Prague had been a bit more complicated than she would have liked. She'd gotten so annoyed with Trevor that she had failed to conceal her pistol properly in her luggage, and had had a run-in with airport security as a result. Beaning the solitary guard with her metal rod had been the quickest and easiest way to escape and return to the plane. Shortly after arriving in Prague, Trevor had insisted that Prajak was on a speaking tour, and that he would keep this document with him as he travelled because of its importance. She'd taken Trevor back to their shared hotel room at that point, and applied a bit of pressure to him, to emphasize how important it was that he be open and honest with her regarding the document. Trevor didn't change his story, though. So they'd then flown to New York, the first stop on this supposed speaking tour. Instead of heading directly to NYU, Trevor had brought them to Central Park, continuing to mutter about his stupid chinchilla and needing to feed it. He'd started minutely examining the grass at the edge of the lake, getting down on his hands and knees and startling the ducks congregated there. Fortunately, it was a weekday morning around 10, and there were essentially no human passers-by to notice his odd behavior, except for the homeless men sitting in a group by a nearby tree. From the fragments of their conversation that she could hear, Fulvia figured Trevor's behavior wouldn't disturb them in the least. She'd taken a moment to call U3, informing him of Trevor's odd behavior and the difficulty she was encountering in retrieving the document. U3 had brushed away her explanations. "Just get the document. That's what matters. I don't care what it takes. You can deal with Trevor in any way you like once you've got it." The permission had pleased her, causing her lips to curl in a vulpine grin as she snapped the cell phone shut and returned it to her purse. And then a sudden sharp pain in the side of her neck. She reached up and felt the tiny needle sticking there, even as she slumped quietly forward. At the edge of her vision she saw one of the homeless men standing up from a crouched position, sticking something vaguely pencil-shaped in a pocket, and running towards Trevor. She must have passed out completely, for she remembered nothing more until awakening here. Trevor spent the next 2 hours searching through the incomprehensibly vast global database. He wasn't looking at the specific pieces of information, or at least he was trying not to. But it was hard to not notice, for example, someone's link to a private bank account in Switzerland that was being used to buy works of art on the black market. He was searching for an overarching structure to the thing, something that would give him a clue as to where the weak point was and how to exploit it. Once he found that keyhole, one little weak point, he could write a relatively simple script that would overwrite the whole thing quite efficiently, and the whole house of cards would come tumbling down. If this had been a database designed by an average programmer, it would have been a series of nested arrays. The top level of the array would contain elements that each represented a particular person. Each element of that array would point to a new array, with pointers to different types of data about that person. One for vital stats, one for photographs, one for things that the person had created, etc. Each one of the pointers would then point to an array containing the actual information in that particular category. Depending on how detailed the designer wished to get in their categorizations, the arrays could nest downwards practically forever. You could have Joe somebody, created works, media, pencil, representational, object represented, animal, animal represented, dog, as 6 vertical layers to describe a pencil drawing that a person had done of a dog. There would probably be a branch off from the created works level to describe the age the person had been and the location where the drawing had been made. That was if the database had been designed by an average programmer. This clearly wasn't. Here, pieces of data about certain individuals had been linked directly to pieces of data of other individuals that were, as far as he could tell, almost entirely unrelated. Instead of predictable branchings, links ran complicated circles around each other in labyrinthine rabbit-warren confusion. Rabbits. The chinchilla nuzzled gently at his ear as the kittens played under the desk. Tracy ran her hand through her hair, in unconscious imitation of her twin. "Do we have to deal with her?" she said, a bit plaintively. "Can't we just, I don't know, dump her in the river without a life jacket?" While she had never even seen the woman, she disliked her thoroughly from everything she'd heard of Fulvia's activity regarding her brother. "Truth be told, I'm kind of sorry that Gerhardt brought her in when he rescued Trevor. But I suppose we couldn't just leave her there," she sighed. Teresia sank back in her chair. "Ne fais pas du mal," she said softly. "We couldn't just dump her in the river. I understand the temptation, of course. Fulvia is an example of some of the darkest instincts in humanity, instincts that I wish could be entirely eradicated. But no guns, no violence. Ne fais pas du mal." She leaned her head against her hand. "However, doing no wrong does not mean not doing justice. And I think I know someone who can help us there." She pressed the button on her bracelet. "Pierre, could you place a call to Emily, and see if she can come by on her lunch break or after work?" Tracy asked, "Who's Emily?" "A friend. A friend who was a member of the Order, and who works for justice." Another pot of tea, and some pretty good pasta, had sharpened Trevor and put him back on the chase. Now, where was that wascally wabbit? He leaned back and considered. There were a couple of jobs to do here, really. One was to try to gain administrative-level access. If he could do that, then he could go at the database from the inside out, which would likely be the fastest and surest way to eradicate it. At the admin level, he might also be able to determine whether and how often Global made backups of the database. There was so much information, he couldn't imagine anyone not backing such a thing up. The database wasn't terabytes of information. It was probably into exabyte territory, 1,000 million gigabytes. The sheer amount of space the backups would take up might indicate that relatively few archives were kept if he was lucky. If he didn't manage to corrupt the inevitable backups as well, mangling the active database wouldn't do much good. If he was unable to gain administrative access, he could write a program that would continuously rewrite entries in the active database and gradually corrupt the entire thing. That method would probably take days to complete. He could set multiple copies of the program running at once, but even that would be slow, and it wouldn't be able to do anything about backups. Furthermore, none of his coding efforts would do anything to tapes or other hard media that might be stored off the network. Only physical damage could deal with those physical backups, wherever they were. He idly scanned more entries, following the crosslinks and hoping that some pattern would emerge. Adams Eileen. Lover of music. Invented elastic band. Coconut milk used in mother's recipe changed to dairy milk in 1973. Entrepreneur in small-town America. He shook his head. The descriptors weren't even all related to this Eileen Adams person. Each of them referred to totally separate individuals. Why had they been indexed this way? Why? The chinchilla insistently rubbed, then nibbled at the choicest words. Adams. Lover. Invented. Coconut. Entrepreneur. A-L-I-C-E. Emily arrived in mid-afternoon. "I'm working the 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. shift now," she explained. Short, stout, and with a no-nonsense look about her, she wore a uniform similar to that of the New York Police Department, but where the badge was normally worn, she wore a pin that depicted a globe surrounded by olive leaves, with a Libra-type balance partially hidden behind it, and a sword piercing the globe. The legend, Interpol, was written at the lower edge of the globe. "So, you've got someone you think might be of interest to us?" she addressed Teresia. The old woman nodded. "I believe that you have a red notice out for one Fulvia Rossi?" Emily crossed her arms, an interested look on her plain face. "We do indeed. She attacked a security guard in Malta International Airport. That's equivalent to a federal crime here in the States. She then fled the country, which is grounds for extradition. The whole thing was recorded on a hidden security camera. And she left this." Emily took out a folded, slightly tattered paper. "In the security room. An overdue bill for some handyman tools, with name, address, etc." She frowned at the paper. "Including one strange item. One solid metal rod 12 inches. I don't think she was planning to use that in a plumbing project." She put the paper back in her pocket. "The Maltese authorities are definitely interested in having her returned to their care. You've got her here." Teresia smiled and rose from her chair. "I know that you folks don't generally interfere in anything that might be connected to religious or military activities, but I thought you might be willing to take her off our hands for us. In addition to the harm you know about, we may be able to provide a witness to testify against her in a court of law with regards to Article 5 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights." Emily smiled. "Ooh, Article 5. Torture and inhumane, cruel, or degrading treatment. So this Fulvia person would definitely not qualify for employment in my upstanding agency." Tracy nodded agreement, knowing that the Interpol Constitution laid out the rule of taking actions within the spirit of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Naturally, it made sense that Interpol's employees would have that document memorized. Teresia nodded. "Shall I take you down to her?" Fulvia felt better after she had lain down for a while. She took another turn around the room, examining her surroundings more closely. She wiggled experimentally at the iron bars at the small window near the ceiling. Again, unsurprisingly, they remained firm. The toilet was both functional and clean, and she refreshed herself at the sink. The water from the tap was even drinkable, and a thick shatter-resistant plastic cup had been thoughtfully provided. She walked carefully around the perimeter, and noticed that her designer purse had been casually left on the floor, leaning against the legs of the small table. Her purse! Oh, these people were soft. She couldn't imagine Global ever making that kind of error. Quickly she riffled through the bag. Her metal rod had been confiscated, as had the lockpicks that were standard issue to all Global agents, but her captors, whoever they were, the sillies, had left her cell phone in the purse. She quickly retrieved the phone and turned it on, dialing a well-known number as soon as the phone received a signal. She looked around once more and decided that she couldn't absolutely eliminate the possibility that her prison was bugged. Fine, she'd speak in code. She waited impatiently as the phone rang. At last, a man's voice answered. "You 3. "Hi, it's Fulvia." That was code number 1. While Global agents knew the names of the agents they worked with, an agent never identified him or herself by name to their supervisor over the phone, unless they were in trouble. "Is Mom or Dad home?" That was the second code, indicating that an agent was likely in more trouble than they could handle alone and needed help. "Fulvia." The man's voice had an oddly flat quality to it. It carried no overtones of concern. None at all. For heaven's sake, wasn't he worried? She thought she'd given him a good time that night, good enough that he'd have some personal interest in her, and she'd seen hard, physical evidence that he'd quite liked her little games. "Yes, what can I tell you?" Code. I might be being overheard. Mentally she added, "You twit." "Fulvia, you remember that Top had taken an interest in your mission?" "Yes, of course I remember." She chewed her fingernails. "Top is not pleased." Oh dear, this was not good. No?" "No, and neither am I." She put on her very best abashed vocal tone. "I'm sorry. Really I am. I'm still working, though. Won't you work with me?" Code. Cut the garbage and get me out of here. Top has determined that you are no longer useful to us, Fulvia Rossi. You have failed in your mission. Trevor Ames has secured the document and kept it out of our reach. Further, there is a suspicious user in the database. The security risk to Global is tremendous. You failed." Fulvia was startled enough that she broke her code cover. "In the database? Trevor?" She realized that she was babbling, and took hold of herself. "You have failed, Fulvia. Global cannot afford to take care of agents who are incapable of caring for Global." But... Back to babbling, in an incoherent panic, Global was abandoning her. "What about us? Don't you know I would do anything for you?" Normally, that would be lying through her teeth, but at the moment it was close to the truth. "You're on your own, Fulvia Rossi." The voice continued its flat affect to the very end, almost as if it had been spoken by a machine. "Goodbye." Global broke the connection. Fulvia stared at the phone in growing horror. Trevor followed the White Rabbit. He wrote a quick script that would grab the text of Alice in Wonderland from the Gutenberg project and feed it to the database interface, and something in there would be the administrative password. He was certain of it. Meanwhile, there were other things with which he could occupy himself. For one thing, there was one particular individual that he wanted to look up. It wouldn't hurt the person. What possible harm could come of viewing detailed information of someone who had died? He opened a new login to the database. Query: Rebecca Sharp. The entry had pages of information, much of which he was familiar with. Still, there were the small treasures that Rebecca had never shown him, or had lost or discarded before meeting him. Drawings and poems from her early school years, including one of her goldfish back in 2nd grade. Fishy. He smiled, recalling the story she'd told him about finding Fishy flapping about on the living room rug after a mighty leap out of his bowl. Happily, Fishy had survived the encounter with dry land. There were even some voice recordings. Rebecca ordering a pizza with extra cheese and mushrooms. Rebecca calling her credit card company to ask about a strange charge on her bill. Rebecca calling him to arrange a dinner together. He paged through the entry, reveling in memory. 10 minutes later, he came across another document he'd never seen. It was a letter, and it caught his attention immediately. "Dear Trevor," it started. I feel almost silly writing this. This is one of those "Beloved, I am dead" letters that comes up in overly dramatic Victorian novels. But I still wanted to write it, to leave you a last message in case it's ever needed. If you're reading this, then through some random act of chance, I have died. I don't know how, obviously. You may not know either. Call me a victim of circumstances if it makes it easier for you. I never meant to leave you. I always meant to love you from nearly the instant that we met back at Cambridge. I did love you then, and I still do. Yes, dear heart, even now I'm sure I must, for I would not be myself if I did not love you. Please don't blame yourself because I'm dead. Perhaps I was coming to see you. Perhaps we were walking to class together. Perhaps. It doesn't matter what we were doing. What matters is that we were, and were together. Think of me. Think of us together, and remember the joy that we had together. Remember me when you read the poems and books we read aloud together, when you walk the paths we walked together. Even though you think of me, do not rush to meet me. Live, dear Trevor. Live, and take in the joys that are still yours. Tell me about them, if you like. I'm sure I'll be listening. You hold my heart, dearest, now and forever. In aeternum, Rebecca. A single tear coursed down Trevor's cheek. He copied and pasted the text into a new document and hit print. As it printed, he recited from memory the last stanza of the poem "To One in Paradise" by Edgar Allan Poe. And all my days are trances, and all my nightly dreams are where thy grey eye glances, and where thy footstep gleams, in what ethereal dances, by what eternal streams. Someone on LibriVox had recently made a recording of a poem in memory of a pet who had died. He rather thought that, once he had his life back, he'd record that poem in her memory, perhaps as part of a special collection. That way, his memory of her would be propagated forever, or close to it anyway. He looked across at the other window, where the password hunt had successfully completed. "Down the rabbit hole" was the key phrase, apparently. He snorted at the relative simplicity of the passphrase. Good! He could do his real work now. Over the next hour, he wrote 3 different scripts. The first was designed to slowly eat away at the backups of new entries to the database that were captured nightly. The database was far too big to back up the entire thing on any regular basis. That was called Caterpillar, forever eating at the magic mushroom and polluting the surrounding air with his hookah smoke. Caterpillar would get run regardless, and should be started soon, frankly. The second script was called Eat Me. It acted like a mutagen to the keys in the database table, and would scramble them. Individual pieces of information would remain intact, but their interrelationships would be completely destroyed. The third script was called Drink Me. This script was effectively a cup filled with Leith water, overwriting every entry in every table, replicating itself as it went so as to do the job relatively quickly. He opened a new command line in the directory with the database. Command: Run Caterpillar. His finger hovered over the return key. End of chapter 26. Recorded by Catherine Eastman on November 27th, 2006, in Redwood City, California.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. You're listening to a section of the LibriVox NaNoWriMo project, in which a number of LibriVox volunteers write and record a whole novel together in serial form during November 2006. The project is based on the idea started by the National Novel Writing Month. Chapter 27, written and recorded by Anita Roy Dobbs. Trevor slowly lifted his hands from the keyboard. So far, too good, he murmured to the screen. He folded his arms and leaned back. It wouldn't do to ignore his instincts. Too much of his mind was running an undercurrent of remembered times with Rebecca. But mixed with those were memories of the Cambridge Chinchilla project, and suddenly he became aware of an immediate danger. He was operating on autopilot. He'd been only half present since finding the letter. Flypaper. He had buzzed away, writing the scripts, Caterpillar, Eat Me, Drink Me, Busy Wings, Preparing to Fly, nowhere. If Global had wanted to trap him, they couldn't have chosen a more effective method. The shock of that realization put all Trevor's senses on alert. A surge of energy that would have propelled another man to his feet in a fit of pacing was harnessed and sent racing along a series of mental inquiries. Trevor jumped at the cell phone alert. A text message. Cuckoo Cachoo. Instantly he disengaged from the global database. Then he pushed back from the desk. Pacing would be needed after all. His personal server, sitting in the pantry of his London flat, was under attack. Cachoo. And would shut down immediately after sending the text message, and maybe that was quickly enough. The decoy hacker he'd set up there on auto-run had been spotted and eradicated. The global database sentries had detected the decoy, despite all the input traffic of the planet, within 6 hours. Detected and destroyed. He fished out his iRiver and copied his scripts. They might be useful, but probably not, because the real kicker, the mastodon fly in the ointment, the cuckoo of the message, was that Global had a two-man rule in place. Trevor needed Tracy to be his second. Emily smiled as if amused. Take me down to Miss Fulvia Rossi? And she chuckled outright. Let me call local officers, in case Ms. Rossi is reluctant to be arrested. Teresia pictured a centenarian, an unarmed Interpol officer, and a cornered global agent. Indeed, she laughed. I could not expect to persuade her. The desk phone rang, and Tracy bounded to it. Yes? She looked expectantly at her great-grandmother. Thank you, yes, please. Dr. Prazak? Hello, this is Tracy McHugh. Tracy Ames. Trevor Ames is my brother. I studied... Yes, right. Hello. Tracy flashed a smile to Teresia and then fixed her gaze on the desktop, listening. Teresia motioned Emily toward the door, and the two of them stepped out to find a quiet place for Emily's call. Yes, that's why I'm... Tracy barely acknowledged their leaving. Oh, are there? Professor Prazek, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I beg you to listen. Something has happened that may have placed you in harm's way. This phone we're speaking on is secure, and the man who handed you the phone... he did? Right, Gerhardt. And a younger man, Peter, will be nearby. If you will allow them, they will fly you here to me. I'm in New York, and Trevor is here too. Yes, he is. You have? No, wait. Dr. Prazek, please, say nothing else till you're here with us. The phones are secure, and they can't be traced, but I don't know whether your office could be... Yes, exactly. So please gather the document and bring anything else that you can from your office, because I'm very sorry, Dr. Prazek, but you might want to... Yes, very safe here, and we can accommodate you, yes, for quite a long... Thank you, Professor. Yes, I'm afraid you're quite right. Yes. Yes, goodbye then. A trifle dazed, Tracy hung up the phone and sank into the massive chair. In a moment, Trevor strode into the room. Tracy, we have a real problem, Trevor began. T for timing. We may have a real solution, too, Tracy beamed, patting the phone. Fulvia Rossi closed her cell phone, opened it. 1:21. Everything can change in 1 minute and 21 seconds. At 3:45, your global agent M21 about to arrange your release. At 3:47, what are you? She closed the cell phone, placed it on the small table, glanced at the barred windows and back to the phone. She lunged forward and shoved the phone, sending it puck-style across the table through the air to the wall. When the trace was complete, Top had terminated the conversation with Fulvia. It would do her good to realize how completely dependent she was on the good graces of Global. She had taken too many liberties, made too many mistakes. But she was too valuable to lose if they could reclaim her, and too risky to leave alive if they could not. Top skimmed into the trace. Where was she? Was it saying Paris or Prague? Top reached a team nearest Berkeley, California. Professor Andel Prazek, Berkeley Department of Linguistics. When you reach him, I will talk to him. He will be lured, no seen. You will bring him to me carefully. Campanile Way near Sather Road. The cell signal is still there. Be quick. If it moves, I'll contact you. Top continued a simultaneous connection with U3, initiated 20 minutes ago when the London hack was detected. It had been startling to realize that Trevor had made his way back to London without leaving a trace en route, but there he was, tapping into the GDB. Testing his capacity to cripple? U3's team had been deployed immediately. Pick him up carefully and bring him to me. He appears to be coherent. Don't trigger anything. They had finally reached the flat. Excellent. Within the day they'll all be here, Trevor and Fulvia. Prazek and the document, no doubt. And then no hacking will be so threatening. Then, too, Trevor might accept the offer. Fulvia's trace came back, saying Paris and Prague. This call came from two origins? Of course not. And London, and Sydney. The source point had split the signal and converged again just before reaching Top, in Malta. This was new. Then Fulvia could not be traced through the call. The chip, then. Trace the chip. And if that fails, activate the chip. Reporting. Trevor Ames isn't here. Indicators say that no one's been here for weeks. Everything's cold except this server. Awaiting orders. A beat, and then skim and document. Sweep. Will do. The underground vault felt oppressive to whatever extent Top felt anything. A spike of inquiries coursed through the webbed network via satellite, optic fiber, cable, airwave. Where is Trevor? Where is Fulvia? Yesterday they landed in New York. Where are they today? A monitor alert in Berkeley. Prazek's cell phone had just dialed the operator and switched off. Top buzzed the Berkeley team. "Confirmed, that's his phone. Let me speak to him. Remember, no scene." "Reporting. Andel Prazek isn't here. His cell phone was just lying on his desk. Partly cleared desk. Indicators say he was here very recently. Awaiting orders." 2 beats, and then... "1 stay, skim and document, destroy any pulps or papyrus. The rest spiral immediately, 5 mile. Report." "Will do." "The good news is that Professor Prazek is on his way in." Trevor's scowl gave way to surprise, even hope. "And the other good news is that Ms. Fiend Rossi is on her way out." Alarmed, Trevor blurted out, "Fulvia? But I need her. I may need her." "I think Interpol may need her, but what you need is a lot of not her." "Is Interpol coming?" "Interpol is here. Didn't you see them on your way here?" asked Tracy, indicating where Trevor had come in. He sprang to the door. "No, where? Interpol needs to know about this database because Global sure knows their database inside and out. I saw stuff." Tracy joined him in the doorway. Then, waving Trevor in one direction as she headed in the other, she called over her shoulder, "With Grandma, a woman shorter than me, black uniform." At each end the corridor curved gracefully and ended in stairs. Downstairs they saw each other and, near the center of this hallway, the 2 women, startled from their hushed conversation outside a door. Teresia signaled Trevor to come quietly, then caught sight of Tracy. End of chapter 27. Recorded on December 1st, 2006. Boston, USA.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. You're listening to a section of the LibriVox NaNoWriMo project in which a number of LibriVox volunteers write and record a whole novel together in serial form during November of 2006. The project is based on the idea started by the National Novel Writing Month. Chapter 28, written by Kathleen Gatliff, recorded by Kathleen Gatliff of www.skippopscratch.com. Neely dozed at her desk and didn't notice the man's advance until she felt his sharp thump on the back of her head. She cried out and spun around, but it was only Corey, her immediate supervisor. He was an obnoxious couch potato, totally lacking in social skills or reasonable hygiene, and he had a crush on her. So he wouldn't report her to anyone who mattered. She yawned and stretched. Corey leaned against her desk, slouched in a way that she knew he thought was seductive. It wasn't. Neely glared, but inwardly cringed. His daily attempts to flirt were the primary fuel behind her frequent Craigslist job searches. The problem with working for an insanely secret organization was that a girl had a tough time getting anyone to agree to be a reference. And she was required to say she worked, not for Global, but for its cover organization, Jiggle Wiggle Spam Services. She couldn't get a car loan or even look her parents in the eye at Thanksgiving with that as her cover. She sighed, and Corey twitched his long, curly eyebrows at her. "Yo sleeping beauty," he said. "Word from the top, get it? From the top?" Neely slumped and rested her temple in her hand. Maybe it was time to go back to graduate school. "Corey, that joke's been made like 30 times already today. 20 of those times by you." "Yeah, but this time it's true, so it's cooler." He smacked his lips. "Yeah, so what does it want with us, finally?" Corey leaned close. Neely scrambled back, but she could not escape the smell of dill pickles and onions issuing from his rancid maw. "Do as you like," he said. "Water, baby." "Uh-huh," she said, wrinkling her nose. "You're gross." He sat up and grumped. "That's a code word. You're supposed to know what that means. And you're supposed to know the counter code. I could write you up for this." "Corey, I've worked here 5 years, and in all that time I've never had to do anything. I forgot the stupid codes, okay? There's only like 100 of them." Corey stood up and pulled a tattered Hawaiian shirt-shaped Post-it out of his front left jeans pocket. He read off of it, "The water baby procedure. Code word, do as you like. Employees should respond with, be done by as you did. Then they scramble the database pointers. All of them." Neely cocked her head. "That's nuts. It's going to bring society to a standstill. This applies to everybody? Not just me?" "Yep. I would not want to be an average Joe today." Corey pretended to scrutinize the card. Neely could tell he was a lousy actor, before he continued. "And it says one more thing. You should go out with me tonight." He leaned so close that Neely could feel his stubble graze her cheek. She pushed off hard against the floor, and her chair's wheels carried her across the cubicle. She slammed into her semi-ironic "hang in there" dangling kitten poster and could hear it crumple. Dang, she thought. That was vintage and in mint condition. She stood up and shook her finger at Corey. "You know, if Global wasn't so damn secret, I could sue for sexual harassment." Corey sauntered to the doorway. He looked over his shoulder at her. "You know you want me." He blew her a kiss and then was gone. Neely grabbed a can of air freshener and squirted it for a good 30 seconds in his direction, then pulled her chair back over to her computer. She shut down her MySpace page and her blog. She ignored the accumulated IMs from her friends, mostly bored low-levels at other secret organizations. She cracked her knuckles and opened the Water Babies interface. She had actually tried to read the story it was based on once, when she first started, and actually thought working for Global would be exciting, but found it too sickly sweet to appeal even to her detached Pomo brain. She entered her passcode into the computer, and it responded by opening a database. There were millions of files there, arranged without rhyme or reason, and the only thing that kept them sensible was the millions of pointers. It was a terribly ineffective system, but when she tried to tell Corey that, he had barked at her. "Ever think that maybe that's the way it's supposed to be?" Guess so, she thought, because the one thing it makes easy is screwing it all up. All around her she heard the clattering of keyboards as the 500-odd employees of the Global Archive yanked their pointers. This can't be undone, she thought. If I do this, it's going to take decades to sort all this out. She shrugged, grinned mirthlessly, and whispered aloud, "At least it's job security." She scrambled her pointers just as Nigel popped his adorable dark head over her cubicle wall. "Hey! A bunch of us are going to the break room to watch the news and see what happens. Want to come?" Now this was the kind of guy she would follow anywhere. The second great tragedy in her life, Global was the first, was that she suspected that he had a girlfriend. "Sounds like fun," she said, and grabbed her cloak from the back of her chair before she hurried to his side. "What's this all about, anyway?" Nigel rolled his eyes. "Some guy tried to get into the files, tried to wipe them or something, so Topps decided to take his anger out on the world." The first place affected was Herb's Max Power Natural Foods and Supplements in Duluth, a mere nanosecond before the rest of the world. There, amidst the energy drinks and protein powders, a locally famous personal trainer was stymied as he tried to restock his client supply of energy bars. "Why isn't my card working?" he demanded. The young cashier, the owner's delinquent niece, took the credit card from the red-faced man. "Maybe it's demagnetized, or maybe you're not swiping it right. I'll punch it in." She hit the keys on her register with long, lacquered blue nails and smiled reassuringly. "It's going in now." She returned the man's card as her register beeped. She turned to it, puzzled. "Now that's odd. I think it's saying your card is denied." She stared at the screen where a lengthy message scrolled. The man blustered. "That's outrageous. I never carry a balance on this card." She read aloud in a hushed voice. "Neither a borrower nor a lender be." "What the hell does that mean?" "It's like a famous quote, isn't it? By Benjamin Franklin or someone like that." "Well, what does it have to do with me?" he asked. She shook her head. "I'd better call the manager." It was hard not to laugh at the newscasters. Everyone from Neely's floor was gathered around the set as the frantic talking heads tried to make sense of the situation. Someone had brought over a bottle of whiskey, good stuff, and they were drinking shots. "We think this is the work of hackers. Many, many thousands of hackers," said a well-groomed man on the set. His suit matched his touch of gray hair perfectly. His perky blonde co-host interrupted. "What about terrorists? Could they have sabotaged us on such a massive scale? We're standing by for word from the White House." Meanwhile, the news crawl ran through a small list of disasters. Chaos erupted at the New York Stock Exchange when the stock prices were replaced by numbers in the Fibonacci sequence. Teenagers wept in confusion as their text messages transformed to Elizabethan poetry. Academics participating in an international teleconference on string theory found the feed replaced with a loop of video footage starring cats using toilets. The information technologists raised their glasses and whooped. Neely leaned close to Nigel's ear and said, "We really shouldn't find this funny." He whispered back, "I know. It's like being a nuclear weapons designer. You don't want your bombs to ever go off. But in a weird way, you do. Besides, no one's going to be hurt. Not really. Inconvenience, yes, but it's their fault for becoming overly dependent on the data." She turned to look into his face, so close to her own. His eyes were warm brown, and he had a dimple in his left cheek when he smiled. Neely felt giddy. Meanwhile, a girl from their floor, Diane, had jumped on a table in front of the television and was shouting for quiet. She had her cell phone to her ear and listened intently as she beckoned everyone to settle down. When they had, somewhat, she tried to explain. "Watch the screen," she said, gasping for breath between giggles. "Polly on second figured out that she had control of the news feed. She's going to scramble in two." Diane jumped off the table. Everyone got quiet. The newscaster, a handsome young hotshot, was reading off the teleprompter. "It is believed that an unknown virus has infected the database of thousands, possibly millions of computers. It is recommended that you take precautions and disconnect all media from any and all networks. 'Twas brillig and the slithy toves." He stopped, blanched, and looked around wild-eyed before continuing. We appear to be experiencing technical difficulties." Nigel whispered to Neely. He mispronounced slithy. It's supposed to be said like lithe. Somehow this was so extraordinary that she grabbed his head and kissed him hard on the mouth. He did not resist. In the background she could hear her co-workers screaming the words from the news crawl. "I was a child, and she was a child, in this kingdom by the sea. But we loved with a love that was more than a love. I and my Annabel Lee." Life was good, Neely thought, as Nigel's arm settled over her shoulder. "We're all going to heck, but it's going to be a fun ride." Fulvia felt ill. Her head ached, but also her stomach. Light and noise made things worse. She kept her eyes squeezed shut and her hands over her ears. She wanted to moan, but the vibration it caused in her ribcage intensified the urge to vomit. It felt like her thoughts and experiences were being wrung from her head. One of the other agents had warned her about this, in the beginning, about the microchip implanted in her skull. If she was no longer needed, or had disappointed Global in any way, it would toast her brain. Not enough to kill her, but enough to cause such excruciating pain that she would be unable to speak, or write, or indicate in any way what she knew or experienced. She would be a vegetable forever, unless someone knew to look for the implant and remove it, but chances were good that even if they got it out, she'd lose a lot of functionality. Why had she agreed to this? She cursed her younger self. Why had she become involved in a group so wicked they would cripple their own agents? She remembered the day she got the rejection letter from Interpol. She was a fresh young graduate student, too fresh it seemed. The official reason was personality mismatch, but she felt that she knew the real reason. They had turned her away for being too nice. At the interview she had dressed carefully in a tartan skirt and a cream-colored blouse with a fluffy bow at the neck. Her former sorority sisters helped with her makeup, powder blue eyeshadow, and neon pink cheeks. They twisted her hair up into a sideways ponytail. At the time she thought she looked chic, but in hindsight she knew she looked like a tarted-up teenager. When she was asked if she was prepared to kill in the line of work, she nodded, but added that she hoped it wouldn't be necessary. The interviewer's face didn't register any change, but she could tell he was disappointed. so she hurriedly added that she had no problem with killing, none at all. His eyes narrowed perceptibly, and she grew more flustered. Her responses to his remaining questions grew more aggressive, but she could tell that the man had already dismissed her, was just going through the ropes. "Is this really what you want to do?" he asked, a curious inflection on the word really. She stammered in reply, and a quick flick of his eyelashes showed her they were done. As she left the building, she bumped into a dark woman in black leather who cursed and hurried away. That's what an agent should be like, Fulvia thought to herself, cool and collected, and here I'm dolled up like a teeny bopper. She bought a new outfit that same day, a flame-red spandex catsuit adorned with steel spikes around the neck and wrists. She became an expert in mayhem and running in spike heels. She took up smoking to prove her daring. Interpol was a lost cause, but the folks at Global snapped her up in a second. She didn't care that they were evil. She only wanted an opportunity to prove her toughness. When they mentioned the implant, she laughed and shook her luxurious teased mane. "I'm not afraid," she said in a voice trained to be low and seductive. A jolt of pain brought her out of her reverie, and she flailed on the floor. The pressure in her head was increasing, but she felt at peace, able to reflect on her career at last. She realized that she might have been wrong about the reason for her disqualification. Maybe they could see how insecure I am, she thought. Maybe they could tell I was so desperate for attention that I'd strangle a basket full of puppies just to be told, "Job well done." That's the kind of thing that makes a person perfect for Global. Someone touched her arm and she cried out. She wanted to reach out, to apologize for the evil she'd done, and take comfort in another's embrace, but she could not unfold her limbs. The person whispered. She could tell they meant to be gentle, but the sound tore through her aching skull like a bullet. End of chapter 28. Recorded on December 2nd, 2006.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. You're listening to a section of the LibriVox NaNoWriMo project, in which a number of LibriVox volunteers write and record a whole novel together in serial form during November 2006. Chapter 29. The closed group sat on couches and high-backed chairs arranged in a tight circle in Teresia's private living quarters. She sat back, steeply reclined in her personal lazy-boy. She did not move and appeared to be breathing in shallow, long-threaded breaths. Trevor was sitting in a high, straight-backed chair. Next to him was Tracy, sitting in a broad love-seat, with Fulvia, whose head rested against a large pillow, with her eyes closed. Tracy was holding Fulvia's hand as she gently stroked her former adversary's upper arm. Gerhardt sat upright in a cushionless wooden chair opposite them, next to Teresia. Pierre was holding up a large speakerphone so all could hear the clear, dulcet accent of Professor Prezak. He was speaking from the Worldcon jet rushing him eastward from California. I searched the various pieces of papyrus over and over. I just couldn't focus anymore. It was time to take a nap. I woke up just a few minutes ago, took a swig of this horrid coffee, and looked again. And then it hit me. How stupid I've been. The messages were the same every time. The motif was repeated again and again. Little ancient jokes thrown at me. No matter how I turned the phrase, they were the same. No matter what language I might have suspected these were translated from, the same message came through over and over. These words contain no secret, or the mystery is not in the script, or the words themselves are but messages, keys to some mystery, and on and on. There was a moment of silence, with sounds of rustling. Stupid coffee spilled all over me. Wait. Okay. Then it struck me. These are translations of translations. It's not the messages, it's the Prezak, What are you talking about? Translations, messages? Trevor attempted to interrupt him, and so no one could hear what the professor was saying. Dr. Prazak continued, I'll try a different track. I hope you don't mind me saying that I'm happy to announce that I do not have to meet with you. I would, though, appreciate that you allow me to go home and get back to doing what is really important. Yes, Prazak, we know. Your work, Trevor said. Ours is, well, of small consequence. We're trying to establish a green earth and world peace. After all, a small piece of papyrus that... Prazak jumped in. I'm telling you, the papyrus is but a messenger. Now it was the professor's chance to interrupt Trevor. Before papyrus, there was cuneiform, as you know. But it's my guess that it's not the cuneiform cylinders that you're looking for, wherever they are. Do you know where they are? I know who has them, Trevor said. But shall I say, you're better off not knowing who these people are. You're better off remaining an innocent research authority. Anyway, okay, we'll bite. What crazy theory have you come up with this time? Again, a moment of silence. But this time, there was no spilled coffee. Prazak continued. Just as the Egyptians stored bits of body parts and organs and all such inside of jars, it's quite possible that... You have to be kidding me, Prazak, Trevor shouted. I'm not kidding anyone, Prazak said. It's not what's on the cuneiform tablets, it's what's in them. What is he talking about, Trevor? Tracy asked. For some absurd reason, good Professor Prazak, do you need me any more? The professor asked. Thank you, Trevor said. Go home. The plane's yours for the day. We'll contact the pilot. The phone went dead. Prazak's energetic, matter-of-fact voice continued to echo through the room. Meanwhile, at Teresia's nod, Pierre closed up the wireless phone and carried it out of the room. He closed the door noiselessly. It's clear that Global has the cuneiform cylinder, Tracy said, and the sample of inside it. Human remains, Trevor finished Tracy's sentence matter-of-factly. We must go to Malta to meet with Global directly, Tracy blurted out, her mind racing. If I'm correct, if there is viable ancient DNA in those tablets, it holds the key to resolution without conflict. We cure the family curse and we establish peace. No, Trevor said emphatically. Malta is not a good idea. Not at all. Facing this directly is the only solution, Tracy spoke emphatically. The room fell into an uneasy silence. A few minutes passed by, and Gerhardt turned towards Elder, an imploring look on his face. Teresia offered in reply an equally silent, imperceptible, side-to-side shake of her head. Any other ideas, Tracy? Trevor asked. Tracy sat back, looking directly down to Fulvia's limp hand resting in hers, there in her lap. Who would have thought? Their fingers were entwined. A former nemesis sat content and soothed beside her, shedding the years of rejection and remorse. Tracy spoke with apparent impulsivity. Her firm, assured voice made it clear to everyone that she was in command of herself, prepared for anything. She spoke warmly. What do you think, Fulvia? Is there anything you can suggest? Meet them on Lampedusa. The twin-layered complex architecture of Malta is a labyrinth, a dangerous trap, even if there were time to map out a strategy. Beneath the city is deep and dark. It's Global's hive, and you will be stung, again and again. Teresia broke her silence. Yes, Fulvia has it exactly. Lampedusa is the perfect spot. Remote but accessible. There is a small masseuse villa on Lampedusa, on the northeast coast. In a private cove, if I remember correctly, Trevor added. We can land in Sicily and take a small plane into the Aeroporto de Lampedusa. There is no need for that, Gerhard interjected. No reason for stopovers. I've set things up. We have a jet, small enough to land on Lampedusa Strip. He stood up and walked directly towards the back door of the room. Hesitating for a moment, with his left hand on the handle, he turned to Teresia and said, I imagine this constitutes my encounter with the final blind yogi, sir. With a brief swallow, he added, Excuse me, I mean, madam. He smiled and left the room. Everyone? Everyone here is going. Be ready in 10 minutes, said Trevor. With the exception of Pierre, of course. No, Pierre will be going with me, Teresia said. You're going? Trevor asked. To the island, not to the villa, Grandmother Teresia answered. The two of you will handle things perfectly, I am certain. What about the access codes, Trevor? Tracy said. I can work on the codes on the plane. You sleep, I work. You're going to kill yourself, she said. You need rest. I'll have no reversals at this juncture. You'll have? Trevor laughed. Just one day, and this will all be over, Trevor said chillingly. Teresia rose from her lazy boy. Before you prepare to leave, I must speak openly to you all. Trevor's torso leaned backwards an inch or two, and his face assumed a guarded mien. I have withheld a truth from you, she began. The back door to the room suddenly opened, and Gerhard walked in, catching the very end of Teresia's sentence. She continued, I have withheld the truth from each of you. She looked about the room slowly, lingering on each face benevolently, making it clearly apparent that the room did not contain a group of isolated individuals, but instead each person was on equal footing, and each would be holding the fate of each other in their hands. Her face lingered on Fulvia. Yes, you too, my precious granddaughter. Fulvia's eyes widened, and she began to cry. Tracy held Fulvia close to her, stroking her hair. Please wait, my darling. It will all make sense in just a moment, Teresia said. I will put this simply. Trevor, you will understand why you were not named after my son. Tracy, you will understand why I was always distant from you. Gerhard, you will know why I continued to trust you even when you rarely trusted yourself. And you, Fulvia, will understand, even though so much was hidden from you, why you took the path you never wanted to take. Here, within a single truth, a multitude of mysteries are laid open. Some we share, and some are uniquely our own. I will reveal one, and that one will open a door to many. You will open them together, but only together. I will now speak directly of my son, T.M. His name was not Trevor Missus, as you suspected, Trevor. She gasped for a breath, as if it were her last. A deep and profound breath, filled with remorse and fear and sadness and hope. Yes, he was T.M., but his name was Topolis Missu. Top! Fulvia gasped, and then murmured in a whisper, My father? And the remains that must be in the cylinders or cylinders in his possession, Teresia went on to say, can only be ancient Misu flesh, pure and untainted. Even Top does not know that. None of us knew that here we would find the cure to the Misu madness. The room was suddenly quiet. "Excuse me," Trevor ventured to say. "How are we to arrange this meeting?" Teresia answered, "Everything is set in place. The meeting has long been arranged. We simply need to announce the location. By the time we're in the air, Control will know where they need to be. Lampedusa. As I've said, I'll be flying with you, but I will not be attending. It's now up to you, Tracy and Trevor. Once we've landed, I'm headed south to Isola del Conigli, the island of rabbits. Pierre will make certain I arrive. The diminishing loggerheads will be hatching. I've been meaning to go there before I die." End of chapter 29. The text and this recording are in the public domain.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. You're listening to a section of the LibriVox NaNoWriMo project, in which a number of LibriVox volunteers write and record a whole novel together, in serial form, during November 2006. The project is based on the idea started by the National Novel Writing Month. Chapter 30b, one version of the end of the novel, written and recorded by Michael Serrois, michael.serrois, sirois.com. The lights flashed by overhead as the group sped along, 80 feet under the river, toward the Order's outbuilding on the other side of the Hudson. Looking out the rear window, Trevor watched the tunnel fall back into darkness as they passed by. All along the sides of the tunnel he could see the massive pipes that supplied water, power, and fuel to the compound, as well as carrying away the compound's waste products. It was ingenious, really. Aside from trips for food, which were made in one of the Order's unstylish SUVs, other necessaries were delivered or routed to their metalworks factory, located just north of Germantown, and piped under the Hudson to the compound. The metalworks factory had been a cover operation for the Order since World War II, when it actually did manufacture sheet metal for B-15 bombers. Bought out by Charles once the war ended, he gradually replaced the workers with Order personnel, continued a profitable business, making siding for houses, and put skilled teams to work building the tunnel and readying the island, which he had also bought, for habitation. It became the primary headquarters for the Order during the Cold War, a time of heightened rivalry between the Order and Global. It had served them well and had been a perfect place for Tracy to administer treatments to Trevor, as well as a good spot to incarcerate Fulvia, although that didn't seem to be necessary anymore. The team that would be going to Lampedusa was small. Aside from Tracy and Trevor, just two of the Order's best agents, one of whom was a techie, plus Fulvia and Grayson would debark at the airport. Pierre and Teresia would slip from the plane once it had been hangared, just in case Top decided to try anything at the airport, and they would head south for the Isola dei Conigli to see her beloved turtles. Trevor looked around the SUV, from face to face, examining them, trying to read the emotions most of them weren't showing. Despite the outward calm everybody was displaying, a palpable undercurrent of tension and nervousness still made its presence known. Great-grandmother Teresia was the only one who seemed to truly welcome the end of the journey ahead. Trevor had noticed, back at the compound, how she smiled at the mention of the cuneiform cylinder, and had urged them to meet Top on Lampedusa. Trevor still couldn't believe the changes he'd noticed in Fulvia since Tracy removed the chip from her head, and in Tracy. Even before great-grandmother Teresia had revealed that Fulvia was their aunt, Tracy had seemed protective of her, a doctor-patient thing perhaps, or maybe a sixth sense of connectedness. The chip had been inserted in Fulvia's sternocleidomastoid muscle, just below the point where it attaches to the mastoid process at the base of her skull. Once Tracy realized the chip was what was causing the intense pain Fulvia was feeling, she decided to remove it. The medical training she had received as part of her genetics training included a little surgery, and she felt she could handle it. If she was careful, she should be able to open the muscle and remove the chip, as long as she was sure to miss the occipital and the superior thyroid arteries, both of which ran along the muscle. A slip of the scalpel, and Fulvia could easily bleed to death in minutes. Fortunately, the compound was well equipped for surgeries, and after administering some mild anesthesia, Tracy was able to remove it successfully. Fulvia's neck would be sore and her movement a little restricted for a week or so, but she wouldn't be bothered any more with whatever kind of impulse Global had been zapping her with. At any rate, she seemed much calmer now. Most of that tension and bravado that had made her seem so alluring had faded. She looked softer now, less exciting, but more interesting, more real. It was thanks to her that they were going to finally square off with Top and have a chance to put the plan into action. Using Trevor's hacking skills, they were able to get a signal through the global network for Top to call Fulvia. The message was that she had turned Trevor, that he now saw how futile it was to compete against this system that was currently wreaking havoc across the globe, and that he wanted to join forces. Top would be suspicious of the call, of course, certain that it could be a trap, but everyone hoped his ego would get the better of him. He was to call the number of a specially designed secure phone that the Order's electronics crew had been working on for nearly a decade. The original design was intended to be used as a scrambler for secure face-to-face conversations, preventing other agents from eavesdropping on you with remote microphones or bugs. As the design developed, they could see that it might have some other uses, and one in particular that intrigued Trevor. It involved transmitting data disguised as the received signal from a remote location. The phone call did come, and the Order's techies didn't try to shunt the signal through too many channels. They allowed Global's system to track the signal, through a series of poorly disguised decoys, back to the compound. Fulvia was very convincing, letting Top believe that his massive data scramble had convinced Trevor that the world would be powerless against Global, and that he felt he couldn't compete against them. Top agreed to meet with them and suggested either Malta or the island of Lampedusa. They agreed to call him back when they were underway. Teresia suggested that Lampedusa would be the safer of the two, for reasons she understood if no one else did, and so they agreed. When Top was speaking, his digital signal was mirrored, much in the same way that noise-canceling microphones and headphones operated. The duplicate signal, in effect, became invisible, an undetectable channel to send data in small packets back to the source of the original sound. If they could get the right data embedded somewhere in Global's system, it could be all they needed to turn the tables on Top. The downside was that they would have to be at Global's headquarters to carry out the rest of the plan, and that would probably mean certain death if they didn't succeed. At this point, Trevor really didn't care if he lived or died. He was still sorting out the real from the unreal, and the image he found hardest to purge from memory was that of Hazel dying in a hail of bullets. Hazel, even though she had been a figment of his imagination, had seemed so much like Rebecca that he had mentally brought back the dead, not realizing he had been trying to do that for the last 20 years anyway. He needed to trust what was true, but he wanted a different truth than the one his mind and everyone around him was telling him was real. He had been through so much that death would certainly be easier, but leading everyone else into the lion's den wasn't right either. He knew this had to be done, but actually accomplishing it would be another matter altogether. Before long they were in the air. The phone call to Top was made, and they told him they wanted to meet on Lampedusa. A time and location was agreed on, and Trevor and Fulvia were to come alone. Trevor was exhausted. He tried to concentrate on his codes, but couldn't keep his eyes open. He looked around the cabin. He had to finish restructuring the code before they landed. Who could he trust? His gaze fell on Grayson, 2 seats forward. He called to him. "Grayson, could I have a word with you?" Grayson got up and came back to him. "Of course. What is it?" "I need to get some sleep, but I have to have this code ready before we land, and I also need some time to work with Malcolm, the tech guy." If I go to sleep, Tracy will want to let me sleep for the whole flight. Promise me you'll wake me up in 2 hours." "Definitely. And Trevor?" "Yes." "I'm glad you're on our side." "Glad to be here. Thanks." Trevor closed the laptop and laid the seat back. As tired as he was, it was a struggle to let go and drift off. The weight of the past several weeks had taken its toll, but his body finally succumbed. Tracy watched Trevor fall asleep across the aisle from her, and was glad he was finally getting some rest. He would need it to get through the ordeal ahead, she was sure, but she was more concerned about his long-term health. For the gene therapy to work, he would have to take care of himself for the next several months, and he hadn't seemed inclined to do that lately. There was also no guarantee that the therapy would be permanent. She could do so much more with a sample of untainted Missou flesh. Pre-disordered DNA from the same family. Just imagine. A shape appeared in the aisle. Fulvia sat down beside her, wanting to talk. "Thank you for what you did back there," she said. "You were in pain. And how are you feeling now?" "A little sore, but nothing serious. The physical pain is nothing. Sometimes it's the things that others do to you that hurt the worst. I can't believe that my father is Top. It's so Luke Skywalker-ish." Tracy laughed, then quickly clapped her hand across her mouth. "Sorry, No, it's all right. I meant it as a joke. It's Daddy, Top, that I want to talk to you about." Tracy waited, not knowing how to respond. Fulvia continued, speaking about the man who, though he was middle-aged already when Fulvia was born, was very athletic and agile. She told Tracy about a time when she was young, on her 13th birthday. Topulus Missou had promised to be there for his daughter's birthday party. She didn't understand at the time that her father had 2 families, and hers was the secondary one. He did arrive at the appointed hour, but was acting strangely, a look of panic in his eyes. Fulvia watched her mother try to manage the situation, as her father said strange things. The clown was a spy. Aliens tried to paint his office green. The dog ate his foot. Her mother hustled Topulus from the room, but the party broke up soon after that, and Fulvia was the talk of the school and the receiver of odd stares for weeks afterward. A few days after the party, Fulvia's mother told her that her father was gone on a long business trip, but he would be back. He was gone often, so this didn't seem unusual to her, but she was worried about his strange behavior. He did return several weeks later, long after the gossip had shifted from her father's behavior to the school counselor catching Benny Golson and Andrea Marcoli naked together in the girls' restroom, which was much juicier, removing the spotlight from Fulvia and her family. Her father seemed fine when he returned, happier than he had been in some time. Then he fell ill. He seemed to be very weak, and his skin turned a pale, waxy color after a few days. He was rushed to the hospital and seemed to be getting worse. One day after school she asked her mother to take her to see him, and was told that he had been taken away to a far-away hospital, and they were going to perform a special operation to try to save him, and that she must be brave. Oddly, he returned after another few weeks and seemed the picture of health. His color was back, and he seemed to be talking normally. In the evening, about once a week, he would lock himself in his study for hours, and she thought that was odd, but otherwise he seemed fine. She did notice one behavior in particular that changed, though. He loved to swim, and always started each morning with a swim in their pool, but had stopped doing that since his return this time. She wondered why, but couldn't see any reason for the change. She put it out of her mind and eventually stopped thinking about it, but began having a dream during those months that didn't stop until she was almost 14. In the dream she saw her father rising naked from his bed. He had a small black box in his hand, and a wire went from the box up over his shoulder. When he turned around she could see that the wire was plugged into the back of his neck, and his spine looked all lumpy. The dream disturbed her for some months, and for a while she was convinced that it wasn't a dream at all, that she actually had seen the box and the wires and the lump. "And that's what I wanted to tell you," she said, finishing her story. "Your operation on me reminded me of it, and now I'm more convinced than ever that it wasn't a dream. I think I know what we need. what I need to do. Trevor slept deeply and would have remained that way long past time to land. Exactly 2 hours later, though, he was dreaming about a chorus line of chinchillas in 4-inch stiletto heels. But they weren't dancing, they were kicking him. As he looked up at his attackers, he noticed they looked oddly like Fulvia, and their nipples hardened as they continued to kick him. One of them leaned over, grabbed his shoulder, and said, "Time's up, man. Rise and shine." Trevor opened his eyes to see Grayson standing over him, making sure he woke up. Top waited in his darkened office at Global's base on Lampedusa. He was bathed in the eerie glow of the 3 flat-panel monitors on his desk. On one monitor he was browsing through reports of the panic caused by his brief data scramble the day before. On another he scrolled through a series of emails, trying to piece together connections between various Global employees. The third monitor showed an image of a Worldcon jet landing. The meeting would be soon. He had hated to toss Fulvia aside that way, but it had been necessary. She was weak and in the hands of the Order. It was quite a surprise to get the signal from Trevor that Fulvia wanted to talk. Either she was more resourceful than he thought, or they were attempting to perpetrate a massive double cross on him. He would be ready either way. As he reached outward toward one of the monitors, intending to tilt it toward him a little, the tremors in his hands began again. It was time to restream the flow. He pulled a small black device from his desk drawer, untangled the cord dangling from one end of it, and found the plug on the end. It looked very much like the mini plug on a set of headphones. Gripping it between thumb and forefinger, he reached his arm over his shoulder, and with an often practiced movement, slipped the plug into the jack on the back of his neck, just at the joint between his C1 and C2 vertebrae. The hump of the implant was barely visible, and he took great care to never appear in public shirtless. This had been his routine since the late 1980s, when he had realized that the Missou curse had finally surfaced in him. He switched the device on, and felt a calming warmth spread into his spine and down through his extremities. Soon he would be fine for another few days, although the treatments had grown more frequent in recent years. The time on the plane hadn't been wasted. Trevor, with Malcolm's help, had been able to prepare the codes so they could be released at the proper time. He could do that, of course, any time he was inside the global network, and could even have done it remotely from New York. But they weren't here just to reverse the damage done by Top the day before. They were here for the cylinder. He still wasn't sure he could trust Fulvia, but Tracy seemed to think that Fulvia knew something about the cylinder that would work to their advantage, and she was willing to stick by her. They had discussed the details of their plan in a final 20-minute huddle before the plane landed at Lampedusa, and now it was up to them to execute it. A black Range Rover was waiting for them at the airport, and Fulvia, Trevor, and Tracy slid onto the back seat. Grayson drove, following the directions taped to the wheel. They were sure the vehicle was bugged, so they remained silent during the short trip across the tiny island, arriving at the gate to Global's compound within 10 minutes. A guard looked inside the vehicle briefly, listened to someone on his earpiece, then waved them through. Security cameras followed them as they passed the guardhouse. Trevor could see their movement executing a slow arc along their path. Suddenly the radio turned on, and a voice came through the speakers. "You and Fulvia were told to come alone, Mr. Ames." "My sister Tracy and I are a team, and Grayson is a trusted friend. He'll stay in the vehicle," Trevor said emphatically. "Yes, he will," Top replied, the mechanics of the radio unable to hide the amusement in his voice. "Please leave any electronic devices you have with you in the Range Rover, and though I shouldn't need to say it, I've always wanted to, check your weapons at the door." "We have no weapons, and will leave cell phones and the like with Grayson." "Excellent." They pulled up to the main building, and Grayson parked in a particularly well-lit area as he was instructed. 2 heavily armed guards came out to the Range Rover and escorted Tracy, Trevor, and Fulvia into the building. Just outside Top's office they thoroughly frisked the 3 of them. One of the guards seemed to be taking an unusually long time checking Tracy over for weapons or signaling devices. Not finding anything unusual, they knocked on the door. Top told them to come in. Once inside, the guards positioned themselves inside the room, on either side of the door, just behind the three newcomers. They had planned carefully on the plane, certain there would be guards and other difficulties. Now, as they were face to face with the end game, a quote from Macbeth popped into Trevor's head. "If it were done when 'tis done, then 'twere well it were done quickly." He couldn't agree more, but the situation would dictate the action. "Well, Fulvia," Top said, "I had given up on you, but it looks like you have done well this time. Trevor, did you honestly think I'd needed you to work for me? Haven't you seen what my chinchilla can do?" "Chinchilla?" Trevor said, not expecting this at all. "Yes, I named it after your techniques, which I have been generously borrowing from and improving on for years, thanks to employees I've planted at top research institutions that are using your AI code. We're way beyond anything you had done before you dropped out of sight. Our database is structured after your research on the human brain, but it's the linkages we've established with other major financial, medical, and political databases that makes it so powerful. We don't need you. Then why allow me to come here? Certainly not to work for me. I just don't want you digging into the chinchilla and messing it up. You've tried to do that several times over the past few days, and that's a no-no. We're going to have to make sure you don't play with your toys ever again. Neither you nor your sister will leave this compound alive." Fulvia stepped forward, leaving a gap between Trevor and Tracy. "Father, isn't there any way?" Top roared at her. "Don't you try to talk me out of this, girl. Are you with me or them?" She turned back to Tracy and Trevor for a moment and said, "I'm sorry." Turning to Top, head bowed, she said, "Father, forgive me," and silently added, "for you know not what I am about to do." "Forgive you for what?" Top said, a moment of gentleness showing through his anger. Lifting her tear-stained eyes to Top, Fulvia held her arms out and went to him, starting to throw her arms around his neck. Her arms stopped at the sides of his head, though, and grasping him firmly, snapped his neck. The guards shifted as they heard the pop of his C1 vertebrae snapping. Before his dead body even began the slump toward the floor, Tracy and Trevor each placed well-practiced backwards kicks, disabling the guards long enough to remove their weapons and tie them up. As in most real-world hand-to-hand combat, no lengthy battle sequence a la Jackie Chan was necessary. No shots were fired. It was all over in seconds, and the guards were gagged and trussed shortly thereafter. It was all up to Tracy now. Tracy moved to the limp body of Top. Fulvia, unable to stop the tears that were flowing quite freely now, helped her turn the body on its stomach. Knowing that they would not be able to bring any weapons inside, Tracy realized she would have to rely on whatever was available. A quick search of Top's desk revealed only a small letter opener, but the edge was fairly sharp, and she knew it would be enough for now. She first used it to start a rip in the back of Top's shirt. Then, tearing it open, Tracy examined the lump, about 1.5 inches wide by 4 inches long. It bulged slightly against the skin like there was a small pipe or something underneath. She had to remind herself that this wasn't surgery she was about to perform, and she quickly created a slit along the length of the lump, from the plug at the top down to the base of it. She then made slits along the top and bottom, which allowed her to peel the covering skin and tissue back, revealing a plastic cylinder, which was mounted in place of Top's C2 through C6 vertebrae. His nerves and blood vessels were routed around the outer edge of the cylinder through plastic tubing. Inside the plastic cylinder, Tracy could see the cuneiform cylinder, the top and bottom of which were attached to the nerves and blood vessels with intricate electronica, too detailed to examine here. She finished quickly with the part she had been dreading, that of separating the cylinder from the spinal column, and they wrapped it in some tissue they found in the desk. Time to call in the troops. The simple ring Trevor had been wearing had only one purpose, to signal Grayson. The commandos, Teresia's turtles, had been waiting on the Isola de Conigli for Teresia's arrival, and had set off in their small landing boats in time to surround Global's compound. Teresia shouted after them as they set off, "I love the sight of turtles in the moonlight." When Grayson received the signal from Trevor, he sent 2 signals himself. One alerted the commandos to attack, which began with well-placed mortar fire and a couple of targeted missile strikes in the far reaches of the compound, far away from Top's offices. The second released the worm into the global database. As soon as the first explosion hit, Trevor and Fulvia grabbed the guards' assault rifles and headed into the corridor, Tracy following close behind with a cylinder. As hoped, they received very little resistance, because most of the compound soldiers were running towards the sound of the action. The diversion allowed the commandos to move in quickly and form a cordon around the 3 of them as they made their way out to the Range Rover, which was apparently now a present from Global. The strike was over soon, since the main objective was to get Trevor, Tracy, and Fulvia out quickly and safely. They were ferried over to the Isola de Conigli, where they joined Teresia and Pierre, until they could board a waiting WorldCon seaplane, which took them up to Sicily, a short stop before the journey back to New York. Over the next few days, the world righted itself again. The scrambles stopped as the worm that Grayson released worked its way through Global's massive system, and markets and institutions began to restore their systems from their own backups. Global would, of course, restore the chinchilla to full operation once they contained the digital cancer spreading through it, so the order's work wasn't done. There would be plenty to keep them occupied for years to come. For now, though, Trevor, Tracy, and Fulvia, new-found relatives, wanted to relax at the compound near Catskill, venturing out to Angela's pancake house occasionally, talking and learning from Teresia, and just basking in the warmth of new friendships. End of Chapter 30b. Recorded on December 1st, 2006, in Houston, Texas.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. You're listening to a section of the LibriVox NaNoWriMo project, in which a number of LibriVox volunteers write and record a whole novel together in serial form during November 2006. The project is based on the idea started by the National Novel Writing Month. Mystery of the Public Domain, Chapter 30C. Written by Alan Drake of Long Branch, New Jersey. Recorded by Alan Drake. http://www.blog.aimless.com. Post title: All's Well That Ends Well, or There's Nothing Like a Dame. Posted by Chinchilla on 15 December 2006. Private posting draft 004. Well, it's been 2 weeks since the Mediterranean brouhaha. If life hadn't been confusing, mixed up enough over those first befuddling 3 weeks, the trip to and visit on Lampedusa took the cake. God, am I glad it's over with. Don't know why I'm bothering to write this. It's like responding to letters from a non-existent fan club. The No Fans for Trevor Ames non-fan club. Tracy suggested I work through things. Typing would be good therapy. Dr. Holstein said it wouldn't hurt. It's not as if 3 days a week with good old Dr. Cow has gone to naught. I think I'm getting a handle on it. Well, I'm thinking I'm getting a handle on it. Tracy, of course, doesn't need therapy. She's back home in Ithaca with Michael and the kids, and everything's as normal as it can be. Her normal. How can anything be normal back in Ithaca? Well, I guess it's better being Odysseus than Oedipus. Oedipus Nix. I have Pierre and Grayson. Like I need guys around me. Ugh. Like I need a woman around me. If only... No, I am not going there. Yes, it's still too soon to make that real, typing it or not. I've got to get away from computers and typing and making recordings of 19th century poetry that no one listens to. I've got to get a life. Now, I've heard that cultural message too many times lately. Life's degenerated into an inanimate relationship with U.S. cable television. Yes, here I am, back on the Hudson. What the hell am I going to do in this place? With this place? Maybe I can sell it to Donald Trump. No, even he couldn't afford it. It's not that it isn't beautiful. It's magnificent compared to any place I've lived in Britain. But now all the trees have lost their leaves. When I look up through the spindly branches, the sky is gray. Hey, that's not too bad. The wording, I mean. If I vowed not to record any more poems, maybe I should start writing them. The trees lose their leaves, branches against the gray sky. Plop, a cuneiform cylinder bites the dust. Crikey, I want a poem, and the first thing that pops into my head is, this poem is in the public domain. Bugger. Maybe I should start taking up hiking in the Catskills. And Grandmother Teresia gone. It'll be a while before I can talk about that as well. For now, I'll tell the background, the short of it. She's gone. Enough? Left us while watching her beloved loggerheads scamper for the sea. Pierre said she encouraged the stragglers, cheering them on like Olympian champions. She was instrumental in making certain Rabbit Island remained, at the very least, the last egg-laying site on Italy for the loggerhead sea turtle. I am proud of her. Very. No one will ever know what she's done for this planet. My secretive great-great-grandmother. And Aunt Fulvia, joining a bowling team. She doesn't waste time. Now, you would think, there's someone who needs therapy, needs a close connection with people. I'm hoping she'll be all right. She surprised me the most. Or maybe I surprised myself. How quickly, instantly, I forgave her everything. There is something to walking in someone else's moccasins. Grandma T was right. Clichés and all. Anyway, I guess I should get to it. I really am. Here, now, I'm doing it. Look at me. Watch these dancing fingers do their thing. All alone. Me, a beautiful Mac, in the homeland of the Mac. And me talking to myself, being my own rooting section. Type it down, Trevor, express yourself, be real, be realistic, face the facts in plain black and white, etc., etc., etc. Crap. Odysseus and Oedipus weren't enough. Now I have Yul Brynner in my living room. Tracy, Teresia, Dr. Holstein, even Fulvia, all saying the same thing. Spell it out and let it go. Beat me on the head, will you? Let it go. I wish I could let it go. Geez, now that I think of it, even my grandfather Topolis hit me with the same bloody message. You have to step out. Face it, you have intimacy issues, Trevor. That's hysterical. You got to be kidding. It's like beating a dead horse deader. Don't you see? Becky's gone. What are they thinking? Yes, the caper, as Tracy and I eventually came to call it. It turned out to be very simple. Not difficult at all. Simple as hell. It was suddenly over. We all looked at each other, shrugged our shoulders, and laughed. Maybe that's what's not letting the old chinchilla roll off to rest. Maybe it's all just speed and momentum. You work to change the world, and then one morning, on your day off nonetheless, you take your dog for a walk up the hill, little plastic baggie in one pocket and hand wipes in the other, and suddenly you notice the world just went right ahead and beat you to it. It changed itself. You suddenly realize you're never really in control. but I have to believe I had some influence on how things turned out. The trip to the airport was uneventful. The flight over was uneventful. I even got some sleep in the air. Setting in motion the disassembly of Global's master database was suddenly simple and uneventful. Little did I know it was a simple two-man operation. I was getting help. Landing in Lampedusa was uneventful. The trip to the villa uneventful. Seeing Grandfather Topless was uneventful. Well, that's not altogether true. I have to say it was a shock to see him flipping channels in the villa great room, a cigar in one hand, a sucky martini in the other, and no one else. No one anywhere to be found. That's simple. That was a moment of supreme unsurety. And I suddenly realized why Grandmother Teresia wasn't there. It couldn't have just been the loggerheads of Rabbit Island. Sure, it was hatching time, and she had to do her thing. At 100, whatever she is, she can do and say whatever she wished. I should have lived so long. And I very well might, oddly enough. But I'm suddenly ahead of myself. Top. Grandfather Top. Now, there is a tricky guy. Not that Grandmother T hadn't been secretively crafty herself, preparing, I should say weaning, Tracy and me, while secretly plotting with her son. No, he wasn't dead. He was the mystery. The two of them, pulling, 50 years of accumulated strings that she'd been craftily, secretly putting in place. And with her son. All along, my great-grandmother, my grandfather, the supreme followers of nonviolence. Well, it hadn't been easy for him. I'm presuming, he'll never tell. Posing as a jerk to the outside world, acting the puppet within. That has to be the world's longest planned sting. 30, 40, 50 years? From what he said, the taciturn bear, he walked the fence every day, trundling the catacombs and vaulted walls of Malta, skillfully, my words, avoiding harm to others. He took the credit for it. Credit? How he must have been hated and feared, on all sides. He knew how to get the amygdala working. It's a wonder he remained alive. He knew of the cylinder and the DNA, even before we knew of DNA. Had to. That was what kept him alive, preventing his end to be as his father's was. And I think, my mother's death as well. He couldn't help her. Family secrets. Everyone has them. A pitiful joke. But what about my father, Quentin Ames? I asked Top several times in several ways, and he shrugged off each question. Was my father a good man? Did he get in someone's way? Did he die or disappear protecting Tracy and me, or Mom? What is Top protecting us from? The last I saw of Top was just before he and Pierre left for Rabbit Island Beach. Pierre returned with Grandma T's body. I asked Pierre about Top. He motioned his head to the cove below. The boat was gone. As I stood on the patio overlooking the Mediterranean, I thanked him for his brilliant self-service and for telling me to let go. Tears were in my eyes. Sometimes I expect you to pop up at any second. Walk through the door. Water ski up the Hudson. Skydive in on a big red sheet. It will never happen. I'm going to delete this. I have doubts, of course, but I also have work to do. Work that finally makes sense to me. Goodbye, Rebecca. You knew I was writing to you, didn't you? What did I know? I understand now. Thank you, all. Here I've been trying to make sense of all of this for you, trying to help you get it. I know what I have to do. You'll forgive me, my love. I know you will. If in the middle of a busy workday, trying to green up the world Grandma T left in my care, in Tracy's care, if I meet someone overwhelmingly bright and funny and lovely, who can go forward with me, someone to talk with again, like I did once with you. Thank you. I'm going to do this. Private draft. No comments. Delete. End of chapter 30C. The text and this recording are in the public domain.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. You're listening to a section of the LibriVox NaNoWriMo project, in which a number of LibriVox volunteers write and record a whole novel together in serial form during November 2006. The project is based on the idea started by the National Novel Writing Month. Chapter 30H. Written by Kathleen Gatliff, recorded by Kathleen Gatliff of www.skippopscratch.com. Sexton Blake lay in the large double bed that dominated his squalid Parisian apartment. His girlfriend Trixie sprawled on her belly beside him, trying to devise a system to play spider solitaire with only an incomplete deck of cards. Plump gray rats scratched under the floorboards, and flat brown roaches ran up the torn and fading puce wallpaper. "Ah, yes, how to end this thing?" Sexton mumbled as he nibbled at his pencil and read over the penultimate chapter of his great novel, The Mystery. It was quite a departure from his usual work, which tended to consist of Sherlock Holmes rip-offs and adventure stories for boys. This was something more, something meaningful and important. It would win critical acclaim, and Sexton knew that favorable reviews from the arbiters of good taste always guaranteed financial success. "Trixie, my girl," he said, puffed up with pride, "if this thing sells, I'll take you to the Isle of Rabbits." His reference to Chapter 29 did not impress her, and she yawned, open-mouthed. "What do I want rabbits for?" she said. "Only good rodent is one made into a fur. My mother always said that. And she should know. She used to play her mandolin on the sidewalk outside Saks in New York. You say she was a busker, which sounds dirty to me. But she was a very classy lady, my mom was." "Never mind," Sexton sighed and tried to get back to work. Trixie threw down her cards in disgust. "I mean, it's not like they're good eating. I had one once, some kind of British rabbit. But it tasted like cheese on toast." She turned her wide eyes towards him, and he chuckled. "That's because it was cheese on toast. That's what Welsh rarebit is, and that's what you ate." Sexton licked the point of his pencil and wrote the words, Chapter 30, Some Ideas, on the top of the next page in his pad. "Well, whatever it was, it made me feel awfully queer. And such dreams I had that night. Oh!" She snuggled close to her man and looked at his notebook. "You working on the story?" "Yes," he said. "I'm not sure how to end it. I think I'll write a whole bunch of endings, and then we can pick the best one. Won't that be fun?" Trixie squealed and clapped her hands. "I want that girl, you know, the one you made to be like me. Fulvia?" "Yeah, Fulvia. I want her to turn out all reformed and marry a millionaire. 'Cause I like her. She's got spunk." She kissed Sexton on the cheek. "I'll make a note of it, dear, but I'll also probably write at least one where she turns out bad, so that there's variety. In fact, I may even kill her. She did have her brain scrambled, you know." Trixie turned away and sulked. "The future is awfully complicated." She played with the lace of her powder blue negligee for a moment before she continued. "Hey, how about you give me a piece of paper? Maybe I'll write one of those endings for you. Sexton stared at her in surprise. Why, Trixie, I didn't know you knew how to write. He tore 3 pages from his notebook and passed them, and a spare pencil, to her. Trixie took them and settled back down on her stomach as she muttered, Yeah, well, there's a lot you don't know about me. The two worked quietly for a few minutes until Trixie spoke again. The thing I like about this story of yours is that all these girls got educations and jobs, real good jobs. She swung her feet in the air. You think this means that women get the right to vote by then? Sexton didn't answer. Trixie tapped her paper with her pen. I wish I had the right to vote. Sexton imagined Trixie in politics, possibly even running for office with her dreadful grammar and combative ways. The thought so amused him that he could not suppress a derisive and very audible snort. She heard it and glared at him, ready for a fight. He tried to avoid her eye. You think I'm an idiot, just because I come from Brooklyn and don't speak like the damn queen, she said, going tense. Good heavens, no, he lied. You're much prettier than Victoria. She stared at him but said nothing. Eventually she gave up, rolled over, and whined. I don't like these computer things you write about. I think I'll have them stay blown up. Seems to me that nobody in the future ever gets any exercise because they're too busy playing with these things. The whole lot of them need to get out more. Starting with Tracy and Trevor. I think I'll have them become a team of world champion ballroom dancers. Mm-hmm, Sexton said. Except Tracy's the sister, not the girlfriend. Yeah, well, one should never go into a business venture with a lover. That's what my father used to say. That's why his trained poodles performed in front of Grand Central Station, far away from my mother. The distance gave them something to fight about when they got back together at the end of the day. Sexton grunted. It was best not to get involved in conversations about Trixie's family. Better to change the subject, and so he did. Well, what would you do about this top fellow? Rather a bad egg, bent on world domination. He's heading for a fall, eh? Trixie's feet swung lazily back and forth as she thought. Well, he's the richest, isn't he? So he could be redeemed and marry Fulvia. She started scribbling like mad. I'll need 3 ghosts to visit him, to show him, like, the error of his ways. And then the chinchilla will say, God bless us, everyone. Darling, it's been done. By Dickens. What? Trixie let out a small scream. Damn his eyes! Could it be 3 witches instead? 3 weird sisters met on a gloomy night? Shakespeare. Macbeth. Sad ending. Out, out, damn spot. Trixie looked around wildly. Did that awful neighbor dog get in here again? Sexton shook his head, tears of mirth welling in his eyes. She grinned. See, I can make jokes. Yes, you certainly can. Darling, you should be a comedian on the stage. She groused. Tell my agent, I'm awfully sick of trapeze work. She looked back at her sheet of paper. Okay then, I'll have Top visited by the 3, maybe like a scarecrow and a lion and, some kind of automaton. That's never been done before. Sexton pushed her with his foot. Yes, but that's silly. She tossed her head. I bet your friend Frank would love my idea. Mr. Baum writes a journal about chickens, dear. He doesn't do fiction. Trixie made a face. Well, it's more sensible than these airplanes you write about incessantly. I'll give you that man will fly some day. But you make it sound like there are almost 20 people on these vehicles. That's way too heavy. Why, the wings would have to be an acre each in size. Sexton could feel his face flush as he blustered. I know it seems ridiculous, but this was the muse's doing. She dictated the story. I am just her vessel. I thought I was your muse. Trixie launched herself at Sexton. Pencils and paper went flying as they grappled, then broke away laughing. They lay side by side on the bed, their chests heaving. Sexton? Yes, Trixie? She rested her head on his chest. Let's get married. I know I said no before, but I think I like this writing life. It beats being in the circus. There's less elephant manure for one thing, and I'm always getting propositioned by the clowns. Of course, darling, he said, relieved to at last have her consent. The girl had an undeniable knack for predicting what the public wanted, and she was pretty, and probably smarter than he was. She was soft and she smelled good, but if they were to eat, he'd have to get back to work. More's the pity. He tried to sit up. We have to finish our chapters. Real writers stick to it, right up until the end. Okay. So everyone lives happily ever after. That's a good ending, right? Sure, Sexton said. He put his arm around her small, round shoulders. Her perfume, a heavenly blend of citrus and vanilla, made him feel intoxicated. What about the professor? He asked, his mind spinning. She snuggled closer. We'll give him some sort of prize. What's the top award in his field? I don't know. Well, just write down his Fields Medal, and we'll fix it later. Sexton didn't. He wanted to, but was too content to do anything at the moment. Still, he could feel energy crackling off Trixie, and knew her brain was still buzzing. I still have to figure out what to do about Rebecca, she said. Is she alive, or dead, or whatever? Sexton's head was so cloudy he had no idea. He closed his eyes, and Trixie went on. Well, she'll have to be alive to marry Trevor, so she's alive no matter what. And Trevor is cured, 100%, so he'll live too. Sexton was nodding off, but managed one last question. What about the chinchilla? He could barely hear her answer, muffled as it was, in a pink cloud of love. End of chapter 30H. Recorded on December 5th, 2006.